Story 1. The stretch of Route 421 between Lexington and her apartment existed in that particular darkness found only in the spaces between small Kentucky towns. Amber Reeves had driven it 100 times, knew every pothole and blind curve. But tonight the road felt longer. Her psychology textbook sat on the passenger seat, still warm from the library study carrel. She'd been memorizing defense mechanisms for tomorrow's exam: displacement, projection, rationalization. The irony wouldn't occur to her until much later. 23 years old, 3 months from graduation, dating Brandon Collier for 6 weeks. These were facts she would later catalog obsessively, searching for the moment when everything changed. But the change had already happened. She just didn't know it yet. Earlier that evening, Brandon had kissed her goodbye in the library parking lot, told her to drive safe. His hands had lingered on her shoulders a moment longer than necessary. She'd thought it was affection. Now, in retrospect's cruel clarity, she would understand it as assessment. Checking that she was wearing the same jacket, the same routine, the same predictable path home. The high beams hit her rearview mirror at 11:47 p.m. Not gradually. All at once, filling her car with light so bright, she had to adjust the mirror to keep from being blinded. The truck. She could see it was a truck now, something large and dark. Stayed close. Too close. Brandon had taken his own car tonight. They'd studied in different buildings. She'd see him tomorrow. These thoughts felt important to preserve, like specimens before contamination. The lights flashed off. On, off, on. Her hands tightened on the wheel. She accelerated from 55 to 60, then 65. The truck matched her speed exactly, maintaining the same distance. Flash, flash, flash. The rhythm had a quality of urgency that made her stomach clench. She thought about her phone and her purse on the floor. She thought about Brandon's smile that morning. She thought about the news stories, the missing girls, the bodies they found in abandoned wells. Flash. The turnoff to her apartment complex appeared like a gift. She took it fast, tires squealing, and the truck followed. Her building was the third one, parking lot half empty on a Wednesday night. She pulled into her assigned spot with the truck's headlights, filling her car like an interrogation room. She was out of the car before she could think, before the logic of staying inside could override the animal need to run. Her keys were in her hand, her purse half caught on the passenger seat, and she was screaming at the truck, at the driver climbing out, words that didn't quite form sentences but carried the weight of every terror she'd ever imagined. Please, God, please just leave me alone, please. The man walking toward her was large, bearded, wearing a flannel shirt and work boots. He carried something in his right hand, a tire iron. Jesus Christ, a tire iron. Ma'am. His voice was gentle, apologetic. Ma'am, I need you to listen. Get away from me. There's someone in your car. The words didn't make sense at first. They were sounds without meaning, puzzle pieces from the wrong box. What? In your back seat. He gestured with the tire iron toward her still open driver's door, her car with its interior light glowing. Every time I flashed my lights, I could see him. A man. He kept ducking down, but I saw him. I saw the knife. Amber turned to look at her car. The back seat was empty. She could see straight through to the rear windshield. There's no one. He must have gotten out when you did. I'm telling you, I saw him. We need to call the police. Her neighbors were emerging now, drawn by her screaming. Mrs. Miller from 3B, the graduate students from 2A, old Mr. Whitfield with his Vietnam tattoos and cautious eyes. The truck driver was already on his phone. Yes, police. I need to report. I just followed a young woman home because there was someone hiding in her back seat. We're at the Meadowbrook Apartments on Clays Mill Road. Amber stood between her car and a stranger, surrounded by neighbors, trying to understand what had just happened. Her heart was still racing. She was still screaming, in her head if not out loud. But the man on the phone sounded calm. He sounded like someone trying to help. When she looked at her car again, really looked, she saw it. The way her textbook had been pushed off the passenger seat onto the floor. The faint smell of cigarette smoke that she never allowed in her car. A wet footprint on the floor mat behind the driver's seat. There'd been rain yesterday, but she hadn't driven anywhere that would track mud inside. The evidence was there. It had always been there. She'd been trained her whole life to trust evidence, to believe in logical causation. Man in back seat, knife in pocket, mud on boots. These things told a story. The story made sense. That was the trap, she would later understand. The best lies were the ones that answered all your questions. The police arrived in 9 minutes. Officer Riley took her statement while his partner, Officer Hayes, examined her car with a flashlight. The truck driver's name was Dennis Paulson. He worked construction, was driving home from a late shift. He told his story 3 times, always the same. The figure rising in her back seat. The glint of metal. The way the person kept ducking down every time she looked in her rearview mirror. "You're lucky he was paying attention," Riley said, closing his notebook. "You're very, very lucky." They found the man 40 minutes later walking along Route 421, 2 miles back toward Lexington. His name was Leonard Gast, 47, with priors for breaking and entering an assault. He had a folding knife in his jacket pocket. He claimed he'd been hitchhiking, hadn't been in anyone's car, didn't know what they were talking about. But his boots were wet, and the mud on them matched the print in Amber's car. Brandon arrived at 1:30 a.m., 20 minutes after she'd called him. She watched him park and run toward her, watched the way his face looked when she told him what had happened. It was the face of someone who had nearly lost something precious. It was the face of someone who understood, truly understood, how fragile everything was. Later, she would replay this moment obsessively. The slight hesitation before he pulled her into his arms, as if he were waiting to see how she would react first. The way he asked questions in exactly the right order. "Are you hurt? Did they catch him? Are you sure you're okay?" Like someone following a script they'd memorized. The way his body felt against hers, not trembling with relief, but perfectly calm, controlled. His heart rate under her cheek, steady, unrushed. The heart rate of someone who'd expected the phone call. But that night, in the parking lot at 1:30 a.m., she only felt his arms around her and believed she was safe. "I should have driven you home," he said, holding her. "I should have been there. You couldn't have known. I should have been there." Dennis Paulson refused the reward money she tried to give him. He refused the interview requests from the local news. He shook Brandon's hand when Brandon tracked him down to say thank you, told him to take care of his girl, said the world was full of bad people, and you had to watch out for each other. The story made the campus newspaper. Student saved by Good Samaritan's vigilance. Her psychology professor mentioned it in class, used it as an example of bystander intervention, of moral courage. People she barely knew stopped her to say how glad they were she was safe. Brandon started driving her home every night. It made sense. It was what a good boyfriend did. It was what someone who loved you did. The nightmares started 2 weeks later. Not about the attack. Not about smaller things. Dreams where she was driving and couldn't remember where she was going. Dreams where Brandon was standing in her apartment, but she couldn't remember letting him in. Dreams where she found herself in rooms she didn't recognize, with keys in her pocket for locks she'd never seen. She mentioned them to Brandon once, over breakfast on a Thursday morning. He was making eggs. He'd started staying over most nights, said he slept better knowing she was safe. She watched him at the stove, his back to her, the precise way he cracked eggs one-handed into the pan. "The dreams are normal," he said without turning around. "Trauma does that. Your brain is trying to process what happened. They don't feel like trauma dreams." "What do they feel like?" She couldn't articulate it then. The sense that she was missing something obvious, that her subconscious was trying to warn her about something her conscious mind refused to see. Instead, she said, "Just weird." He brought her plate to the table, kissed the top of her head. "Give it time. Time." She had all the time in the world now. Brandon made sure of it. Brandon Collier had been studying Amber Reeves for 3 months before the night on Route 421. Not dating her, that came after. Studying her the way an entomologist studies a butterfly before the pin. He knew she drove home alone from the library every Wednesday and Thursday, took Route 421 because it was faster than the interstate. He knew she lived alone, that her parents were in Ohio, that her roommate had graduated in December, and she couldn't afford to break the lease early. He knew she double-locked her door, but sometimes forgot to close her bedroom window when the weather was nice. He knew she was kind, trusting, the sort of person who apologized when someone else bumped into her. He knew she was perfect. The legend was older than he was, had existed in various forms for decades. The killer in the back seat, the flashing high beams, the rescuer. It circulated through dorm rooms and late-night conversations, a cautionary tale parents told daughters. Dennis had called it the oldest play in the book the first time Brandon heard it, back when Brandon was 17 and learning the family business. "People believe what makes sense," Dennis had explained. "They'll accept a random act of violence easier than they'll accept that someone planned to hurt them specifically. And they'll trust the person who saves them from the violence. Trust them completely." Dennis wasn't really named Dennis, and he wasn't really a construction worker, though he could frame a house if needed. He was Brandon's uncle, had been in the life for 30 years, had refined the method to an art form. Leonard Gast wasn't really a transient. He was Dennis's partner, currently in county lockup waiting for bail that would be paid by a lawyer who specialized in making problems disappear. The knife in his pocket had never been opened, would show no traces of aggression when tested. His story about hitchhiking was full of holes, but that didn't matter. He was the monster in the story. That was his role. Brandon's role was the hero, the boyfriend who understood what she'd been through, who knew how to make her feel safe. The architecture of the trap was psychological. You didn't grab them off the street. That left evidence, witnesses, risk. You made them come to you. You made them need you. Phase 1 was the rescue, check. Phase 2 was the bonding. Brandon drove Amber home every night now, walked her to her door, checked her apartment before she went inside. She'd given him a key after the first week. Insisted on it, actually. Said it would make her feel safer knowing he could get in if something happened. He accepted with the appropriate reluctance, the right amount of, "Are you sure?" He brought her coffee before her 8 a.m. class. He texted her between his own classes to make sure she was okay. He held her when the nightmares woke her screaming. He was patient with her fear, understanding with her jumpiness, supportive when she started missing classes because she couldn't stop thinking about what might have happened. "You need to talk to someone," he said. Exactly 15 days after the incident. A professional. "This is PTSD, Amber. It's real, and it's not going to get better on its own." She cried when he said it. Cried because he understood, because he wasn't telling her to just get over it or be grateful she was alive. He'd researched therapists covered by the university health plan, made a list of names, offered to go with her to the first appointment. Dr. Susan Powell was not covered by the university health plan. She was, however, very good at what she did. What she did was reinforce dependency. The trauma you experienced was profound, Dr. Powell told Amber in their third session. It's completely normal to feel safest with the people who were there, who understand what you went through. Brandon's support is clearly important to your recovery. Dr. Powell had been practicing for 20 years, had never lost her license, paid her taxes, and donated to charity. She also understood that some clients were referred by people who knew exactly what kind of therapy was needed. Brandon had found her through Dennis, who had found her through someone else, networks within networks, a support system for predators who looked like good people. Phase 3 was isolation, but it had to feel like love. Amber stopped going to Thursday night dinners with her study group, too anxious about being out after dark, even in a group. She stopped returning her roommate Kayla's calls. Kayla had moved to Louisville, and the distance made it hard to explain how she felt, how Brandon was the only one who really understood. Her parents called every Sunday, but she kept the conversations short. They worried too much, asked if she was okay too many times, made her feel like she was broken. Brandon never made her feel broken. He made her feel protected. By April, they'd been dating for 4 months. By May, she'd failed 2 classes and was on academic probation. By June, she'd moved in with him. The apartment was in Nicholasville, 20 minutes from campus, too far to drive every day, and the bus routes didn't run there. Brandon had a car. Brandon would drive her when she needed to go. Brandon's job was remote anyway. He did something with logistics, supply chain management, contracts. He worked from home most days. He was always there. The locks on the apartment were good ones. Brandon believed in security. The moment Amber Reeves began to understand came in September, 6 months after the night on Route 421. She was cleaning the apartment while Brandon was at the gym. He went every Tuesday and Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Said it helped him decompress. She'd learned not to suggest going with him. He needed his space. She understood that. Everyone needed space. The filing cabinet in his office was locked, but she wasn't snooping. She was vacuuming, and the vacuum caught on the corner of the bottom drawer, which wasn't completely closed. The lock must have been faulty. These things happened. Inside were folders, neat, labeled, organized with the same precision Brandon brought to everything. She told herself she wouldn't look. She told herself it was probably work stuff, boring contracts and invoices. She told herself a lot of things in the 3 minutes before she opened the first folder. Her name was on it. Amber Reeves, University of Kentucky. Inside were photographs. Her walking to her car in the library parking lot. Her sitting in the campus coffee shop. Her entering her apartment building. Dozens of them printed on photo paper, dated. The dates started in December, 3 months before they'd met at the psychology department's spring mixer. She remembered that mixer, February 14th, Valentine's Day. Brandon had made a joke about it being fate, meeting on the most romantic day of the year. She'd thought it was charming. Now she understood it was selection. He'd known she'd be there because he'd been watching her routine for 3 months. He knew she attended the department mixers. He knew she'd be alone, her previous relationship having ended in January. He knew everything about her before he'd ever said hello. The photograph on top was dated December 3rd. She was getting out of her car at the library, wearing her blue winter coat, carrying the same psychology textbook that had been on her passenger seat the night of the attack. She remembered that day vaguely. It was the week before finals. She'd been stressed about exams. She'd been alone. She'd been watchable. Her hands were shaking when she opened the second folder. This one was labeled L. Brennan, University of Louisville. Louise Brennan smiled from a driver's license photocopy. 22 years old, brunette, pretty in that wholesome way that probably made her parents proud. The folder contained photos like Amber's, surveillance shots, candid moments when Louise didn't know she was being watched. It also contained newspaper clippings. Louisville student missing, dated March 2023. Police search for missing woman. Family pleads for information. There were 9 more folders. Each one a woman, each one with surveillance photos. 7 of them with newspaper clippings about disappearances. 2 of them with death certificates. She made herself look at all of them. Made herself read every clipping, study every photograph, memorize every face. These women deserved to be seen. They deserved to be remembered by someone who understood what had been done to them. Louise Brennan had been a nursing student. The article said she'd been struggling with anxiety, had missed classes, had withdrawn from friends. Her boyfriend at the time, a man named Michael Miller, told police she'd been getting paranoid, thought someone was following her. The police had treated it as a mental health crisis. When she disappeared, they'd assumed she'd run away or harmed herself. Her body had been found 6 months later in Daniel Boone National Forest. The pattern was there in every folder. The surveillance, the boyfriend who appeared, the gradual isolation, the disappearance. Some of them had bodies. Some of them were just gone. Amber closed the last folder carefully, exactly as she'd found it. The vacuum was still running. She'd left it running. She turned it off, wrapped the cord, put it in the closet. Her hands did these things while her mind tried to process information that didn't fit into any schema she'd learned in her psychology classes. The women in the folders were gone. She was not gone. She was here in an apartment in Nicholasville with a man she trusted, a man she loved, a man who had saved her life. A man who had photographs of her from before they'd met. The logic was simple once you saw it. Terrible and simple. If he'd been watching her before, then he'd known her route. If he'd known her route, then the truck, the high beams, the man in the back seat. She walked to the bathroom and vomited. The sound was loud in the quiet apartment. She cleaned up carefully, rinsed her mouth, checked her face in the mirror. She looked pale, but not hysterical. That was important. Looking normal was important. Brandon came home at 4:15 p.m., right on schedule. She heard his key in the lock and felt her body respond with the Pavlovian relief she'd been trained to feel. Brandon was home. Brandon would keep her safe. Hey, babe. He kissed her forehead, smelled like clean sweat, and the gym's industrial soap. How was your day? Fine. I cleaned. You didn't have to do that. I wanted to. He smiled at her, and she saw for the first time how it didn't reach his eyes, or no. It reached his eyes, but the warmth there was calculated, measured. The same warmth the chess player feels when moving a piece into position. She'd taken a seminar last semester on micro-expressions, the involuntary facial movements that reveal true emotion. The professor had shown them videos of people lying, pointed out the subtle tells, the slight asymmetry in a smile, the delayed onset of expression, the disconnect between what the mouth does and what the eyes do. Brandon's smile was perfectly symmetrical. It appeared at exactly the right moment. His eyes crinkled at the corners with precisely the right amount of affection. It was flawless. That was the problem. Real emotion was never flawless. I'm going to grab a shower, he said. Then maybe we could watch something. You've seemed stressed lately. That sounds nice. She watched him walk down the hallway to the bathroom, watched him close the door. She heard the water start. She looked at the front door with its good locks, the locks Brandon believed in, the locks that kept people out, but also kept people in. She had no car. She had no job. She'd quit her campus work-study position in July, too anxious to interact with people all day. She had no money of her own. Brandon paid for everything. Said it was fine. said she could pay him back when she graduated and got a job. Her phone was on a plan with his name on it. Her parents thought she was happy, thought Brandon was wonderful, thought their daughter was just going through a rough patch after a traumatic event. The women in the folders were gone, but she was not gone. Not yet. That meant something. That meant she was still in the phase where she was supposed to stay, supposed to be here, supposed to be with him. The phase before whatever happened to Louise Brennan and the others. She'd been studying psychology for 4 years. She understood conditioning, learned helplessness, trauma bonding. She understood it academically, the way you understand the theory of gravity without falling. Now she was falling. The water shut off in the bathroom. She heard Brandon moving around, humming something. He was happy. Why wouldn't he be? Everything was going according to plan. The thought arrived with perfect clarity. She was living in someone else's design. Every choice she'd made since February had been a choice he'd anticipated, guided, shaped. The therapy, the moving in together, the isolation from friends, even her fear, especially her fear, was part of the architecture. Fear made you grateful for protection. Fear made you stay. She walked to the kitchen, filled a glass with water she didn't drink, looked at the front door with its good locks. A memory surfaced. The day she'd moved in, Brandon changing the locks immediately. For security, he'd said. The new locks needed keys from both sides, even the deadbolt. Fire code violation, the locksmith had muttered. But Brandon had paid him extra, and the locksmith had installed them anyway. She'd thought it was thoughtful. Brandon, always thinking ahead, always keeping her safe. The water in her glass trembled with the shaking of her hand. Brandon knew she'd found the folders before she said anything. He knew because she was good at hiding fear, but not good enough. And because he'd been reading people's tells since he was 15 years old. She held herself differently that evening, kept more distance between them on the couch, laughed at the wrong places during the movie. He'd left the drawer unlocked on purpose. This was phase 4, the revelation. The moment when they understood the trap and realized it was too late. Most of them broke here, gave up, accepted what was coming. A few tried to run. Those were the ones in the folders with death certificates. 1 or 2 got smart, played along, bided their time. Those were more interesting. Those required more careful handling. Amber, he thought, might be the smart kind. She'd always been bright. That was part of her appeal, part of what made her valuable. The clients preferred intelligence. Intelligence could be broken in more satisfying ways. He gave her 3 days before he said anything. 3 days to stew, to plan, to think. She was being clever by not tipping her hand. On the 3rd day, over dinner that she'd cooked while he worked in his office, he said, "You found the folders." She froze with her fork halfway to her mouth. For just a second, her mask slipped, and he saw the prey animal underneath. Then she recovered, put the fork down carefully. "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do. It's okay. I was wondering when you'd go looking." The silence stretched. He watched her, trying to decide. Deny, confess, run? The apartment was on the 3rd floor. The windows had locks that needed a key from both sides, fire code be damned. The front door had a deadbolt that locked automatically. She'd need his keys to leave. "Who were they?" she asked finally. "Does it matter? Were they real? Louise Brennan? The others?" "As real as you are." He saw her processing this, saw the moment she understood that every exit she'd been planning was one he'd already anticipated. This was the art of it. Not the grab, not the violence, but the slow understanding that they'd been owned long before they knew they were for sale. "What happens now?" Her voice was steady, good. He liked them steady. "Now you decide," he said. "You can try to leave." The police won't believe you. I saved you, remember? I've been taking care of you. Your parents love me. Your friends stopped calling because you pushed them away and not because I made you. The trail is very clean, Amber. I've been doing this a long time. Or you accept it. You're already here. You're already mine. We can do this the easy way, where you understand your place and everyone stays calm. Or we can do it the hard way. What's the hard way? He smiled. You'll find out if you make me show you. She looked at her plate, at the chicken and vegetables she'd prepared, at the wine glass she'd filled, at the domestic scene she'd created, without realizing she was auditioning for a role in her own captivity. I need time to think. Of course. Take all the time you need. He resumed eating. Oh, and Amber, I changed the passwords on your email and social media this afternoon for your protection. There are a lot of scammers out there. Amber understood with a clarity that felt like ice water that she was going to die in this apartment. Maybe not today, maybe not this month, but eventually. When she stopped being useful, when she stopped being compliant, when Brandon got bored or made a mistake or decided her shelf life had expired. The women in the folders were proof of concept. She was just the current iteration. The mistake most people made, she thought, was trying to escape. Brandon had explained the architecture of her cage so she'd waste energy testing the bars instead of looking for the weakness in the lock. He wanted her to try to run. He wanted her to fight. That was part of the design. She didn't run. For 2 weeks, she played the role of the broken captive. She cried at appropriate times. She stopped eating much, let herself look thinner, more fragile. She flinched when he touched her. She started sleeping on the couch, couldn't bear to be in the bedroom with him. All of it was theater, but it was convincing theater. And Brandon bought it because he'd seen this performance before and knew how it was supposed to go. The hardest part wasn't the fear. Fear was honest, required no acting. The hardest part was the moments when he touched her shoulder in passing, a casual gesture of affection. And she had to stop herself from recoiling so violently. It would give away that her fear had transformed into something more dangerous than terror. Calculation. She had to let him hug her goodnight. Had to feel his breath on her neck while her mind counted the steps from the bathroom window to the fire escape. The blocks from the apartment to the bus stop. The hours until Monday morning. She had to smile at his jokes while memorizing which of his passwords used numbers, which used symbols, which might unlock the laptop he thought she never looked at. Every moment required a performance within the performance. Playing broken while being hyper-aware. Playing defeated while planning every detail. Playing grateful for his protection while cataloging the ways he'd imprisoned her. The cognitive dissonance was physically painful. Her jaw ached from clenching it. Her shoulders stayed rigid with tension she couldn't release even in sleep. But the pain was useful. Pain kept her sharp, kept her from slipping into the role too deeply, from forgetting she was acting. What he didn't see was Amber memorizing his schedule, his patterns, his tells. He went to the gym Tuesdays and Thursdays, but he also went to the office Mondays for meetings he thought she didn't know about. The office was downtown, 35 minutes away. He was always gone for at least 3 hours. What he didn't see was Amber finding the spare car key he'd hidden in the kitchen in a magnetic box attached to the underside of the silverware drawer. What he didn't see was Amber stealing $50 in cash from his wallet over the course of a week, $5 at a time, small enough not to notice immediately. What he didn't see was Amber opening the bathroom window. The one in the master bath that was painted shut but not locked, with a butter knife at 2 a.m. while he snored in the bedroom. It took 4 nights of patient work to break the paint seal without making noise. On the second night, The knife slipped and gouged her palm. She'd bled silently into a towel, gripping it until the bleeding stopped, then hidden the towel at the bottom of the laundry basket under clothes that she knew Brandon never touched, her period underwear, her sports bras. The cut left a scar she would carry for the rest of her life, a thin white line across her palm that looked like a suicide attempt to people who didn't know better. The window opened onto a narrow ledge that connected to the fire escape. Technically, it was a code violation to have it blocked. Technically, a lot of things about this building were violations. She tested the fire escape on the third night at 3 a.m., climbing out in her bare feet to make sure the metal wouldn't creak, that the bolts were solid, that she could make it to the ground. The autumn air was cold enough to hurt. She'd stood on the fire escape for 5 minutes, listening to the sound of her own breathing, feeling more alive than she had in months. Then she'd climbed back inside and gotten into bed next to a sleeping predator. On the third Monday, when Brandon left for his office meeting, Amber waited 20 minutes and then climbed out the bathroom window. The fire escape was rusty but stable. The parking lot was mostly empty at 9 a.m. on a Monday. Brandon's car was gone, but there was a bus stop 2 blocks away. She walked there in clothes she'd been sleeping in, no jacket despite the October cold, no phone, nothing but the $50 and the spare key she'd leave in a storm drain 3 blocks from the apartment. The bus took her to downtown Lexington. From there, she walked to the police station, to the front desk, to the officer who asked if he could help her. "My name is Amber Reeves. I need to report a kidnapping." The officer looked at her. No jacket, disheveled hair, eyes that probably looked wild, and his expression shifted through several calculations. Homeless woman, drug addict, mental patient. She watched him decide which category to put her in. "Ma'am, are you all right? Do you need medical attention?" "I need to report a kidnapping," she repeated, slower. "My boyfriend is part of a human trafficking ring. I have information about multiple murders. I need to speak to a detective." The magic words, multiple murders. The officer's hand moved toward his radio. They brought her to a conference room. They offered her coffee, water, a blanket. They asked her to start from the beginning. She told them about the folders, the photographs, the missing women. She gave them the address in Nicholasville. She told them to hurry before he noticed she was gone, before he destroyed evidence. The detective who took her statement was named Carver. He was in his 50s, patient, thorough. He asked good questions. When she was done, he left her in the conference room and came back an hour later with a woman in a suit. "Miss Reeves, this is Agent Holland from the FBI." Agent Holland sat across from her, opened a tablet, pulled up photographs. Crime scene photos, Amber realized. Bodies. "We've been investigating a human trafficking network operating in Kentucky and Tennessee for 3 years," Holland said. "We believe your boyfriend is part of it. We believe the incident on Route 421 was staged." Amber felt something loosen in her chest. The first real breath she'd taken in weeks. They believed her. They already knew. "The man who saved you that night, Dennis Paulson, we've been tracking him. He's done this before, multiple times. Different names, different trucks, same play. The man in the back seat, Leonard Gast. We arrested him that night. He made bail. We lost track of him 2 weeks later. They're working together. We know. We've known for a while, but proving it, connecting them to the disappearances, that's been harder. They're very careful. They don't leave traces." "The folders," Amber said. "The evidence in the apartment will be gone by the time we get there." Holland's face was sympathetic but realistic. "They have protocols. Someone's probably already been sent to clean it out. Brandon will have an alibi, a story. He'll say you were troubled, mentally unstable after the attack, that he was trying to help you, but you kept getting worse. Your therapist will confirm that you've been struggling." The ice water feeling came back. Dr. Powell, It's part of their network. We've suspected it, but again, proving it is different from knowing it. Amber looked at the photographs on the tablet, at women who trusted the wrong person, made the wrong mistake, ended up in shallow graves in rural Kentucky. Then what do I do? You go home, Detective Carver said. To your parents in Ohio, you transfer schools, change your name if you want to. You disappear the legal way, where there's paperwork and records and a trail we can follow. You live your life, and you don't let them know you talk to us. That's it. He just gets away with it. For now, Holland said. But you're alive. And you gave us confirmation of what we suspected. That's more than we had this morning. They drove her to the bus station, gave her money for a ticket, gave her a card with a phone number that went to a secure line. They told her to call if she saw him, if she heard from him, if anything felt wrong. She called her parents from the bus station, told them she was coming home, that she'd explain everything, that she needed them to just trust her. Her mother cried. Her father said they'd be waiting at the station in Columbus. The bus pulled out at 2:15 p.m. Amber watched Lexington disappear in the rear window, watched Kentucky give way to Ohio. She thought about Brandon coming home to an empty apartment, finding the bathroom window open, realizing what it meant. She thought about him being angry, or worse, being impressed. She thought about the women in the folders, about Louise Brennan and the others, about how many more folders there would be before someone stopped him. The bus took 6 hours. Her parents met her in Columbus with questions they could see she wasn't ready to answer. They drove her home to the house where she'd grown up, to her old bedroom with its posters from high school and its safe, suburban normalcy. She told them everything over the next 3 days. They wanted to go to the police, wanted to do something, wanted to protect her the way parents are supposed to protect children. She told them about Agent Holland, about the investigation, about how going public would only put her in danger. They believed her because they'd always believed her, because she was their daughter and they trusted her judgment. They helped her transfer to Ohio State, helped her change her name legally to Amber Brennan. She took Louise's last name because Louise had no one left to remember her, and someone should carry that forward. They'd paid for the apartment in Columbus, for the security system, for the therapy with a doctor who wasn't on anyone's payroll but her own. She lived. She graduated. She got a job with a domestic violence nonprofit, helping women escape situations they thought they couldn't escape. She was good at it because she understood the psychology of traps, understood how people could be conditioned to accept captivity as protection. She never heard from Brandon Collier again. But she saw him sometimes, in crowds, in cars on the highway, in the faces of men who smiled too perfectly. She saw him in the news stories about missing women, in the cases that went cold, in the statistics about human trafficking that kept climbing. She knew he was still out there, still practicing his art, still refining his method. The FBI never arrested him. Detective Carver called her once, 2 years later, to tell her they'd lost the thread, the network had adapted, gone deeper underground. He apologized, as if it were his fault that monsters knew how to hide. Sometimes she thought about the filing cabinet, about whether there was a folder with her new name, her new city, her new life. Sometimes she checked her locks 3 times before bed. Sometimes she researched self-defense classes she never quite signed up for. But mostly she lived. She survived. She refused to let him have more of her life than he'd already taken. The nightmares, though. The nightmares stayed. Not about the night on Route 421. About the flashing high beams and the supposed killer in her back seat. Those nightmares would have been easy, would have been clean. Horror with a clear source. Fear with a face. Her nightmares were about the moment she looked at Brandon across the dinner table and realized the person she trusted most in the world was the person she should have feared, about the smile that never reached his eyes, about how easy it was to train someone to accept captivity if you called it love, about how many women were living that nightmare right now and didn't know it yet. Epilogue. Brandon Collier closed the filing cabinet in the Nicholasville apartment for the last time. The folders were already in Dennis's truck, would be in a storage unit across state lines by midnight, would be destroyed if anyone ever got too close. The apartment itself would be cleaned professionally, returned to the landlord with the story that his girlfriend had suffered a mental breakdown and he'd had to move suddenly for work. The landlord would believe him. Everyone always believed him. Amber had been smarter than most. He'd give her that. The window exit was clever, the timing good. She'd made it further than Louise, further than the others. But she'd also made the critical mistake. She thought escaping the cage meant she was free. She didn't understand that the real cage was psychological. She'd spend the rest of her life looking over her shoulder, jumping at shadows, trusting no one completely. She'd tell her story to the police, to the FBI, to anyone who'd listen. And no one would do anything because he was too careful, the network too insulated, the system too slow. She'd live in fear, and fear was its own kind of captivity. He loaded the last box into his car, took a final look at the apartment. It had been a good setup, a solid 6 months of work. The next one would be better. He was always learning, always adapting. That was the key to longevity in this business. Evolution, iteration, improvement. His phone buzzed. A text from Dennis. New prospect, University of Tennessee. Fits the profile. Brandon smiled. The game continued. The performance never really ended. He drove out of Nicholasville as the sun set, heading south toward Tennessee, toward the next town, the next girl, the next opportunity to demonstrate that the oldest trick in the book still worked because people wanted to believe in heroes. They wanted to believe that when someone saved you, it meant you were safe. Behind him, in an apartment in Columbus, Amber Brennan checked her locks for the third time and tried not to think about the sound of high beams flashing in her rearview mirror. The monster wasn't in the back seat. He was the one who told you to run. Story 2. The dishwasher didn't come in on Thursday morning, and by noon, Diane Moss had already begun the small, tight calculations that accompanied every staffing problem at the Sycamore Cafe. She stood at the register with her arms crossed, watching the lunch rush build, feeling the particular pressure that came from knowing the dishes would pile up and the kitchen would slow and the whole delicate machine she'd built over 15 years would begin, incrementally, to fail. He didn't call. This was Wesley, the line cook, already sweating through his shirt, though the real heat of the day hadn't started. Nothing. Diane kept her voice level. She had learned not to show worry to the staff. Worry spread like grease fire. I'll call the agency. She went to her office. Really just a converted storage closet with a desk wedged between filing cabinets, and dialed the number she'd used a dozen times before. The woman who answered sounded bored in that particular way people sound when they've explained the same thing too many times. Ramon Delgado? We sent him Wednesday. Should have been there yesterday morning. You're saying he didn't show? That's what I'm saying. Well, that's unusual. Ramon's reliable. One of our best. A pause, the sound of typing. Let me make some calls. I can have someone else to you by 3. Make it 2 if you can. We're drowning here. The woman said she'd do her best, which Diane had learned meant nothing at all. She hung up and stood there for a moment in the small room that smelled of old receipts and commercial cleaner, feeling the weight of the day pressing against her shoulders. Then she went back to the dining room because there was nothing else to do. The lunch service was as bad as she'd expected. Wesley washing dishes between orders, plates backing up, the small dishwasher closet growing humid and chaotic. The servers moved with that edge of panic that made them clumsy. Diane worked the register and bussed tables and tried to keep her face calm, tried to maintain the fiction that everything was under control. At 2:15, a man came through the back door. Diane was in the kitchen when she saw him. Saw him already there, actually, as if he'd materialized rather than entered. He stood in the doorway of the dish room, a thin man of indeterminate age, maybe 40, maybe older, with dark hair and features that seemed somehow provisional, like they might reorganize themselves if you looked away. He wore a white shirt and black pants, standard uniform, both slightly too large. "You from the agency?" Wesley asked before Diane could speak. The man nodded once. His eyes moved across the kitchen with the practiced assessment of someone who'd seen 1,000 kitchens, noting the locations of things, the flow of space. "You're late," Diane said, but without heat. She was too relieved to be angry. He looked at her directly then, and she had the odd sensation that he was seeing not her face, but something else, some layer beneath. His expression didn't change. He nodded again and moved past them into the dish room, where the stainless steel sinks gleamed under fluorescent lights, and the industrial dishwasher sat like a patient animal waiting to be fed. "What's your name?" Diane called after her. "Ramon," he said. His voice was quiet, barely more than a whisper, and held an accent she couldn't place. Spanish, maybe, or something else. Something from further away. He began working immediately with a fluidity that suggested deep familiarity with the space despite having never been there before. He scraped plates with minimal wasted motion, his hands moving in patterns that seemed almost choreographed. The rhythm of his work was hypnotic. Scrape, rinse, load, the hiss of the dishwasher closing, the small pause while he dried his hands on his apron, then the cycle beginning again. Within an hour, the backup was cleared. The kitchen achieved a kind of equilibrium. Wesley stopped sweating quite so much. The servers relaxed into their usual patterns of complaint and gossip. Diane found herself watching the new dishwasher more than she needed to. There was something about him that drew the eye, though she couldn't say what. He never spoke unless spoken to, and then only in brief, quiet responses. He never left the dish room except to take out trash, moving through the kitchen like a shadow, there and gone. When she offered him the staff meal at 5, tamales that day, Wesley's specialty. He shook his head with what might have been a smile, though his face didn't quite commit to the expression. "You sure?" she pressed. "You haven't eaten?" "Not hungry," he said, and returned to his work. She should have felt grateful. He was exactly what she needed. Competent, quiet, no drama. But instead she felt something else, a small unease that she couldn't name. She told herself it was just the stress of the day, the relief of having the problem solved creating its own strange tension. She went back to her office and tried to focus on paperwork, but her attention kept drifting to the sounds from the kitchen, the steady rhythm of water and steel. At closing time, she paid him in cash. The agency would bill her, but the workers always got paid daily, a system that felt antiquated, but that everyone preferred. He took the bills without counting them, folded them once, and slipped them into his pocket. "Same time tomorrow?" she asked. He nodded. "You did good work today. I appreciate it." Again, that might be smile, there and gone like a trick of light. He untied his apron, hung it on its hook, and walked out the back door into the August evening. She watched him go, watched his figure recede down the alley until the shadows took him, and felt that small unease bloom into something larger, something with teeth. Friday morning, he arrived before Diane did. She found him already in the dish room, apron tied, waiting with his hands folded. She'd forgotten to give him a key, Hadn't even discussed his schedule, but here he was. "How'd you get in?" she asked. "The door was open," he said. She knew she'd locked it. She checked every night, part of the ritual of closing. But the lock was old, temperamental. Maybe she'd turned the key the wrong way in her distraction. Maybe. "Well," she said, "good. That's good. We got a busy day." He nodded and began setting up his station with the same efficiency, the same strange familiarity. Diane watched for a moment longer than necessary, then went to her office to start the morning routine. Counts and orders and the dozen small decisions that kept the cafe running. The day proceeded normally. The Friday lunch crowd filled the dining room, their voices creating that wall of sound that always made Diane think of water, of being submerged. She worked the register and watched the servers move and tried not to think about the dishwasher, tried not to wonder why she kept glancing toward the kitchen, toward that small room where he worked with his back to everyone, his hands moving in their steady rhythm. Wesley seemed to have accepted him completely. "Better than Ramon," he said during the lull. "That guy, the first Ramon, he was always on his phone, always taking breaks. This one just works." "You know his name?" Diane asked. Wesley looked at her strangely. "Ramon. That's what he said." "Right. Yes, of course." But she couldn't remember him saying it after that first time. Couldn't remember him saying much of anything. He simply appeared when needed, dissolved when not, like something the kitchen had produced from its own necessity. At 3 o'clock, Diane called the agency. "Just wanted to confirm everything," she said when the same bored woman answered. "The new dishwasher. He's working out fine. I just need to make sure we have the right paperwork." "Ramon Delgado?" "We already sent his information." "No, I mean, did you send someone else? A replacement?" A pause. The sound of typing. "We've only got Ramon assigned to your location. He checked in Wednesday for his first shift. Is there a problem?" Diane felt something cold move through her chest. "No, no problem. I'll call back if I need anything." She sat in her small office and tried to make sense of it. The man in the dish room had said he was Ramon. The agency said Ramon had checked in. But the agency had also told her Ramon Delgado hadn't shown up on Thursday. Somewhere in that chain of information, something didn't connect. Somewhere there was a gap she couldn't quite see. She went to the kitchen and stood in the doorway of the dish room. He was washing plates, his hands red from hot water, his movements unchanged. He must have sensed her presence because he turned slightly, not looking at her directly, but acknowledging her there. "Can I see your ID?" she asked. He dried his hand slowly, deliberately, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a wallet. The ID he showed her was laminated, slightly worn, with a photo that could have been him or could have been someone else. The image was poor quality, the features indistinct. The name said Ramon Delgado. The address was in the Mission District. "Thank you," she said, though she didn't know what she was thanking him for. She handed back the ID and returned to her office, where she stood looking at nothing, feeling that unease grown now into something dense and choking. She called the Mission District address. A woman answered, speaking rapid Spanish. Diane's Spanish was poor, functional at best, but she managed to ask if Ramon Delgado lived there. The woman said no, nobody by that name, and hung up before Diane could ask anything else. Directory assistants found no listing. The reverse phone directory showed the address as a laundromat. She sat at her desk and felt the walls of her small office pressing inward. Somewhere in the building, a pipe knocked. The refrigerator hummed. From the dining room came the sounds of late afternoon. Fewer customers now, and the servers chatting, silverware clinking against plates. Normal sounds. Everything normal except the thing that wasn't. The gap in information that kept growing wider the more she looked at it. At closing, she paid him again. He took the money with the same absent gesture, as if it were ritual rather than transaction, as if the money itself held no particular meaning. She wanted to ask him questions. Where he lived, where he'd worked before, why the address was wrong, but the words felt heavy in her mouth, felt like they would expose something she wasn't ready to see. He left through the back door as he had before, and this time she followed him as far as the alley. She watched him walk north toward Haight Street, his figure retreating through the gathering dusk, with that same quality of being not quite present, there and not there. A man passed him, going the opposite direction, and seemed to flinch slightly, seemed to give him more room than the narrow alley required. Diane went back inside and locked the door, checked it twice, pulled on it, made absolutely certain. Then she went through the restaurant, turning off lights, and in each pool of darkness she created, she felt something waiting. Saturday morning she arrived early, earlier than she usually did, parking her car on the street while the city was still quiet. She let herself in through the back door and immediately checked the dish room. Empty. She let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding and went to start the coffee. At 6 a.m. exactly, he came through the back door. The door she had locked. The door she had checked. She heard it open and close, heard footsteps on the rubber mat, and there he was, tying his apron with those economical movements, his face expressing nothing at all. "Morning," she said, and her voice sounded strange to her own ears, too high, too bright. He nodded and began his work. The weekend service was always heavier. More tourists, more families, tables that lingered over breakfast and turned the dining room into a kind of temporary village. Diane moved through her duties with the performance of normalcy, but beneath it, she felt something shifting, some fundamental understanding of her world becoming uncertain. She watched him during the lulls, watched the way he never seemed to tire, never shifted his weight or stretched his back, or showed any sign of the physical strain that should accompany hours of standing at a sink. She watched the way other people moved around him, how Wesley gave him space, how the servers angled their bodies away when passing, small unconscious adjustments that suggested something primitive and unspoken. During the afternoon lull, she went to her office and searched the internet on her old desktop computer. She typed Ramon Delgado, San Francisco, and found nothing useful. Too many results, too many men with that name in a city that size. She tried dishwasher missing and temp worker death and felt foolish even as she typed, felt like she was indulging in paranoia. Then she tried a dishwasher, found dead, and something in her chest went cold. The article was dated 2 days ago. A man's body had been discovered behind a diner on Mission Street, identified as Ramon Delgado, age 44, employed by Premier Staffing Solutions. The death was being investigated as a homicide, though details were sparse. Police were asking anyone with information to come forward. Diane read the article 3 times. Then she sat very still in her small office, feeling the cafe around her like a thing with weight, with mass pressing down. She could hear the sounds of early dinner service beginning, the clatter of plates, Wesley calling out orders, the servers laughing about something. Normal sounds, a normal evening. And in the dish room, steady and unchanging, the sound of water running. She stood up, sat back down, stood again. Her hands were shaking slightly, and she pressed them flat against her desk to still them. The man in her dish room was wearing a dead man's uniform, was using a dead man's name, was standing where a dead man should be standing, his hands moving through routines another man had learned, his face revealing nothing at all. She should call the police. That was the obvious thing, the right thing. But something stopped her. Not fear, exactly, though fear was part of it. Something else. Some instinct that told her involving the police would be the wrong kind of attention, would draw focus to a situation that existed best in shadows. She went to the kitchen instead, stood in the doorway of the dish room and watched him work. He seemed to sense her there and turned slightly, that same acknowledgement that wasn't quite looking. "Who are you?" she asked. Her voice came out steadier than she'd expected. He dried his hands, looked at her directly this time, and in his eyes she saw something that made her throat close. Not menace exactly, but a complete lack of doubt, an unwavering conviction that was more terrifying than any threat. "Ramon," he said. "Ramon Delgado is dead. I saw the article. He was found behind a diner on Mission Street." The man didn't blink, didn't look away. His expression remained perfectly still. "I'm here now. That doesn't... You can't just..." She stopped, feeling the inadequacy of language, the way words failed against whatever this was. "Do you want me to leave?" he asked. His voice was still quiet, still barely more than a whisper. She should say yes. Should tell him to get out and never come back and take whatever wrongness he carried with him. But she thought about the dishes that would pile up, the chaos that would return, Wesley sweating and panicking, the machine of her cafe grinding to a halt. She thought about how smoothly the past 2 days had gone. How this man, this thing wearing a man's shape, had solved her problem completely. "No," she heard herself say. "No, I don't want you to leave." He nodded as if this was expected, as if he'd known what she would say before she said it. Then he turned back to his work, his hands returning to their rhythm, and Diane stood there watching him, feeling something fundamental crack inside her understanding of the world. She went back to the dining room and worked the register. The evening service proceeded normally. A couple celebrating an anniversary asked her to take their photo. She smiled and framed the shot and handed back their phone, and her hands were steady now, and steady and cold. She felt outside herself, watching herself perform the role of restaurant owner, of responsible adult, of someone who made reasonable decisions. At closing, she paid him. He took the money and looked at her with those empty eyes. "Same time tomorrow?" she asked. "Yes," he said, and walked out into the night. Sunday morning, he was there before her again. The lock she'd checked 3 times. The door she'd seen closed. He stood in the dish room in the gray pre-dawn light, hands folded, waiting. When she came in, he nodded once and began his work. And she felt the weight of complicity settle onto her shoulders like a coat she couldn't remove. The Sunday brunch crowd was always the worst. Loud, demanding, staying too long and tipping too little. Diane moved through it mechanically, her smile fixed, her words automatic. She felt hollowed out, like something essential had been removed and replaced with performance. Wesley pulled her aside during a lull. "You okay? You seem off." "Fine. Just tired." "That guy, Ramon, he's really working out. Best dishwasher we've had in years." "Yes," she said. "Yes, he is." Wesley looked at her with concern she didn't want, then shrugged and went back to the line. Diane stood there feeling the cafe pulse around her. The voices, the heat from the kitchen, the smell of coffee and bacon grease and whatever cleaning solution the dishwasher was using. Everything familiar and strange at once, as if she were seeing it through glass. She went to her office and sat at her desk. The article about Ramon Delgado was still open on her computer. She read it again, looking for details she'd missed. The body had been found early Thursday morning by a delivery driver. The cause of death wasn't specified, but the article mentioned signs of violence. Police were investigating whether it was related to a string of robberies in the area. She closed the browser and opened her staff files. Found the information the agency had sent her about the original Ramon, his emergency contact, his employment history, the standard forms. Everything looked legitimate. Everything looked normal. But somewhere between that paperwork and the man washing dishes in her kitchen, reality had fractured. The lunch service blurred past. Diane worked and smiled and took orders and made change, And beneath it all, she felt herself sinking into something she couldn't name. Not guilt exactly, though guilt was part of it. Something worse. The knowledge that she had chosen this, that she was choosing it. Every moment she didn't pick up the phone. Every moment she let him continue to work. At 3 o'clock, a police officer came in. Diane's heart seized in her chest. She watched him take a table, watched one of the servers, Juniper, young and pretty and always humming to herself, take his order. He was older, weathered, the kind of cop who'd seen too much to be surprised by anything. He didn't look around with suspicion. Didn't seem to be there for anything other than lunch. But Diane couldn't stop watching him. Couldn't stop thinking that any moment he would stand up and walk to the kitchen and see the man in the dish room and somehow just know, the way she had known something was wrong from the beginning. She imagined his hand on his weapon, imagined the questions that would follow, imagined trying to explain why she hadn't called, why she'd let it continue. The officer ate his sandwich methodically, paid, left a decent tip. Never looked twice at the kitchen, never asked any questions. And Diane realized, watching him go, that nobody else would see what she saw. The wrongness was invisible to everyone but her, and that made it somehow worse, made her complicity more complete. At closing, she found herself following him to the dish room. He was cleaning his station with the same care he'd shown everything else, wiping down surfaces, organizing tools. He moved with a kind of reverence, as if the space itself were sacred. "Why here?" she asked. He didn't turn around. "You needed someone." That's not an answer. It's the only answer. She wanted to push further, wanted to demand something that made sense, but she knew she wouldn't get it. Whatever he was, whatever he'd done, he existed outside the framework of explanations. He was the gap between things, the space where logic failed. "The real Ramon," she said. "Did you—" "I wear the uniform," he said, interrupting her. "I do the work. The rest doesn't matter." "It matters. He's dead." He turned then, and in his face she saw nothing. No remorse, no recognition that death meant anything at all. Everyone's dead eventually. I just helped him get there faster. The casualness of it made her stomach turn. But she didn't move, didn't call out, didn't do anything except stand there feeling the weight of what she was allowing, what she had become by allowing it. "Are you going to call the police?" he asked. His voice was curious, almost gentle, as if her answer were a matter of academic interest. "No," she whispered. "Why not?" Because she needed him. Because the cafe needed him. Because the alternative was chaos and failure and the slow collapse of everything she'd built. Because somewhere in the past 3 days, she'd crossed the line she couldn't uncross, and now she stood on the other side of it, looking back at who she used to be. "I don't know," she said. He nodded as if this made perfect sense. "Good night, Diane." She watched him leave, watched him walk out into the darkness that seemed to welcome him, to open for him like a door. Then she locked up, checked the lock 4 times, pulled on it until her hands hurt, and went home to an apartment that felt too empty, too quiet, too full of her own thoughts. Monday he was there. Tuesday he was there. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Each morning arriving before her, each night leaving after dark. The routine establishing itself with the weight of habit. The cafe ran smoothly. The dishes were always clean. Wesley stopped worrying. The servers forgot there had ever been a problem. Only Diane carried the knowledge of what was happening, and it grew heavier each day, pressing against her ribs, making it hard to breathe. She found herself avoiding the dish room, communicating through Wesley or not at all. She stopped making eye contact. She paid him in cash at the end of each shift and looked away while he took the bills, looked away from those empty eyes that saw too much. She stopped sleeping well. When she did sleep, she dreamed of the original Ramon. Dreamed of him lying behind a diner on Mission Street, his uniform stained, his hands still curved as if washing invisible dishes. In the dreams, he looked at her with accusation, with the particular horror of someone who died too soon and in the wrong place. She would wake up sweating, her heart racing, and lie there in the dark, thinking about the man in her kitchen, the thing wearing human shape, the wrongness she'd invited in and couldn't make leave. She searched for more articles about the death, found follow-ups that said police had no leads, no suspects, no clear motive. The investigation was ongoing, but growing cold. Ramon Delgado had been a quiet man, reliable, no enemies anyone knew about. He'd simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. The articles used that phrase, wrong place, wrong time, and Diane thought about how inadequate it was, how it failed to capture what had actually happened. Because she knew now, in the way you know things in nightmares, that Ramon Delgado hadn't been in the wrong place. He'd been exactly where he was supposed to be, doing the work he was supposed to do, until something had decided it wanted that place for itself. On the following Thursday, exactly 1 week since the original Ramon had failed to show. Diane came in early again. She'd barely slept, had spent the night staring at her ceiling, thinking about that first conversation with the agency, thinking about how the woman had said Ramon was reliable, one of their best, thinking about how he should have been standing in her dish room, washing dishes, living his life, going home at night to whoever waited for him. The man was already there, always already there, like something that had existed before time, patient and eternal, and absolutely sure of its right to exist. "I want you to leave," she said. The words came out before she'd decided to say them. He looked at her with no surprise, no concern. "I do good work. I don't care. I want you to go. You said you didn't want me to leave. Last week, you said that. I changed my mind." "Why?" She wanted to scream at him. Wanted to say, "Because you're a murderer. Because you killed a man and stole his life. Because everything about you is wrong and I can't stand it anymore." But what came out was simpler, more honest. "Because I can't sleep." He nodded slowly as if this confirmed something he'd suspected. "Guilt," he said. "I wondered if you'd feel that." "Of course I feel guilty. You killed someone. I needed the position. He had it. These things happen." The matter-of-factness of it was worse than any justification would have been. He spoke of murder the way someone might speak of traffic, of weather, of the small, inevitable inconveniences of life. "Please leave," she said. Her voice was shaking now, all pretense of authority gone. "Please just go." He untied his apron carefully, folded it, set it on the counter. His movements were precise, ritualistic, like he was honoring something. Then he looked at her one final time, and in his eyes she saw the terrible patience of something that existed outside human time, outside human understanding. "Someone else will need a dishwasher," he said. "I'll go there. Stay away from people. Don't do this again. I'll go where I'm needed. That's what I do." He walked past her toward the back door. She didn't move to stop him. She heard the door open, heard it close, heard the silence that followed. She stood in the empty dish room and felt the weight lift from her shoulders, felt herself breathe fully for the first time in days. But beneath the relief was something else. The knowledge that he was still out there, still walking through the city, still looking for places where someone was needed, still finding those gaps in the world where people went missing and no one thought to ask the right questions. She picked up his apron. It was warm, as if he'd been wearing it for hours. She held it, and thought about calling the police, about trying to explain what had happened. But what would she say? That she let a murderer work in her restaurant for a week because she needed a dishwasher? That she'd known and done nothing? That she'd chosen convenience over justice? Chosen the smooth running of her cafe over someone's life? She folded the apron and put it in the trash. Then she called the temp agency and said she needed someone else, someone new. Could they send someone reliable? The woman on the phone said, of course, they'd have someone there by afternoon. Diane worked the dish station herself that morning. Her hands grew red and raw in the hot water. Her back ached. The dishes piled up and the service slowed, and Wesley grew stressed and the servers grew irritable. Everything became harder, more chaotic, more human. The new dishwasher arrived at 2 o'clock. His name was Peter Scott, and he was young and nervous and dropped a plate within the first hour. He apologized profusely, and Diane told him it was fine. Accidents happen. He'd get the hang of it. He smiled with relief and went back to work, clumsy but earnest, learning the rhythms of the kitchen in the way people do, through repetition and mistake. That night, closing up, Diane checked the lock on the back door 5 times. She stood in the alley and looked both ways, seeing nothing but shadows and streetlights and the normal darkness of a city evening. She went back inside and locked the door again, then went to every window, every entrance, making sure everything was secure. In her office, she sat at her desk and pulled up the article about Ramon Delgado one final time. She read it through, memorizing details, where he'd lived, that he'd been 44, that he'd been reliable, one of their best. Then she closed the browser and deleted her search history, as if that could erase what she knew, what she'd done. She drove home through streets that seemed both familiar and strange, every shadow a potential threat, every pedestrian a question mark. She parked and sat in her car for a long time, watching her building, making sure no one was waiting. That night she dreamed of him in her apartment, not threatening, not violent, just there, standing in her kitchen with that expression of absolute certainty. In the dream, he said, "You'll need me again eventually. Everyone does." She woke up gasping, her apartment empty and dark, her heart hammering against her ribs. She got up and checked every lock, every window. Then she sat at her kitchen table and watched the dawn come up over the city, watching the light creep across buildings and streets, illuminating everything and nothing. Weeks passed. Peter Scott learned the job, grew competent, showed up on time, and did his work with steady improvement. The cafe returned to its normal rhythms. Wesley stopped complaining. The servers forgot there had ever been a problem. Diane paid bills and placed orders and managed her staff, and life continued in its ordinary way. But she found herself watching the back door, found herself tensing every time someone new came in, every time she had to hire staff, every time there was a gap that needed filling. She read the news obsessively, looking for reports of mysterious deaths, unsolved murders, people found in wrong places at wrong times. She found them, more than she wanted to. And each time she wondered if he was there, wondered if he'd found another place that needed him, another person standing in a position he wanted. She imagined him walking into kitchens across the city, across the country, wearing different names and different faces, but always the same underneath. That patient, terrible certainty. That absolute absence of doubt. Sometimes, late at night when the cafe was closed and she was alone doing paperwork, she would hear something in the dish room. Just small sounds. Water running, the clink of metal on metal, footsteps on the rubber mat. She would freeze and listen, her heart racing, waiting for him to appear in the doorway. But the sounds would fade, and when she forced herself to check, the room would be empty, clean, exactly as it should be. She told herself it was her imagination. told herself she was letting guilt and fear create phantoms where none existed. But part of her knew better. Part of her knew that he was still there in some way, lingering in the spaces he'd occupied, present in the fact of her knowledge, her complicity, her failure to act. The temp agency called her sometimes, checking in, making sure Peter was working out. She always said, yes, he's great, no problems. She never asked about Ramon Delgado, never asked if they'd heard what happened to him, never mentioned that she knew. Once she drove past the diner on Mission Street where the body had been found. She didn't stop, didn't slow down, but she looked. There was nothing to see, just a dumpster, a loading zone, a patch of concrete that looked like every other patch of concrete in the city. No memorial, no flowers, no indication that something terrible had happened there. She thought about that often. How easily death could be erased. How quickly the world moved on, filling in gaps as if they'd never existed. She thought about the man in the dish room who understood that, who used that knowledge, who slipped into empty spaces and became what was needed until someone finally noticed something wrong. And she thought about herself, about the choice she'd made and continued to make every day she didn't speak up, about how that choice had changed her, hollowed her out, made her complicit in a way that couldn't be undone. She wasn't the person she'd been before. That person had died somewhere in the space between needing help and accepting it from the wrong source. 1 year later, almost to the day, Peter gave notice. He was going back to school, couldn't do full-time anymore, apologized for the short notice. Diane told him she understood, wished him well, and felt her stomach drop as he walked away. She called the agency immediately. The same bored woman answered, and Diane felt time collapse, felt herself back in that moment a year ago when everything had started. I need a dishwasher. How soon can you send someone? Let me check. What location? Sycamore Cafe, Haight Street. A pause, typing. Then, oh, you're the one who had Ramon Delgado. Diane's throat closed. Yes. Did you hear what happened to him? Found dead behind some diner. Terrible thing. Police never did figure out who did it. I heard. Well, I can have someone to you by 3. Guy named Luis Morales, very reliable. Been with us for years. Okay. Thank you. She hung up and sat in her office, feeling the walls press in. The afternoon service loomed ahead of her. The dishes that would pile up, the chaos that would ensue, the pressure to keep everything running smoothly. She thought about calling back, saying she'd changed her mind, saying she'd manage on her own. But she didn't. At 3 o'clock, the back door opened. Diane was in the kitchen. She turned and saw a man standing there. Saw him already tying an apron she hadn't given him. Saw him moving toward the dish room with a practiced, unhurried grace. He looked different this time. Hispanic features, broader shoulders, darker hair. But when he turned to acknowledge her presence, she saw the same eyes, the same unwavering conviction, the same terrible patience. Luis? She asked, though she already knew the answer. Yes, he said, and his voice was the same quiet whisper, accent different, but tone identical. He walked into the dish room and began to work, his hands moving in the same patterns, the same rhythm she remembered. Diane stood watching him, feeling the year collapse into nothing, feeling the brief illusion of normalcy dissolve like sugar in water. She should call the police, should scream, should run, should do something. But she knew she wouldn't. Knew she'd already made the choice the moment she'd called the agency, the moment she'd allowed the need to override everything else. She walked to her office on legs that felt distant from her body, sat at her desk, and pulled up the news on her computer. It took her 15 minutes to find it. A small article, easily missed. Luis Morales, age 38, employed by Premier Staffing Solutions, found dead behind a restaurant in the Tenderloin district. Estimated time of death, sometime Thursday evening. Police investigating, no suspects, no clear motive. Thursday evening, yesterday. The day Peter had given notice. The day she'd called the agency. She closed the browser and sat very still, listening to the sounds of the cafe around her. The afternoon service beginning, Wesley calling out orders, the servers moving through their routines, and underneath it all, steady and constant and inevitable as a heartbeat, the sound of water running in the dish room. The weeks passed, and he was always there, always arriving before her, always leaving after dark, the routine re-establishing itself with the ease of muscle memory. She stopped trying to avoid him. There was no point. He was part of the cafe now, woven into its operation as completely as the pipes and wires in the walls. She noticed things she hadn't before. The way the kitchen felt colder when he was working, as if he drew heat from the space around him. The way food left on the counter would spoil faster, as if time moved differently in his proximity. The way small accidents seemed to cluster around him. Servers dropping glasses, Wesley burning his hand, a customer choking on something and having to be Heimlicked by another patron. Nothing major. Nothing you could point to and say, this is wrong, this is the problem. Just a general sense of wrongness, of decay, of things breaking down in small ways. The cafe began to feel less like a place she'd built and more like something being slowly consumed from within. The reviews started changing too, not dramatically. The Sycamore still maintained its 4 stars, but there were new complaints that hadn't existed before. People mentioned a strange aftertaste they couldn't identify. Someone wrote about feeling watched while eating. Another review said the bathroom made them uneasy, though they couldn't explain why. One regular stopped coming and wouldn't say why when Diane called to check on them. Just apologized and said they'd decided to try other places. Wesley mentioned that the meat seemed to be going bad faster than it used to, even when stored properly. The dairy curdled a day before its expiration date. Vegetables wilted overnight in the walk-in. Small things easily explained away by faulty refrigeration or a bad supplier. But they kept happening, kept accumulating, like symptoms of an illness that hadn't been diagnosed yet. She started drinking. Not much, not enough that anyone would notice, but enough to blur the edges of her days, enough to make the choice she made every morning a little easier to bear. She would sit in her apartment at night with a glass of wine, then 2 glasses, then 3, and think about calling the police. Would rehearse what she'd say, how she'd explain it. But the explanation never made sense. How could she make anyone understand what was happening? She had no proof, no evidence beyond her own certainty. And that certainty was built on things that sounded insane when she tried to put them into words. The way he looked at her, the pattern of deaths, the feeling that he was older than time and patient as stones. She thought about closing the cafe, just shutting it down, walking away, letting it all collapse. But she'd spent 15 years building this place. It was hers in a way nothing else had ever been. And more than that, she knew somehow that walking away wouldn't solve anything. He would find another place, another gap that needed filling. He would continue his patient migration through the city, through the world, wearing different names and different faces, but always the same underneath. And wasn't that worse? To know and do nothing? To understand what he was and let him move on to someone else's problem. So she stayed. She came in every morning and worked her shifts and paid him in cash every evening. And the complicity grew roots in her chest, spreading through her like a tumor. Peter came by one afternoon, months after he'd left. He looked good. Rested, happy, full of stories about his classes. He asked about the new dishwasher, and Diane felt her throat close. "Working out well," she managed. "Good. You deserve reliable help. Place runs so much better when you have good people in the back." After he left, she went to the bathroom and vomited. Stood there with her forehead pressed against the cool tile, thinking about good people, about what made someone good, about the distance between the person she'd been and the person she was now. That evening, she followed him to the dish room. He was cleaning up, moving with that same careful reverence, and she watched him for a long moment before speaking. "How many?" she asked. He didn't turn around. "How many what?" "People. How many have you killed?" He was quiet for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. "Then I don't count." "Why? Why do you do this?" "Someone has to wash the dishes." "That's not an answer." He turned then, and in his face she saw something almost like pity. "It's the only answer that matters. The work needs doing. Someone has to do it. I'm just the one who's willing to make sure it gets done." "You're a murderer." "Yes," he said simply, "and you're someone who lets murderers work for her when she needs them. We all play our parts." She stood there unable to speak, unable to move, watching him turn back to his work. His hands moved in their steady rhythm, scraping and rinsing and loading, and she understood with terrible clarity that there was no difference between them anymore. That she had become what she'd needed to become to keep her cafe running, just as he had become what he needed to become to keep working. She walked out of the dish room and kept walking, past the kitchen, past the dining room, out the front door into the cool evening air. She stood on the sidewalk and breathed and tried to remember who she'd been before all this started. But that person felt impossibly distant, like a character in a story someone had told her once. Behind her, through the windows of the Sycamore Cafe, she could see the warm glow of the dining room, the movement of servers, the customers enjoying their meals. Everything looked normal. Everything looked fine. And in the back, invisible to everyone except her, the man who should not exist continued his work with patient, terrible efficiency. She thought about walking away. Just walking away and never coming back, letting the whole thing collapse without her. But she knew she wouldn't. Knew she'd come back tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that. Knew she'd continue making the choice she'd made a year ago over and over until it wasn't a choice anymore, but simply who she was. She went back inside and locked the door behind her. Time passed in the strange way it does when you're living with something terrible. Simultaneously, too fast and too slow, days blurring together while individual moments stretched into eternities. The cafe continued. The city continued. Life continued in its ordinary way, and Diane moved through it like a ghost, present but not present, participating in a world she no longer quite belonged to. She stopped reading the news, stopped searching for reports of unexplained deaths. The knowledge that they were happening, that he had come from somewhere and would eventually go somewhere else, leaving bodies in his wake, was too much to bear. Better not to know. Better to focus on the immediate, the manageable, the small tasks that made up her days. But she couldn't stop thinking about the other restaurant owners, the ones who had hired him before, the ones who would hire him after. She imagined them going through the same progression she had. The relief at finding someone reliable, and the small unease that they dismissed. The mounting horror as they realized what they'd allowed into their kitchens. She wondered how many of them made the same choice she had. How many looked the other way because they needed help. Because the alternative was chaos. Because sometimes you made compromises you couldn't take back. She wondered if there was a community of them out there. People who knew, who understood, who carried the same weight of complicity. People who would recognize each other if they ever met, would see in each other's eyes the same haunted knowledge, the same impossible choice. But she never tried to find them, never reached out, never sought the comfort of shared guilt, because part of her knew that would make it more real, more permanent. As long as she kept it to herself, she could maintain the fiction that it might be temporary and that someday she might find a way out. One night, very late, she was in her office doing paperwork when she heard footsteps in the dining room. The cafe had been closed for hours. Everyone had gone home. The doors were locked. She checked them herself. She sat very still, her pen frozen above an invoice, listening. The footsteps moved slowly, deliberately, the sound of someone who had every right to be there. They passed the kitchen, came down the hallway, stopped outside her office door. She looked up and he was there, standing in the doorway with that same expression she'd learned to recognize. He wore street clothes now, the first time she'd seen him in anything but his work uniform. Without the apron and the context of the dish room, he looked almost ordinary, almost human. "Why are you here?" Her voice came out calmer than she'd expected. "You haven't been sleeping." The observation was so accurate, so intimate, that it made her skin crawl. "No, I thought you should know something." She waited, her hands gripping the arms of her chair. "Before," he said and paused, "there was always work. Always has been. Always will be. I don't understand." "You do." His eyes held hers with that terrible patience. "You call it guilt, but it's just recognition." "Recognition of what?" "That things continue. The work continues. Someone does it." She felt something shift in her chest, some understanding she didn't want. "You're saying it doesn't matter what I did?" "I'm saying you saw necessity. Most people close their eyes." He tilted his head slightly. "You kept yours open, that's all." "That's not all. That's not..." "The dishes need washing," he said, and something in his voice made her fall silent. "They always do. Someone has to be willing to wash them." He turned and walked away, his footsteps receding through the empty cafe. She heard the back door open and close, heard the silence that followed, vast and absolute. She sat in her office until dawn, unable to work, unable to think, unable to do anything but exist in the space between who she'd been and who she'd become. When the sun finally came up, she stood and stretched and started the morning routine, counts and orders and all the small decisions that kept the cafe running. It was already in the dish room when she got there, hands moving in their steady rhythm, doing the work that needed doing. Years passed. She stopped counting. The cafe became a kind of eternal present, each day the same as the last, the routine swallowing time until she couldn't remember clearly what her life had been like before. Wesley left and was replaced by another cook. The servers changed, cycling through in the way service workers do, staying a few months or a few years before moving on. Peter Scott stopped by occasionally, each time looking more successful, more accomplished, more like someone who'd made good choices and lived well. Only Diane and the dishwasher remained constant. She aged visibly. Gray hair, lines around her eyes, a heaviness in her movements that hadn't been there before. He didn't age at all, still looked the same as he had that first day, still carrying that quality of someone who'd just stepped into existence and might step out again at any moment. They rarely spoke anymore. There was nothing left to say. The understanding between them was complete. She needed him. He needed the position. And together they maintained the delicate fiction that allowed the cafe to function. She thought about him less often now, thought about the deaths, the bodies left behind, the pattern of violence that followed him through the city. It had become background noise, like traffic or sirens, or any of the other terrible things you learn to live with in a city. She'd learned to seal it away in some compartment of her mind where it couldn't touch her daily existence. But sometimes, late at night, lying in bed, unable to sleep, she would think about the original Ramon Delgado, would imagine him getting ready for work that Thursday morning, tying his shoes, checking that he had his keys. Would imagine him arriving at the diner on Mission Street, ready to start his shift, thinking about what he'd have for lunch or what he'd do that weekend. Ordinary thoughts for an ordinary day. And then something had needed his position more than he did. She wondered what his last thoughts had been. If he'd understood what was happening. If he'd known that somewhere across the city, a restaurant owner was making a phone call that would seal his fate. The wondering never helped, never changed anything. But she did it anyway, a kind of penance that she knew was insufficient, a gesture toward guilt that accomplished nothing. On the 15th anniversary of the day she'd opened the Sycamore Cafe, Diane sat in her office looking at old photos. Pictures from the opening day, herself younger, smiling, surrounded by friends and family who'd helped her realize her dream. Pictures of the dining room full of customers, of staff members who'd long since moved on, of all the ordinary moments that made up a life running a restaurant. In none of the pictures did she look like someone who would one day employ a murderer and look the other way. But then, she supposed, people never looked like what they would become. That was the horror of it. How ordinary the path to monstrosity was, how small the steps that led you there. How easy it was to wake up one day and find yourself somewhere you never thought you'd be. She closed the photo album and went to the kitchen. The dinner service was in full swing. The new cook working the line, the servers moving with practiced efficiency, the whole machine humming along as it always did. And in the back, visible through the doorway of the dish room, the man who was not Luis Morales washed dishes with the same steady rhythm he'd maintained for years. She stood watching him, and he must have sensed her presence because he turned slightly, acknowledging her there. Their eyes met, and in that moment she understood that they were bound together now, perhaps forever. That she couldn't leave without him following, couldn't close the cafe without him finding another position, couldn't escape the choice she'd made and continued to make every single day. 15 years, she said. He nodded. A long time. Do you ever regret it? What you are? Do you regret being hungry? Being cold? These things simply are. That's not the same, isn't it? He dried his hands on his apron, that gesture she'd seen thousands of times now. You need to eat. I need to work. We all have our necessities. Your necessities kill people. So do yours. The animals that die for your menu. The farmers who break their backs growing your vegetables. The workers in countries you've never visited who labor so you can afford to run this place. We're all complicit in 1,000 deaths. Mine are just more visible. She wanted to argue and wanted to tell him it wasn't the same, that there was a moral distinction between the violence required to live and the violence he committed. But standing there in the kitchen of her cafe, surrounded by the evidence of all the compromises and choices and small cruelties that made up the business of feeding people, she wasn't sure anymore. I used to be a good person, she said. Maybe you still are. Maybe good people are just people who do what needs doing and live with the consequences. That's too easy. Yes, he agreed. It is. But easy doesn't make it wrong. He turned back to his work, and she stood there for a moment longer before walking away. The dinner service continued. The customers ate and talked and laughed, unaware of the conversation that had just taken place, unaware of what washed their dishes, unaware of all the terrible machinery that turned beneath the surface of their ordinary lives. Diane died on a Tuesday morning in early spring, 17 years after she'd first hired him. She came in to open the cafe, as she always did, unlocked the back door, turned on the lights. He was already there, of course, waiting in the dish room. She nodded to him. That small acknowledgement that had become their morning ritual, and went to her office to start the day. 20 minutes later, the first cook to arrive found her slumped over her desk, still holding her pen. The paramedics said it was likely a heart attack, quick and relatively painless. The kind of death people call merciful. The funeral was well attended. Former employees came, regular customers, other restaurant owners from the neighborhood. People spoke about what a fixture she'd been, how she'd built something lasting, how the Sycamore Cafe had been a cornerstone of the community for nearly 2 decades. No one mentioned that she'd looked haunted in her final years, that she'd drunk too much, that she'd seemed to carry some weight that slowly crushed her. These observations felt too personal, too cruel to speak aloud at a funeral. The cafe closed for a week. Then Diane's nephew, a young man who'd worked as a server during college and had inherited the business, reopened it. He was energetic, full of ideas for modernization, eager to honor his aunt's legacy while making the place his own. The dishwasher stayed on. The nephew never questioned it, assumed he was part of the staff his aunt had assembled, another piece of the smoothly running machine. When asked his name, he said Ramon, and the nephew nodded and made a note for payroll and moved on to more pressing concerns. Within a month, the nephew had the place running even better than before. New menu items, faster service, a fresh coat of paint that made the dining room feel brighter. The staff liked him. The customers liked him. Everyone agreed that while it was sad about Diane, the cafe was in good hands. Only the dishwasher remained unchanged, working in the back with his steady rhythm, patient and eternal, doing the work that needed doing. And if anyone noticed that he never aged, never changed, never seemed quite real, well, people notice all sorts of things and learn not to ask questions when the answers might be too disturbing to bear. The dishes got washed. The cafe continued. Life went on in its ordinary way. And somewhere in the city, in another restaurant, another owner made a phone call to a temp agency. Said they needed someone reliable, someone who could start right away. And somewhere in the dark spaces between things, something patient and terrible stirred, ready to fill another gap, ready to do the work that always needed doing, ready to make someone else choose between chaos and complicity. The work, after all, never ends. Someone has to wash the dishes, and someone always will. Story 3. Leo Garrison kept a list of things he wanted but would never buy himself, not on his phone, and that felt too permanent, too much like admission. But on a yellow legal pad he kept in his desk drawer beneath old tax returns and warranty cards for appliances he no longer owned. The list had 73 items. He'd counted them during lunch on a Tuesday when the office felt particularly silent, and his cursor had blinked at him for 40 minutes without producing a single viable logo concept. Item number 1, Holbein Artist's Colored Pencil Set. 150 colors, $387. Item number 47, Therapy. Item number 73, A Reason to Wake Up Tomorrow. He was crossing out number 47. He'd tried therapy twice, and both times the counselor had that look people get when they're being paid to care. When the email arrived, the subject line read, Your Life Perfected. Leo almost deleted it. His inbox was a graveyard of algorithmic promises, 10 tricks to increase productivity, 5 steps to find your passion. The one weird supplement that doctors didn't want him to know about. But this email had no graphics, no exclamation points, no desperate energy. Just a single paragraph in a serif font that looked hand-typed. We've been watching, Leo. Not in the way you fear. We're not selling your data or mining your searches. We're noticing the gaps between who you are and who you're trying to become. Curated is a monthly subscription service for people who need what they don't know how to ask for. The first box is free. Cancel anytime. We already know your address. Below the text, a single button that said begin. Leo's apartment smelled like microwave pad thai and the particular sadness of Sunday evenings. He sat on his couch, secondhand, one cushion permanently dented from where he always sat, and read the email 3 more times. The creepiness factor was high. The presumption bordered on threatening. But they'd called him by name, and there was something about the phrase, the gaps between who you are and who you're trying to become, that felt like being seen for the first time in years. He clicked begin at 9:47 p.m. At 9:48 p.m., his phone buzzed with a confirmation. Your first curated box will arrive Friday. It was Monday. The box arrived on Thursday. Leo found it outside his apartment door when he got home from work, where he'd spent 8 hours designing a logo for a cryptocurrency startup that would almost certainly be defunct within 6 months. The box was matte black, no larger than a shoebox wrapped in charcoal paper that felt like expensive stationery. His name was printed on the label in that same serif font from the email. No return address, no shipping company logo. Just his name and apartment number. Inside his apartment, Leo set the box on his kitchen counter and stared at it for 7 minutes. The rational part of his brain, the part that had gotten him through design school and kept him employed at a job he was adequate at but didn't love, cataloged the red flags, unsolicited package, no company information, and that line about already knowing his address. But the other part of his brain, the larger part that whispered to him during sleepless nights about how forgettable he was, how interchangeable, wanted desperately to be seen. He opened the box. Nested in black tissue paper, the Holbein Artist's colored pencil set. 150 colors. Leo's hands started shaking before his brain caught up to what he was seeing. He lifted the wooden case out carefully, like it might dissolve if handled roughly. The weight was perfect. The latch clicked with precision craftsmanship. Inside, the pencils were arranged in a gradient that looked like a sunset having an existential crisis. All those colors he'd never been able to afford. All those shades he'd taught himself not to want. The card tucked beneath the pencil case was cream-colored heavy stock, with 3 words in that same serif font. We see you. Leo kept the pencils on his desk at work where he could look at them between designing logos for companies he didn't care about. He used the burnt sienna on a Tuesday afternoon when his boss wasn't looking, sketching a concept that had nothing to do with his actual project. Just a design that existed because it wanted to exist, not because it needed to solve a client's problem. His coworker Mira noticed. She stopped by his desk on her way to the break room, coffee mug in hand, and leaned over to look at his sketch. That's beautiful, she said. Where'd you get those pencils? Gift, Leo said, which wasn't technically a lie. From who? Just a subscription thing. Mira had brown eyes that seemed to hold entire weather systems, and hair she kept in a bun that always looked on the verge of collapse. She'd worked 3 cubicles over from Leo for 14 months, and he'd constructed entire conversations with her in his head. Witty, charming exchanges where he was the version of himself he'd been trying to become since high school. In reality, they'd exchanged maybe 200 words total, most of them about printer jams and whose turn it was to refill the coffee maker. I didn't know you drew for yourself, she said. I don't, usually. You should. She smiled. Not the performative smile people give coworkers, but something that looked like it came from the same place the sketch did. Then she continued to the break room, and Leo sat very still, trying to memorize the exact angle of her smile, the particular shade of her nail polish. Burnt sienna, he thought, or close. The second box arrived exactly 1 month later, on a Thursday, waiting outside his door like it had grown there. Leo carried it inside with the careful reverence he'd developed for these deliveries. This box was slightly larger, heavier. He set it on the counter and made himself coffee first, drawing out the anticipation until it became almost unbearable. When he finally opened it, he found a single envelope inside. Not a card. An envelope containing a ticket. The ticket was for the Riverside Theater Saturday night, 8 p.m. An evening with the National. Leo had listened to the National obsessively in college, had worn out 2 copies of Boxer on vinyl, had written papers while Blood Buzz Ohio played on repeat until his roommate threatened to destroy his speakers. But he'd stopped going to concerts years ago. Concerts required wanting to be somewhere, required the energy to exist in public spaces, required believing that music could still make you feel things besides nostalgic and old. The second card, tucked beneath the ticket, read, "Sometimes we need permission to want things." Leo went to the concert. He almost didn't. He stood in his apartment Saturday evening, holding the ticket, constructing elaborate justifications for staying home. But at 7:30, he put on a shirt that wasn't from his work rotation, caught the bus downtown, and joined the line of people waiting to enter the theater. Mira was in that line. Leo saw her before she saw him. She was near the entrance, talking to a friend, wearing a dress he'd never seen her wear to work. Something dark and flowing that made her look like a different version of herself. A version with a life beyond fluorescent lighting and design deadlines. His first instinct was to leave. The coincidence felt too large, too specifically calibrated to humiliate him. But then she turned, and their eyes met across 15 feet of crowded sidewalk. And her face did something complicated. Surprise, then recognition, then something that looked genuinely pleased. "Leo," she navigated through the crowd toward him. "You're into the National." "Yeah," he said, aiming for casual and landing somewhere near strangled. "I mean, I used to be. I haven't. It's been a while." "Me too. My friend backed out last minute, so I almost sold the ticket, but then I figured, when's the next time they'll tour, right?" She paused. "Do you want to sit together? If you're alone, I mean. If you're meeting someone." "I'm alone," Leo said, too quickly. "I'd like that." The concert was good. More than good. It excavated parts of Leo he'd forgotten existed. Parts that could feel something sharper than the low-grade melancholy he'd been carrying around like a second skeleton. But what he'd remember later, what would keep him awake in ways that felt different than usual, was Mira beside him in the darks, the accidental brush of her shoulder against his, the way she knew every word to Terrible Love and sang them quietly, like a secret she was sharing with the air. After, they got coffee at a place that was still open, one of those aggressively hip establishments where the baristas looked at you with judgment and the menu was incomprehensible. They talked for 2 hours. Real conversation, not the performance of conversation Leo usually gave people. She told him about growing up in Milwaukee, about her mother who taught piano, about dropping out of art school when the debt became unbearable. He told her about the legal pad in his desk drawer, about item number 73, which he didn't tell her the contents of, but whose existence he admitted to. "I think we're all keeping lists like that," Mira said, stirring cold foam into patterns. "Things we want but won't let ourselves have. My therapist says it's a control thing. If we don't ask for what we want, we can't be disappointed when we don't get it." "Item 47 on my list is therapy," Leo said. "Yeah? How many items total?" 73. Mira laughed, but not meanly. "That's very specific. That's very you." "What's that mean?" You're precise. It's why you're good at what you do. Even when you're making logos for companies that'll be gone in 6 months, you care about getting the kerning right. No one had ever said that about him before. That he was good at anything, that anyone had noticed. He walked her to her bus stop, even though it was in the opposite direction from his apartment. Before she boarded, she touched his arm. Just a brief pressure, her hand warm through his jacket, and said, "We should do this again, not accidentally." "Yeah," Leo managed, "we should." On his bus ride home, watching the city lights blur past, Leo felt something he barely recognized. Hope. The dangerous kind. The kind that makes you believe things might actually change. The third box arrived 3 weeks later on a Wednesday. Leo had been checking his door every evening, the anticipation building until it became almost uncomfortable. When he saw the black box waiting, his heart did something arrhythmic. This box was smaller than the others, barely larger than a ring box. The specificity made him nervous. Inside, a small fire extinguisher, the kind you'd keep in a kitchen, compact and red and domestic. The card, "Tomorrow." Leo laughed. Actually laughed, alone in his apartment, holding a fire extinguisher and feeling the first real thread of unease work its way under his skin. This was too much, too specific, too impossible. The pencils could have been a lucky guess. Anyone stalking his Amazon wish list could have found those. The concert tickets were a longer shot, but maybe they'd scraped his Spotify data, built a profile. But this was prediction. He set the fire extinguisher on his kitchen counter and spent the evening trying to convince himself it was coincidence. Lots of people owned fire extinguisher. It was responsible, adult, the kind of thing he should have bought years ago. At 2:17 a.m., he woke to the smell of smoke. The fire was small. Grease in a pan he'd left on the stove, forgotten after he'd gotten distracted trying to find a documentary about subscription box economics. The flames hadn't spread yet, but they would have. In another minute, maybe two, they would have reached the curtains, would have consumed his apartment, his possessions, possibly him. Leo grabbed the fire extinguisher from the counter where he'd left it and put out the fire. He stood in his kitchen afterward, the extinguisher still in his hands, his apartment filled with the acrid smell of foam and burnt oil. His hands weren't shaking. That was what scared him most. His hands were perfectly steady, like some part of him had been expecting this. Like some part of him had already accepted that this was how things worked now. The card on the counter seemed to watch him. Tomorrow. They'd known. Somehow they'd known. Leo called in sick to work the next day. He sat on his couch with his laptop and tried to find information about Curated. The email had come from a generic address that didn't exist anymore. The company had no website, no social media presence, no Better Business Bureau listing. He found one thread on Reddit, 3 months old, where someone had asked if anyone had heard of a subscription service called Curated. 2 responses. Sounds like a scam, and be careful what you wish for. He should cancel, he knew that. Whatever this was. Marketing genius or something far worse. He should stop it before it went further. But when he tried to find a way to cancel, there was nothing. No customer service number, no unsubscribe link, no mechanism for opting out. And if he was honest with himself, he wasn't sure he wanted to. Because the boxes were working. He'd been using the colored pencils every day, sketching during lunch breaks, finding a rhythm he'd forgotten he had. He and Mira had gotten coffee 3 more times, had started eating lunch together, had developed an inside joke about their boss's obsession with synergy. His apartment hadn't burned down. These were good things. The boxes were making his life quantifiably better. He just didn't know what they'd cost. The fourth box arrived on a Friday evening in late October. Leo had started to expect them now, that particular weight of anticipation that sat in his chest on the days around delivery. But this box was different, heavier. He could feel the weight shift when he carried it inside, something solid moving within. He set it on his kitchen table and stared at it for 15 minutes while the sun set outside his window, shadows lengthening across the hardwood floor he'd never bothered to refinish. His coffee went cold in his hand. The box sat there, matte black and inscrutable, and Leo felt the first real twist of dread in his stomach. Not anxiety, not nervousness, but actual dread. The kind that makes you understand why people in horror movies don't open doors they know they shouldn't. He opened it anyway. Inside, wrapped in the now familiar black tissue paper, a vial. Small, clinical, the kind of thing you'd see in a medical supply catalog. The liquid inside was yellowish, viscous. The label, printed in that same serif font, read Crotalus origanus, rattlesnake antivenom. The card, Sunday. Don't forget your water bottle. Leo set the vial down very carefully, his hands suddenly unsteady. This was different than the fire extinguisher. Fire was a household accident, a thing that happened to careless people who forgot about pans on stoves. But a rattlesnake bite? That required being somewhere rattlesnakes lived. That required a level of specificity that made his skin feel too tight. Saturday, Mira asked if he wanted to go hiking. They were having lunch. Not at their desks, but at the sandwich shop, 2 blocks from the office. The one with the good bread, and the surly owner who never remembered anyone's order. Mira had brought up hiking casually. The way you mention things you're not sure about, testing the waters. There's this trail I've been wanting to try, she said, not quite meeting his eyes. Overlook Ridge, about 40 minutes outside the city. Supposed to have incredible views. I usually go alone, but... She paused, dragged a chip through hummus with too much concentration. I thought maybe you'd want to come. Sunday? Leo felt his throat constrict. Sunday, the card had said Sunday. I'm not much of a hiker, he said, which was true. He'd gone hiking maybe 3 times in his life, all of them half-hearted attempts at becoming the kind of person who went hiking. Neither am I, really. I just like being out there, away from screens. She looked at him then, and there was something vulnerable in her expression. Something that suggested this invitation cost her more than she was letting on. But if you're not into it, no worries. I just thought... I'd like to, Leo said before he could talk himself out of it. Yeah, Sunday sounds good. That night he packed a backpack with water bottles, trail mix, sunscreen, and the vial of anti-venom. He wrapped the vial in a sock so it wouldn't break, then wrapped the sock in another sock, feeling ridiculous and terrified in equal measure. This was insane. He was bringing rattlesnake anti-venom on a casual hike because a mysterious subscription box had told him to. But the box had been right about the fire. The box had been right about everything. Sunday morning arrived with the particular brightness of autumn days that know they're numbered. Mira picked him up at 8, driving a Subaru held together by duct tape and optimism, singing along to a podcast about unsolved mysteries. She was wearing hiking boots that looked like they'd actually been used, a flannel shirt with paint stains, and her hair in a ponytail that made her look younger than she did at work. You ready for this? She asked. And Leo couldn't tell if she meant the hike or something larger. Definitely not, he said, which made her laugh. Overlook Ridge Trail was exactly as advertised. 40 minutes outside the city, moderately trafficked, with switchbacks that climbed steadily through pine forest toward a rocky overlook. The morning was cool, the air sharp with pine sap and the mineral smell of rocks in the sunlight. Mira led the way. Setting a pace Leo had to work to maintain, occasionally pointing out birds or interesting rock formations or places where the trail opened up to show the valley below. They talked as they hiked. Not the careful conversation of coworkers, but something looser, more honest. She told him about her father, who'd wanted her to be a lawyer, who'd stopped speaking to her when she'd dropped out of art school to take a job designing corporate logos. He told her about his mother, who'd died when he was 19, who'd kept her own legal pad of wants and never checked a single one off before the cancer took her. "I'm sorry," Mira said. "It was a long time ago. That doesn't matter." They'd been hiking for 90 minutes when they stopped to rest on a flat outcropping of rock that jutted out from the trail, offering an unobstructed view of the valley. The city was visible in the distance, small and manageable from this height. Leo pulled out his water bottle. The instruction had been specific about that, and drank half of it in a long, grateful swallows. "This is nice," Mira said. She was sitting close enough that Leo could smell her shampoo, something botanical and clean. "Thanks for coming." "Thanks for inviting me. I almost didn't. I kept thinking you'd say no, or that it was weird to ask a coworker, or that I was reading things wrong." She stopped herself, looked away. "Sorry, I'm rambling." "You're not reading things wrong," Leo said, and immediately felt like he'd exposed too much, said something that couldn't be unsaid. Mira turned to look at him, her expression complicated and hopeful and scared. "No?" "No." They sat like that for a moment, on the edge of something neither of them knew how to name, and Leo felt the weight of the anti-venom vial in his backpack, like a presence, like a promise, like proof that someone, somewhere, knew exactly how his life was supposed to unfold. The rattlesnake was sunning itself on the trail 20 feet ahead, coiled and motionless except for the slight vibration of its tail. They almost didn't see it. They'd been descending, Mira slightly ahead, both of them tired and dehydrated and ready for the hike to be over. Leo was the one who spotted it. Some instinct made him grab Mira's arm, pull her back before she stepped within striking distance. "Don't move," he said. The snake watched them with eyes that seemed to hold no opinion about their existence. It wasn't aggressive, wasn't threatening, just a creature occupying space, warming itself on the trail. They could wait for it to move. They could find another route. They could do any number of rational things that didn't involve getting close to it. But Mira took a step forward. "What are you doing?" Leo's voice came out wrong, too sharp. I'll go around it to the left. There's room. Don't." "Leo, it's fine. I've seen snakes before. You just give them space." She moved left, giving the snake a wide berth, and for a second it seemed fine. The snake didn't react. Mira was going to make it past without incident, and Leo's backpack, full of anti-venom, would just be paranoia given physical form. A talisman he'd carried for nothing. Then the snake struck. It happened faster than Leo's brain could process. The snake uncoiling, Mira stumbling backward, her cry of surprise and pain. She fell hard on the trail, and Leo was moving before he understood what he was doing, pulling her away from the snake, which had already recoiled, already returned to its defensive posture. "It bit me," Mira said. Her voice was strange, high and thin. "It bit me." Her left calf, just above her hiking boot, 2 puncture marks, already swelling, skin around them angry red. Leo's hands were shaking so badly he could barely open his backpack. The vial was exactly where he'd packed it, wrapped in socks, intact. He pulled it out, but there was no syringe attached. Just the vial with instructions printed in tiny text. For hospital use only. Must be administered intravenously by a medical professional. "What is that?" Mira was breathing too fast, the color draining from her face. "Leo, what is that?" "Antivenom." He stared at the vial uselessly. Of course he couldn't just inject it. Of course it was more complicated. But he had it. That had to mean something. We need to get you to a hospital, now. Why do you have anti-venom? Good question. Excellent question. The kind of question that would require explaining things Leo didn't understand himself. My dad's a hiker, he lied, helping her stand. He makes me carry safety stuff. Come on, we need to move. They descended as quickly as Mira's condition allowed, Leo supporting most of her weight. 20 minutes down the trail, her breathing became labored. 40 minutes. She was stumbling, disoriented. Leo called 911 from a spot where he had signal, gave their location to the dispatcher. Stay on the line, the dispatcher said. Paramedics are en route. Keep her calm and still. Don't let her sleep. Leo held Mira's hand and talked to her. About work, about her mother who taught piano, about the concert, about anything to keep her conscious and present. And he held up the vial when the paramedics arrived 20 minutes later, emerging from the trail like salvation. Rattlesnake bite, Leo said, showing them the vial. I have antivenom. Crotalus oreganus. The lead paramedic, a woman with efficient movements and kind eyes, took the vial, examined it. This is the right one. Where did you get this? Does it matter? Not right now. She was already prepping an IV line. Good thing you had it. We're 40 minutes from the nearest hospital. Having the specific antivenin here might have saved her life. They administered the first dose there on the trail, started fluids, monitored Mira's vitals, then loaded her into the ambulance that had met them at the trailhead parking lot. Leo rode with her, watching the paramedics work with practiced precision, watching Mira's color gradually improve, watching the antivenom do what it was designed to do. They kept Mira overnight for observation. Leo sat in the waiting room until visiting hours ended, then went home to his apartment, where the black box still lay on his kitchen table, the card still visible. Sunday. Don't forget your water bottle. He'd carried water. He'd carried antivenom. He'd done exactly what he'd been told, and Mira was alive, and Leo felt a gratitude so profound it bordered on religious. But underneath that gratitude, growing like mold in dark corners, a horror of being known this completely, of being predicted this precisely. That night, he dreamed about the subscription service. In the dream, there was a warehouse somewhere, filled with boxes tailored to millions of people, each one containing exactly what that person needed exactly when they'd need it. And at the center of the warehouse, a machine, or maybe a person. The dream wasn't clear. Sorting through lives like mail, deciding what each person deserved, what each person would receive, what each person would become. When he woke, his phone had a text from Mira. I'm okay. They're releasing me this morning. Can we talk? They met at the coffee shop where they'd gone after the concert, 3 months and a lifetime ago. Mira's leg was bandaged, her movements careful. She ordered chamomile tea and stared at it for a full minute before speaking. How did you know? She asked. Know what? Don't do that. Don't pretend. You brought rattlesnake antivenom on a casual day hike, Leo. That's not normal. That's not something people do unless they know something. Leo felt his chest constrict. This was it. The moment where he either told the truth or lost her. And he'd lose her either way, probably, because the truth was impossible. I got a box, he said. A subscription service. It sends me things. Things I need. The pencils I showed you at work. Those came in the first box. The concert tickets, the fire extinguisher before my kitchen fire, and the anti-venom before... He gestured at her bandaged leg. Mira was very still. You're saying you have a subscription service that predicts the future. I don't know what it does. I just know it's been right. About everything. That's not possible. I know. That's surveillance. That's Leo, that's stalking. They're watching you, following you, probably following me. Maybe. This doesn't freak you out? It did. It absolutely did. But it also meant that someone somewhere cared whether he lived or died, cared whether he had the things he needed, saw him clearly enough to know what he needed before he knew himself. And wasn't that worth something? Wasn't that worth the surveillance, the invasion, the slow erosion of privacy and agency? I want to cancel, Leo said, which was partially true. But I don't know how. Then we figure it out. Together. Mira reached across the table and took his hand, her fingers warm and solid and real. Okay? We figure out who's doing this, and we stop it. But Leo knew, even as he nodded, even as he squeezed her hand back, that he didn't really want to stop it. Not entirely. Not when stopping meant going back to the before. To the legal pad and the melancholy and the version of himself who didn't believe anything good would ever happen. The fifth box arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, waiting on Leo's doorstep when he came home from work. He'd been dreading it and anticipating it in equal measure, checking his door compulsively every evening, jumping at the sound of footsteps in the hallway. But when he finally saw it, the familiar, matte black shape, his first feeling was relief. It hadn't stopped. Whatever this was, it was still happening. Mira had made him promise to call her as soon as the next box arrived. They'd spent the past 2 weeks researching together, diving into forums about subscription boxes, dark web curiosities, personalized marketing algorithms that crossed ethical lines. They'd found nothing concrete. Some anecdotes that might have been real or might have been creepypasta. A few conspiracy theories about predictive AI and quantum computing. Nothing that explained how curated new things it shouldn't be able to know. But Leo didn't call Mira, not right away. First, he wanted to see what was inside. The box was heavier than the others, the weight distributed unevenly, something shifting when he tilted it. His hands were shaking as he set it on his kitchen table. The sun was setting outside, casting long shadows across his apartment. And Leo had the sudden childish urge to open the box in bright light, as if darkness made the contents more dangerous. He opened it. Inside, wrapped in black tissue paper, a crowbar. The kind used for prying boards off windows, for breaking into locked spaces, for inflicting damage on things that needed to break. It was old, rust-spotted, the metal still showing traces of dark staining that might have been old paint or something else entirely. Beside the crowbar, a single glove, work glove, canvas, dirt-caked and stiff, with something Leo didn't want to identify, the mate to the one police would have found at the scene. The fingers were crusted with dark material that flaked off when he touched it. The card, in that familiar serif font. We all forget the things that matter most. Leo stared at the contents for a long time. The dread he'd been carrying for weeks crystallized into something sharper, more immediate. This wasn't prevention. This wasn't preparation. These were artifacts, remnants, evidence of something that had already happened. He called Mira. It came, he said when she answered. The box. You need to see this. She arrived 30 minutes later, letting herself in with the key he'd given her last week during a moment of optimism that now felt impossibly naive. She stopped in the kitchen doorway, looking at the open box on the table, and Leo watched her face cycle through confusion, recognition, horror. What the hell? She said quietly. I don't know. Leo, that's a weapon. That's... She moved closer, peering at the glove. Is that blood? I think so. You think so? Jesus Christ. We need to call the police. And tell them what? That my mysterious subscription service sent me a crowbar and a bloody glove? Yes, exactly that. Mira was pacing now, her movements sharp with anxiety. This isn't normal. This isn't helpful. This is evidence of a crime. But what crime? I don't know, but She stopped, stared at the card. What does that mean? We all forget the things that matter most. Leo had been asking himself the same question. He'd been testing his memory, scrolling through recent events, trying to identify gaps or inconsistencies. But there was nothing. His life for the past few months had been documented, cataloged, witnessed. The boxes had made him more present, more aware of each day as it happened. He wasn't forgetting anything. Maybe it's not about me, Leo said. Maybe this is for someone else. A mistake. The boxes are never mistakes. Mira's voice was flat with certainty. They've been too precise, too specifically yours. This is yours too, Leo, somehow. They spent that evening trying to find information about the glove and crowbar, missing persons reports, unsolved crimes, anything that might connect these objects to a real event. They found nothing. The city had its share of violence, its quota of disappearances, but nothing that matched these particular artifacts. At midnight, Mira left, exhausted and frustrated. Hide those, she said, gesturing at the box. Somewhere no one will find them, and tomorrow we're going to the police, with or without answers. After she left, Leo wrapped the crowbar and glove in a garbage bag, then in newspaper, then in another garbage bag. He put the bundle in the back of his closet, behind boxes of old college textbooks he'd never read, and winter clothes he never wore. Then he sat on his couch in the dark and tried to remember. The memories came slowly, resistantly, like something buried that didn't want to be excavated. September. 2 months ago, before the first box, Leo had been driving home from work later than usual, 11 p.m., because there'd been a deadline, a pitch that needed to be perfect. He'd been tired, distracted, listening to a podcast about creative burnout and wondering if he qualified or if you had to actually care about your work to burn out. The street had been empty, residential neighborhood, poorly lit. The kind of area where people keep their porch lights off to save electricity. Leo had been thinking about his legal pad, about item 73, about whether wanting a reason to wake up tomorrow counted as suicidal ideation, or just garden variety depression. Then a shape in the road, human-shaped, sudden, too close. The impact was soft, obscenely soft. A thump like a sack of flour dropped from height. The sound of breaking things that shouldn't break. Leo had stopped the car. No, he'd stopped the car, then started it again. Then stopped it again. His hands on the wheel shaking. His breathing too fast. The podcast still playing. Someone talking about finding your passion, finding your purpose, finding yourself. He'd gotten out. Looked at the front of his car, dented hood, cracked headlight. Then looked at the shape in the road behind him. A person. Male, maybe 40, wearing a jogging suit and reflective vest. Not moving. Pool of dark spreading beneath him on the asphalt. Leo had stood there for seconds, minutes. He couldn't remember how long. Long enough for a car to pass on the next street over. Long enough for a dog to bark in a distant yard. Long enough for his brain to cycle through options. Call 911. Perform CPR, check for a pulse. Run, stay, run, stay, run. He'd run. Not immediately. First, he'd gotten the crowbar from his trunk. He'd had it for years, a relic from a previous apartment, where the windows stuck, where he'd needed leverage to open them in summer. He'd used it to pry the jogger's hand off the front bumper, where the fingers had caught somehow, had refused to let go even in death. The hand had been wearing a glove, work gloves. Derek had been wearing a pair, the kind contractors used, protection against the autumn chill. Leo had pulled one off because it was stuck to the crowbar, because it was covered in blood, because his brain was making decisions without consulting the part of him that understood consequences. The other glove stayed on Derek's body, stayed at the scene, would be found by police as evidence. He'd driven away with the glove on his passenger seat and the crowbar back in his trunk, both covered in evidence of what he'd done. He'd driven home in a fugue state, his body operating on autopilot, while his consciousness floated somewhere above the car, watching himself commit a series of crimes he couldn't stop committing. At home, he'd cleaned the car in his apartment complex's parking garage at 2 a.m., scrubbing the hood and bumper with rags and cleaning solution he'd bought at a 24-hour convenience store. He'd thrown the rags in a dumpster 3 blocks away. He'd put the crowbar and glove in a garbage bag, driven toward the industrial district by the river, intending to throw them from the bridge where the homeless sometimes slept. But he hadn't made it that far. The memory was slippery here, unreliable. He remembered driving, remembered the bridge, but when he tried to recall the actual moment of throwing, the arc of the bag, the splash, there was nothing. Just a gap where the memory should be. What he remembered instead was sudden crystalline clarity, turning around, being too afraid of witnesses, even at 3 a.m., driving back home, opening his storage unit in the building's basement, the one he'd rented when he'd moved in and filled with boxes he'd never unpacked, shoving the garbage bag behind a stack of college textbooks and winter coats he never wore, telling himself he'd dispose of it properly later, tomorrow, next week, then forgetting completely. His brain had constructed an entire false memory of the river, the bridge, the satisfying finality of disposal, because that's what he needed to believe in order to keep functioning, that the evidence was gone, irretrievable, safe. Not strategically, not deliberately. His brain had simply decided that this memory was too large to carry, too jagged to hold without cutting himself on its edges. So it had done what brains sometimes do when trauma exceeds their capacity to process it. It had filed the memory away in a locked drawer and thrown away the key. Leo sat on his couch in the dark and felt his identity reorganize itself around this new information. He wasn't who he thought he was. He wasn't a harmless graphic designer who'd never hurt anyone. He was a killer, a hit-and-run driver, someone who'd left another human being to die alone on a dark street, and then erased the evidence from his own mind. The boxes suddenly made a different kind of sense. Not prediction, not surveillance, karma. Someone. The victim's family, maybe, or a witness, or some technology Leo couldn't fathom, had found evidence of what he'd done, had retrieved the crowbar and glove from the river, impossibly, had created this service, this elaborate mechanism for returning the evidence to him piece by piece, wrapped in gifts and good fortune, making his life better and better until the moment they destroyed it completely. The pencils, the concert ticket, the fire extinguisher, the anti-venom, all of it had been preparation. Building a life worth having before they took it away. Building a relationship with Mira so he'd have something precious to lose. Making him happy so the fall would hurt more. Leo's phone buzzed. Text from Mira. Can't sleep. Keep thinking about that glove. Let's go to the police first thing tomorrow. We'll figure out what to tell them. He stared at the text for a long time. Mira didn't know. She thought they were victims together, her and Leo, caught in someone else's sinister game. She didn't know she'd been hiking with a killer, having coffee with a killer, falling for a killer. He could tell her, should tell her. But what would happen then? She'd leave, obviously. She'd be horrified, repulsed, afraid. The version of him she'd been getting to know. The one who carried anti-venom and sketched during lunch breaks and remembered her coffee order would be revealed as a fiction, a performance. A man who didn't exist, built on top of a man who'd killed someone and forgotten. Or he could go to the police himself, bring them the crowbar and glove, tell them everything, except whatever punishment was coming. It would destroy his life. But wasn't that the point? Wasn't that exactly what Curated had been preparing him for? Not to prevent his destruction, but to make it complete? Leo pulled up the original email on his phone. Your life perfected. He scrolled down to the button that said Begin, looking for options he'd missed the first time. Any way to contact them, to end this, to negotiate his surrender. At the bottom of the email, in text so small he'd overlooked it before, questions? We're always listening. No contact information. No email address. Just that line. We're always listening. Leo typed a response anyway, his thumbs moving slowly on the phone's screen. I remember now. What happens next? He sent it to the void and waited. Minutes passed. His apartment was silent except for the refrigerator's hum, the distant sound of neighbors' televisions through thin walls. Nothing happened. No response appeared. No confirmation that his message had been received. Then his doorbell rang. Leo's entire body went rigid. It was 1:30 in the morning. No one rang doorbells at 1:30 in the morning unless something was very wrong or about to be. He stood from the couch, moved to the door, looked through the peephole. A box had on his doorstep. Black, matte, familiar. No delivery person. No sound of footsteps receding. Just the box, waiting. Leo opened the door slowly, checked the hallway, empty, and brought the box inside. It was smaller than the others, barely larger than a smartphone. Light, almost empty feeling. Inside, a phone. Burner phone, cheap flip model, the kind you'd see on crime shows, and a card. Call when you're ready to understand. Leo held the phone in his palm. It was already on, battery full, one number in the contacts list. No name. Just Curated. His hands were shaking as he dialed. The phone rang once before someone picked up. Hello, Leo. Male voice, middle-aged, pleasant. The voice of someone who sold insurance or taught high school English. Completely unthreatening, which made it more terrifying. I'm glad you remembered. Who are you? We're Curated. You subscribe to our service. I didn't subscribe to this. I didn't ask for... Leo's voice broke. I didn't ask to remember killing someone. You did, actually. Item number 47 on your list. Therapy. Leo had written therapy on his list. This isn't therapy, isn't it? The voice was patient, almost kind. Therapy is about remembering what you've repressed, understanding why you are the way you are. We've just accelerated the process. Why? Why go through all this? The boxes, the gifts, making my life better, just to... We didn't make your life better, Leo. You did that. We simply provided opportunities. You used the pencils. You went to the concert. You had the courage to try with Mira. Those were your choices. But you knew? About the fire, the snake? We paid attention. That's different than knowing. We paid attention to you in a way no one else was willing to. Isn't that what you wanted? To be seen? Leo felt tears on his face without remembering when he'd started crying. What do you want from me? We want you to take responsibility. The man you killed. His name was Derek Paulson. 42 years old. Divorced father of 2. He was jogging home from his job as a night custodian at Madison Elementary. He'd taken that job because his ex-wife had primary custody, and he needed to work nights so he could see his kids after school. Each detail was a knife. Leo sank onto his couch. The phone pressed hard against his ear. Derek's children are 12 and 9. They had to identify his body. They had to plan his funeral. They had to learn to live in a world where their father was killed by someone who didn't even stop to check if he was alive. I didn't mean to. That's not an excuse. You hit him and you ran. You disposed of evidence. You chose repeatedly to save yourself instead of saving him. I know. Leo was sobbing now, the words barely intelligible. I know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry isn't enough, but it's a start. The voice paused. Tomorrow morning, you're going to go to the police. You're going to bring the crowbar and the glove. You're going to tell them everything you remember. You're going to give Derek's family the closure they deserve. And if I don't, then we'll do it for you. The evidence is already cataloged. The timeline is already documented. We've been very thorough, but it's better if you do it yourself. Better for you, better for them. Leo closed his eyes. I'll lose everything. You already lost everything. You lost it the moment you drove away. You've just been living in a life that wasn't really yours. We gave you a taste of who you could have been if you'd made different choices. Now you know what you're giving up. That's cruel. No, Leo, that's justice. The line went dead. Leo sat holding the phone for a long time. Outside, the city continued its night sounds. Sirens in the distance, someone laughing on the street below, the eternal hum of traffic. His apartment felt different now, smaller, like it was already becoming somewhere he used to live rather than somewhere he lived. He thought about running. He had maybe 8 hours before Mira expected to hear from him, before she'd start asking questions. He could pack a bag, empty his savings account, drive until he ran out of road. People disappeared all the time, changed their names, started over. But Curated would know. They'd known everything else. They'd know where he went, what he did, who he became. And they'd tell the police. They'd give Derek's family their justice whether Leo cooperated or not. At least if he turned himself in, he could control the narrative. Could confess on his own terms. Could look Derek's children in the eye and say he was sorry, even if sorry would never be enough. Leo picked up his phone, his real phone, and called Mira. She answered on the third ring, voice thick with sleep. Leo, what's wrong? I need to tell you something, he said. And after I tell you, you're going to hate me. You're going to wish you'd never met me. But I need to tell you anyway. You're scaring me. I know. I'm scared too. He told her everything. The hit and run, the repressed memory, what the boxes really were. He told her about Derek Paulson, about his children, about the glove and the crowbar that had come back to him like a curse. He told her about the phone call, about the choice he had to make that wasn't really a choice. When he finished, there was silence on the other end of the line. Long enough that Leo thought she'd hung up. Then, I need time, Mira said. Her voice was flat, effectless. I can't. I need to process this. I understand. Do you? Do you understand that I was falling in love with someone who doesn't exist? That every moment we've spent together has been built on a lie? It wasn't all a lie. My feelings for you were real. Your feelings don't matter, Leo. They don't matter compared to what you did, to what you took from that man's family. She hung up. Leo sat in the dark and felt the last good thing in his life evaporate. He started to put his phone down, then saw the 3 dots appear. Mira was typing. The dots disappeared, appeared again, disappeared. Then, I keep trying to reconcile the person who saved my life with the person who took someone else's, and I can't. Those can't be the same person, but they are. Another long pause, more dots. The worst part is, I still care about you. I hate that I still care. I hate that part of me wants to tell you it'll be okay. But it won't be okay. It can never be okay. The dots appeared one final time. I'm sorry the boxes did this to you. But I'm sorrier for Derek Paulson's children. I hope you are too. No more dots, no more messages. Just the profound silence of someone who'd said everything they needed to say. Leo read the text 3 times, then a 4th, looking for any softness he could cling to. There was none. She'd given him honesty instead of comfort, and he couldn't blame her for that. He set his phone down and stared at the black box on his counter, at the crowbar and glove that had ended everything. This was what Curated had wanted. Not just his confession, but his understanding of exactly what he was losing. They'd given him hope and connection and the possibility of being someone better, then forced him to watch it all disintegrate. It was cruel. It was perfect. It was exactly what he deserved. Leo walked into the police station at 6:47 a.m., carrying a backpack containing the crowbar, the glove, and every card the boxes had included. He hadn't slept, hadn't changed clothes, hadn't eaten. He looked like what he was, a man who'd reached the end of something and found nothing waiting on the other side. The officer at the front desk was a woman in her 50s with tired eyes and a nameplate that read, Sergeant Navarro. She looked at Leo with the particular assessment cops develop, evaluating whether he was a victim, a perpetrator, or just someone lost. "I need to report a crime," Leo said. His voice sounded wrong to his own ears, too steady for what he was about to do. "What kind of crime?" "A hit and run. 2 months ago, I'm the driver." Sergeant Navarro's expression shifted. Surprise, then interest, then the careful neutrality of someone who's heard every possible confession. "Come with me." She led him to an interview room. Gray walls, fluorescent lighting, a table with 2 chairs. The kind of room designed to make people feel trapped. Leo sat down and placed his backpack on the table. "I'm going to record this," Navarro said, setting up a camera on a tripod. "And I need to read you your rights." She did. Leo confirmed he understood. Then he began talking. He told her about September 23rd, about driving home late, about Derek Paulson appearing in his headlights too suddenly to stop. He told her about the panic, the decision to run, the crowbar, the glove. He told her about cleaning his car, about disposing of the evidence, about his brain's decision to forget. Navarro listened without interrupting, taking notes in a small pad. When he finished, she said, "And what made you remember?" This was the complicated part. Leo had spent the early morning hours deciding how much to reveal. He could tell her about Curated, about the boxes and the phone call, and the elaborate mechanism of his confession. But that sounded insane. That sounded like the kind of story guilty people invented to explain why they were confessing. Because someone made them, because they were being manipulated, because they weren't really responsible. So he said, "I found something, evidence I'd kept without remembering keeping it. And when I saw it, everything came back." "What evidence?" Leo opened his backpack, pulled out the garbage bags containing the crowbar and glove, set them carefully on the table between them. Navarro stared at the items for a long moment. Then she stood up. "Wait here." She left the room. Leo sat in the chair and watched the camera's red recording light blink. Somewhere in the building, people were starting their workday. Somewhere in the city, Mira was waking up in a world where the person she'd been falling for was a murderer. Somewhere, Derek Paulson's children were getting ready for school without a father. 20 minutes later, Navarro returned with another detective. Male, younger, with a shaved head, and the build of someone who took fitness seriously. His nameplate read, Detective Ortega. "Mr. Garrison," Ortega said, sitting down across from Leo, "I'm going to ask you some questions about the night of September 23rd. And I want you to think very carefully before you answer. Because this is going on record and it will be used in court. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Did you knowingly leave the scene of an accident where someone was injured?" "Yes." "Did you attempt to conceal evidence of the crime?" "Yes." "Did you know the victim's condition at the time you left?" Leo closed his eyes. "I thought he was dead. I didn't check. I assumed." And you didn't call 911? No. Ortega nodded slowly. We've been looking for Derek Paulson's killer for 2 months. We had witness statements placing a dark sedan in the area. We had the glove from the scene. You were right about that. We even had traffic camera footage showing a vehicle with a damaged headlight leaving the neighborhood. But we couldn't identify the car, couldn't find the driver. He pulled a laptop from his bag, turned it toward Leo. On the screen, grainy footage from a traffic camera. Leo watched a car drive through an intersection. Dark sedan, damaged headlight. Timestamp showing 11:23 p.m. on September 23rd. But the angle was wrong. The license plate obscured by the damage itself. That's your car, Ortega said. It wasn't a question. Yes. We ran that footage through every database we have. The plate's not visible, and the camera quality's poor. We checked registration records for every dark sedan in a 20-block radius. Hundreds of vehicles. Interviewed dozens of owners. Your car was in our system, but your registration was current at the time. And when we did the initial canvass, your car was already fixed. Leo remembered that. He'd taken it to a shop in another neighborhood 3 days after the accident. Paid cash. Used a fake story about hitting a deer. We had the glove from the scene construction company logo, but it's a big contractor. Distributes hundreds of those gloves a year. We had witness reports of a dark sedan speeding away. But no clear identification, no definitive lead. Ortega paused. The victim was wearing a matching pair. We always wondered where the other glove went. Now we know you took it with you. He paused. What I'm trying to understand is why. Why confess now? Why not just keep living your life? Because someone made it impossible not to. Because someone had decided he needed to pay. Because Curated had given him a taste of a better life specifically so he'd understand what he was losing by telling the truth. But Leo said, because it was the right thing to do. Ortega studied him for a long moment. I don't think I believe you. I think something changed. I think someone found out and you're trying to get ahead of it. Does it matter? I'm confessing. I'm giving you the evidence. I'm telling you everything I remember. It matters because I need to know if there are other people involved. If someone helped you. If someone knows something, we need to know. Leo thought about the phone call, about the voice that had known everything about Derek Paulson. About the boxes that had predicted fires and snake bites. About the mechanism of karmic justice that had operated with impossible precision. There's no one else, he said. Just me. The interview lasted 4 more hours. They went through every detail. The exact location of the impact. The condition of Derek's body, where Leo had purchased the cleaning supplies. Which dumpster he'd used. Which bridge he'd thrown the evidence from. Leo answered as accurately as he could, though parts of the memory remained fragmentary, incomplete. Trauma had erased some details beyond recovery. At 11:15 a.m., they arrested him. Vehicular manslaughter, leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, tampering with evidence. They read him his rights again, cuffed him, took his belongings. His phone buzzed in the evidence bag as they processed him. Probably Mira, probably wondering why he wasn't at work. He'd never answered her wondering. They put him in a holding cell to wait for arraignment. The cell was small, concrete, containing only a metal bench and a toilet. One other occupant, a man in his 20s with dilated pupils and a face full of regret about whatever had landed him here. Leo sat on the bench and felt a strange kind of peace settle over him. This was real. This was concrete. After months of floating through a life that felt increasingly unmoored from reality, he was finally somewhere solid. The consequences were definite. The walls were real. He'd killed someone, and now he'd pay for it. Simple, unavoidable, true. His arraignment happened at 3 p.m. Public defender, tired-looking woman with a coffee stain on her blouse. She introduced herself as Rachel Guerrero and spoke to him for exactly 8 minutes before they went into the courtroom. "You confessed," she said flatly. "That makes my job difficult." "I did it. There's nothing to defend." "Everyone deserves a defense. That's how the system works." She flipped through papers in a folder. "The DA is going to argue for maximum sentencing because you fled the scene and destroyed evidence. That's showing consciousness of guilt, premeditation. You're looking at 8 to 12 years, minimum." 8 to 12 years. Leo tried to imagine that much time, tried to picture himself at 39, at 41, at 43, emerging into a world where everyone he knew had moved on without him. "What if I plead guilty?" he asked. "Then you'll definitely get prison time. But maybe less. Maybe 6 to 8 if the judge is feeling generous." She paused. "Have you thought about the victim's family? They'll be at sentencing. They'll give impact statements. I want to hear them." Rachel looked at him with something that might have been respect. "That's going to be hard." "I know." The arraignment was brief. Leo pleaded not guilty on Rachel's advice. "We can always change it later, but this gives us time to negotiate." And the judge set bail at minus 100,000. He didn't have 10,000. He had maybe 3,000 in savings and a credit card that was close to maxed out. So he stayed in jail. The first night was the worst. The noise was constant. Men yelling, bars clanging, guards making rounds. Leo lay on a thin mattress in a cell with 5 other men and stared at the ceiling and thought about Derek Paulson jogging home to his kids, about the moment of impact, about how different Leo's life would be if he'd just stopped the car, called 911, done the bare minimum a decent human being should do. But he hadn't, and now this was his life. 3 days later, Rachel visited him in the conference room where lawyers met with clients. "The DA wants to talk," she said. "They're willing to offer a plea deal. Vehicular manslaughter, 8 years, eligible for parole in 5. You'd serve your time at Carlton minimum security. It's not a great deal, but it's better than going to trial." "What about Derek's family?" "What about them? Do they want me to take the deal, or do they want a trial?" Rachel looked uncomfortable. "I spoke with their lawyer. They want closure. They want this over. A trial would drag everything out for months, force them to relive it. If you plead guilty, they can start healing." Healing. Like Derek's death was a wound that would eventually scar over. Like time would somehow make his children forget that their father was killed by someone who ran. "I'll take the deal," Leo said. "You're sure? We could fight this? There might be mitigating circumstances, your mental state, the repressed memory." "I'll take the deal." Rachel nodded. "Okay. Sentencing hearing is in 3 weeks. I'll prepare you for what to expect." Those 3 weeks passed in a blur of routine and discomfort. Leo learned the rhythms of jail, when to eat, when to sleep, how to avoid the men who wanted confrontation, and how to ignore the ones who wanted conversation. He didn't call anyone and didn't write letters, didn't reach out to Mira or his co-workers or the friends he'd gradually lost touch with over the years of his depression. He just existed, waiting for the next thing to happen. The sentencing hearing was on November the 5th, a Friday. They brought Leo into the courtroom in handcuffs and an orange jumpsuit. The room was half full. Journalists, curious onlookers, court personnel, and in the front row, Derek Paulson's family. His ex-wife, Beth, thin, dark-haired, with eyes that had seen too much grief. Their daughter, Kylie, 12, wearing a dress that was slightly too formal. Their son, Isaac, 9, sitting very still beside his mother, with the kind of rigid posture kids adopt when they're trying not to cry. Leo made himself look at them, made himself witness what he'd done. The judge was a woman in her 60s with silver hair and a face that suggested She'd heard every excuse and believed none of them. She read Leo's plea agreement, confirmed he understood the terms, then asked if the victim's family wished to make a statement. Beth stood. Her hands were shaking as she unfolded the piece of paper. Derek was a good father, she said. Her voice was quiet but steady. We were divorced, but he never stopped being present for our kids. He worked nights so he could take them to school in the morning, help with homework in the afternoon. He coached Isaac's soccer team. He taught Kylie to draw. He was there. She paused, collected herself. And then he wasn't. And the person who took him from us ran away like Derek's life didn't matter, like our children's father was disposable, like it was okay to just destroy a family and keep living your life like nothing happened. Tears now, but her voice never wavered. I don't forgive you, Mr. Garrison. I don't think I ever will. But I hope you spend every day of your sentence thinking about what you took from us. I hope you see Derek's face every time you close your eyes. I hope you never forget. She sat down. Kylie was crying silently beside her, and Isaac was staring at Leo with an expression that was worse than hatred. It was incomprehension, the look of a child trying to understand why the world would allow something like this to happen. The judge asked if Leo wished to speak. He did. Rachel had advised against it. Anything you say can only make things worse. But Leo needed to say it anyway. Needed them to hear it from him. He stood, faced Derek's family directly. I'm sorry, he said. The words felt inadequate, almost insulting in their insufficiency. I know that's not enough. I know nothing I can say will bring Derek back or make this okay. But I need you to know that I'm sorry, that I think about what I did every day, that I'll carry it for the rest of my life. He wanted to say more, that he'd been depressed, that his brain had broken, that he wasn't usually the kind of person who ran. But those were excuses, and excuses were just another way of running. So he said, I deserve whatever punishment you think is fair, and I'll spend the rest of my life trying to be someone who deserves Derek's forgiveness, even though I'll never get it. He sat down. Beth was staring at him with an expression he couldn't read. Kylie had her face buried in her mother's shoulder. Isaac was still staring, still trying to understand. The judge sentenced him to 8 years in Carlton Minimum Security Prison. Eligible for parole in 5. Credit for time served. Restitution to Derek's family. License permanently revoked. A criminal record that would follow him forever. Leo accepted it all with a nod. As they let him out of the courtroom, Leo saw someone standing at the back. Mira. She'd come. She looked tired, heartbroken, but she'd come. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Leo saw something in her expression that might have been goodbye or might have been something more complicated. Then the doors closed, and she was gone. That night, back in his cell, Leo received his mail from the day's delivery. Most inmates got letters from family, legal documents from lawyers. Leo got a single envelope, small, black, with his name and inmate number written in that familiar serif font. The return address was blank. Somehow it had passed through the mail screening. No contraband, no threat, just paper and ink. Inside, a card. You made the right choice. The boxes are complete. Your subscription has ended. Leo stared at the card for a long time, turned it over, looking for more. Instructions, promises, threats. But there was nothing. Just those 2 sentences. Definitive. Final. He tore the card into small pieces and flushed them down the metal toilet. But he kept the envelope. For 3 days, he kept checking it, convinced there must be something he'd missed. A hidden message, a watermark, Some indication that this wasn't really over, but the envelope remained empty. On the fourth day, he threw it away too. On the fifth day, he retrieved it from the trash. Because part of him, the part that had clicked begin on that first email, the part that had opened each box with desperate hope, couldn't quite accept that it was finished, that he'd been seen so completely and then abandoned, that the most attentive presence in his life had simply decided he was complete. The boxes had been about karma, about justice, about forcing him to account for what he'd done. But they'd also been about transformation, and Leo had 8 years to transform. Outside his cell, men were yelling, guards were making rounds, the prison was settling into its evening rhythms. Leo lay on his bunk with the empty envelope in his hand and closed his eyes and tried not to think about black boxes arriving with his name in serif font. Tried not to wonder if ended really meant ended, or if it just meant something else was beginning. Tried not to hope. But hope, he was learning, was the cruelest box of all, but because once you opened it, you could never quite close it again. It just kept delivering, month after month, perfectly curated pieces of a life you didn't deserve but couldn't stop wanting. And somewhere, someone might still be watching, might still be waiting to see what he'd do next, might still be ready to send him exactly what he needed, exactly when he needed it. Or maybe they were done with him forever. Leo would never know which possibility was worse. Story 4. The note was waiting on Dr. Helen Ashford's desk when she returned from lunch, folded precisely in half and placed dead center on her appointment book. She hadn't seen anyone enter her private office, and her receptionist, Nicole, was at lunch as well. The handwriting was unfamiliar. Careful block letters that looked almost mechanical in their uniformity. I would like to schedule an appointment for this evening. 5:30 would be ideal. I will pay cash and require no insurance processing. Thank you for your consideration. D. Crane. Helen turned the paper over and looking for additional information. A phone number, an address, some indication of how this person had gotten into her locked office. The back was blank except for a small water stain in one corner, as if the note had been carried in someone's pocket during the November rain. She glanced at her appointment book. Her last scheduled patient was at 4:15, leaving her plenty of time to see one more before the end of the day. Walk-in emergencies weren't unusual, but patients who communicated exclusively through written notes definitely were. The November rain drummed against the windows of the Clearwater dental practice, each drop catching in the fluorescent light and casting shifting shadows across the waiting room. Helen had dismissed her receptionist, Nicole, at 5 o'clock, preferring to handle the final appointment herself. The building felt different after hours, larger somehow, with corners that seemed deeper and sounds that carried further than they should. She checked her watch. 5:45. Crane had been in the chair for nearly 15 minutes while she'd prepared his treatment plan. Root canal, lower left molar. The x-rays showed extensive decay, the kind that suggested neglect bordering on self-harm. When she'd explained the procedure, he'd simply nodded and handed her another note. Proceed. Helen pushed through the door to treatment room 3, her soft sole shoes silent on the linoleum. The familiar chemical smell of antiseptic and dental compounds filled her nostrils, usually a comforting scent that spoke of order and healing. Tonight, it seemed sharper, more medicinal than therapeutic. Mr. Crane, I've reviewed your x-rays and... She stopped mid-sentence. The chair was empty. Not just empty, abandoned. The paper bib still hung from its metal chain, twisted slightly as if someone had pulled it off in haste. The overhead light continued its steady hum, casting a perfect circle of white illumination on the vacant headrest. A small puddle of water had formed on the floor beside the chair, though Helen couldn't remember spilling anything. She stood in the doorway, her mind scrambling to process what she was seeing. Patients didn't simply vanish. The treatment room had only one exit, and she would have seen him leave. The window was painted shut and hadn't been opened in years. She'd tried to pry it loose herself during the humid summer months. "Mr. Crane?" Her voice sounded thinner than usual in the empty room. No response. Only the distant hum of the building's ventilation system and the steady percussion of rain against glass. Helen moved closer to the chair, her eyes scanning for any sign of where he might have gone. That's when she noticed the notepad on the instrument tray. The same small, spiral-bound book he'd been writing in. Throughout their brief interactions, it lay open, and in the center of the page, written in the same careful block letters she'd seen before, were two words: "Your turn." The handwriting was identical to his previous notes, but something about these words felt different. The letters pressed deeper into the paper, the pencil marks darker, more deliberate, as if he'd written them multiple times, tracing over each letter until they were etched not just into the page, but into the paper beneath it. Helen's hand trembled slightly as she picked up the notepad. The pages before this one were blank, but as she flipped through them, she found impressions. Ghost images of words pressed through from pages that had been torn out. She held the pad up to the light, trying to make out the faint indentations. Watching you work, she could just make out on one page, on another. Your hands shake when you're nervous, and then chilling her, you live alone. The notepad slipped from her fingers, landing on the floor with a soft thud that seemed to echo longer than it should have. Helen backed toward the door, her rational mind struggling to maintain control. There had to be an explanation. Patients sometimes became disoriented after dental procedures, though she hadn't actually begun treating Crane yet. Sometimes they wandered off while under the influence of sedatives, but she hadn't administered anything to him. She reached for her cell phone, then hesitated. What would she tell the police? That a patient had disappeared from a room with no other exit? That he'd left behind cryptic notes that made her feel like prey? The building settled around her with a series of small creaks and sighs. Old buildings did that, especially in the rain. The Clearwater Dental Practice had been built in 1987, and the Florida humidity played havoc with the wood framing. Helen had grown accustomed to these sounds over the years, but tonight, they seemed to form patterns, almost like footsteps moving slowly through the walls themselves. She forced herself to think logically. Crane must have left while she was in her office reviewing his charts. Somehow she'd missed him. People could be surprisingly quiet when they moved with purpose, and she'd been focused on the X-rays, studying the decay patterns that seemed to follow an almost artistic design. But that didn't explain the notepad, or the feeling that someone was still watching her. Helen returned to her office, a small space adjacent to the treatment rooms that she'd decorated with diplomas and family photos, evidence of a life built on competence and care. Her desk was exactly as she'd left it. Patient files stacked neatly, appointment book closed, coffee mug positioned at the precise angle she preferred. Everything normal, everything in its place, except for the photograph of her daughter Emma, which had been turned face down. Helen's breath caught in her throat. She never, ever turned Emma's photo down. The picture. Emma at her college graduation, smiling in her cap and gown, was one of Helen's most treasured possessions. She looked at it dozens of times each day, drawing comfort from her daughter's bright eyes and confident smile. With shaking fingers, she uprighted the frame. Emma's face smiled back at her, but the glass was fogged with condensation, as if someone had breathed on it recently. As Helen watched, the condensation began to clear, revealing something that made her stomach lurch. There, written in the fog on the glass, was a phone number. Helen stared at the digits, her mind reeling. She recognized the number. It was Emma's cell phone, but Emma was in Seattle, 3,000 miles away, finishing her residency at Harborview Medical Center. They'd spoken just that morning, Emma complaining about the rain and her impossible supervisor, and the way the coffee in the hospital cafeteria tasted like dishwater. The condensation continued to dissipate, and with it, the numbers faded until the glass showed only Emma's unchanged smile. Helen grabbed her phone and dialed Emma's number, her fingers fumbling with the familiar digits. The call went straight to voicemail. Emma's cheerful voice explaining that she was probably elbow deep in someone's abdomen and would call back as soon as she could scrub out. "Emma, it's Mom. Call me as soon as you get this. I don't care what time it is. Just call me, okay?" She hung up and immediately tried again. Same result. The rational part of Helen's mind, the part trained in scientific method and evidence-based reasoning, insisted there was an explanation for everything. Crane had left through the door while she was distracted. The photograph had fallen over due to the building settling. The condensation was simply a result of humidity and temperature differential. The phone number was a coincidence, a trick of her stressed mind making patterns where none existed. But the other part of her mind, the primitive part that had kept humans alive for millennia by recognizing danger, was screaming warnings she couldn't ignore. Helen decided to leave. Whatever was happening, she didn't need to understand it to know she shouldn't be alone in the building. She could sort everything out in the morning when Nicole was there, when the waiting room was full of ordinary people with ordinary dental problems, when the November sun burned away the shadows and made everything explicable again. She gathered her purse and keys, turned off the lights in her office, and walked toward the front door. The hallway seemed longer than usual, stretching ahead of her like a tunnel. The emergency exit signs cast red light that turned the familiar corridor into something alien and threatening. As she reached for the front door, Helen noticed that the security chain was already engaged. She stopped, her hand frozen inches from the deadbolt. The chain was always the last thing she secured when leaving, and she hadn't touched it yet, which meant someone else had been here, in the front office, while she was in the back. Someone who was still inside. Helen's breathing became shallow and rapid. She fumbled with the chain, her fingers clumsy with panic, but it wouldn't release. The metal seemed stuck, or perhaps her hands were shaking too badly to manage the simple mechanism she'd operated thousands of times before. Behind her, she heard a sound that made her blood freeze. The soft squeak of a dental chair being adjusted. She turned slowly, knowing she didn't want to see what was waiting for her, but unable to stop herself. The hallway behind her was empty, but light was spilling from treatment room 3. The room where Crane had been. The room where she'd found the notepad with its ominous message. The squeaking continued, rhythmic and deliberate, as if someone was testing the chair's range of motion, up and down, with the patience of someone who had all the time in the world. Helen abandoned the front door and moved toward the back exit, her feet silent on the carpeted floor. The building's layout worked against her now. She had to pass treatment room 3 to reach the rear entrance. As she approached, and the squeaking stopped. In the sudden silence, she could hear her own heartbeat, and the rain against the windows, and something else. Breathing that wasn't her own, slow and steady and coming from inside the treatment room. She pressed herself against the wall and edged toward the doorway, knowing she should run, but needing to understand what was happening. The edge of the doorframe felt sharp against her palm as she gripped it. steadying herself for what she might see. The treatment room was exactly as she'd left it, with one exception. The dental chair was now reclined to its full horizontal position, as if prepared for a lengthy procedure. The overhead light had been adjusted, focused on the headrest like a spotlight on a stage. And there, clearly visible in the bright circle of illumination, was another note. Helen forced herself to enter the room. The paper lay precisely where a patient's head would rest, and she recognized Crane's careful handwriting even before she was close enough to read the words. "I've been watching you for weeks. I know your schedule, your habits, your fears. I know about Emma in Seattle. I know about your ex-husband in Miami. I know about the sleeping pills you take on Sunday nights when the loneliness gets too heavy to bear. I know you check the locks twice before bed, and that you keep a baseball bat in your bedroom closet, even though you never played the game. I know you're afraid of getting old alone, afraid that your work is just postponing the inevitable, afraid that you've spent your life caring for other people's pain while ignoring your own." Helen's vision blurred as she read, the words seeming to pulse with malevolent intent. This was impossible. She'd never seen Crane before today, never spoken to him beyond their professional interaction. How could he know these things? She flipped the paper over and found more writing on the back. "You spent your career looking into other people's mouths, exploring their private spaces, causing necessary pain to prevent greater suffering. You understand the intimacy of that invasion, the trust required, the vulnerability of the patient who opens themselves to your tools and your judgment. Now it's your turn to be the patient. Your turn to lie back and trust. Your turn to open up and let someone else decide what needs to be removed." The paper fell from Helen's fingers as understanding crashed over her like a physical blow. This wasn't random. This wasn't a chance encounter with an unstable individual. This was planned, methodical, personal. She spun around, searching for any sign of where Crane might be hiding. The treatment room's cabinets were too small to conceal a person, the space under the sink too narrow. But the building was full of hiding places. Supply closets, storage rooms, the basement, where the building's mechanical systems hummed in constant operation. Helen ran for the back exit, no longer caring about stealth or dignity. The hallway stretched before her like a gauntlet, each doorway a potential threat, each shadow a place where someone could be waiting. The exit sign glowed red ahead of her, promising safety and fresh air in the normality of the parking lot beyond. She reached the door and grabbed the handle, twisting it with desperate force. It didn't move. Helen pulled harder, throwing her full weight against the door, but it held firm. The deadbolt was engaged, the security bar lowered. Someone had locked her in from the inside, sealing every exit while she'd been distracted by the photographs and the notes and the impossible appearance and disappearance of D. Crane. She pounded on the door, screaming for help, but she knew it was useless. The dental practice was located in a small professional complex, surrounded by an accountant's office and a law firm, both of which closed at 5. The nearest occupied building was a quarter-mile away, and the November rain would muffle any sound she could make. Behind her, she heard footsteps. Not the quick, panicked rhythm of someone trying to escape, but the slow, measured pace of someone who was in complete control of the situation. Helen turned to face the hallway, her back pressed against the unyielding door. A shadow moved at the far end of the corridor, just at the edge of the light spilling from the treatment room. As she watched, the shadow resolved into a human figure. Tall, thin, wearing the same dark clothes Crane had worn during his appointment. He began walking toward her, his footsteps echoing off the walls with metronomic precision. In his hand, he carried something that gleamed in the fluorescent light, one of her own dental instruments, a periodontal probe with its sharp curved tip designed for exploring the spaces between teeth and gums. Dr. Ashford, he said, and his voice was nothing like she'd expected. Not rough or threatening, but cultured, almost gentle. I apologize for the deception, but I needed you to understand the situation gradually. Shock can cause people to make poor decisions, and I want you to be fully present for what comes next. Helen pressed harder against the door, as if she could somehow meld with the wood and metal and escape through molecular displacement. "What do you want?" she managed to say, her voice barely above a whisper. Crane stopped about 10 feet away from her, close enough that she could see his features clearly for the first time. He was younger than she'd initially thought, perhaps 40, with pale skin and dark hair that was thinning at the temples. His eyes were the most unsettling thing about him. Not wild or obviously disturbed, but intensely focused, like those of a surgeon preparing for a complex operation. "What I want," he said, "is to complete our appointment. You see, I really do need dental work. The pain has been quite severe for months now, but I've been putting it off because I couldn't find the right dentist, someone who would understand the reciprocal nature of what I have in mind." He held up the periodontal probe, examining its tip with professional interest. "You have excellent equipment here, Dr. Ashford. Very well maintained. I've been studying your instruments while you were occupied with my little messages. The craftsmanship is remarkable. Each tool designed for a specific type of exploration, a particular kind of necessary violation." Helen's knees felt weak, but she forced herself to remain standing. "You're talking about dental treatment," she said, grasping for any thread of rationality. "I can help you with that. We don't need whatever this is. Just let me unlock the door and we can discuss your options." Crane smiled, and she saw that his teeth were indeed in terrible condition. Yellowed and crooked, with visible decay that must have been causing him constant pain. "But I've already made my choice, Doctor. You see, I've done extensive research on you, your technique, your bedside manner, your success rate with difficult cases. You have a reputation for being thorough, for not stopping until you've addressed every problem. That's exactly what I need." He took another step closer, and Helen could smell him now. Not the usual scent of fear or nervousness she was accustomed to from anxious patients, but something clinical and cold, like the interior of a refrigerated morgue. "The difference," Crane continued, "is that traditional dentistry is so one-sided. The patient lies passive while the doctor probes and cuts and drills. But true exploration requires reciprocity, give and take, a mutual understanding of pain and healing." Helen's mind raced, searching for any possible escape route or weapon or strategy that might save her. The treatment room behind Crane was full of potential tools, but she'd have to get past him to reach them. Her cell phone was in her purse, which she'd dropped somewhere during her panic. Even if she could reach it, who would she call? How would she explain the situation to a 911 operator? "I don't understand what you want from me," she said, stalling for time while her eyes searched the hallway for anything she could use to defend herself. "I want you to experience what your patients experience," Crane said. "The vulnerability, the trust, the surrender of control. And then I want you to help me with my dental problems. A fair exchange?" He gestured with the probe toward treatment room 3. "Shall we begin?" Helen shook her head, pressing even harder against the door. "No, I won't do this. Whatever you're planning, I won't be part of it." Crane's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his posture, a subtle tightening that suggested her refusal had been anticipated and planned for. "Dr. Ashford," he said, his voice maintaining its awful gentleness, "I had hoped we could proceed cooperatively, but I prepared for the possibility that you might be resistant to new experiences. He reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a small digital device. Helen's cell phone. Her stomach clenched as she realized he must have taken it from her purse while she was distracted by his disappearance. "I took the liberty of calling your daughter while you were discovering my notes," Crane said. "Emma, isn't it? Such a dedicated young doctor. Working late at the hospital, just like her mother." Helen's vision went gray around the edges. "You didn't. You couldn't have." "Oh, but I did. And Emma was so concerned when I explained that you'd had an accident at the office. A fall, I told her. Nothing serious, but you were disoriented and asking for her. She's already booked a red-eye flight. She should arrive in Tampa around 6 in the morning." The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Helen's legs finally gave out, and she slid down the door until she was sitting on the floor, her head spinning with the implications of what Crane was telling her. "Of course," he continued, "if you're not here when she arrives, she'll be quite worried. She might even call the police. And then she'll spend the rest of her life wondering what happened to her mother, wondering if she could have done something different, wondering if she should have come home sooner." Helen looked up at him through tears she didn't remember starting to cry. "You bastard." "Perhaps," Crane said. "But I'm a bastard with a very clear understanding of what motivates people. Emma loves you, Dr. Ashford. She would do anything to protect you from harm, just as you would do anything to protect her." He extended his hand toward Helen, the periodontal probe glinting between his fingers like a promise and a threat. "So I'll ask you once more. Shall we begin your treatment?" Helen stared at his outstretched hand for a long moment, her mind cycling through impossible calculations. Could she overpower him? Unlikely. He was larger and had spent weeks planning this encounter while she was operating on pure terror and adrenaline. Could she somehow escape? The building was locked from the inside, and even if she broke a window, he demonstrated that he could reach Emma anywhere. Could she refuse and hope that somehow, some way, Emma would remain safe? The thought of her daughter walking into this nightmare, searching for a mother who might already be dead, was more than Helen could bear. "If I do this," she said finally, her voice hollow, "you'll leave Emma alone?" Crane lowered his hand, but continued to smile, that terrible, gentle smile. "Dr. Ashford, I'm not a monster. I'm simply someone who believes in fairness, in balance. You help me with my problem, and I ensure that Emma never has to experience the loss of a parent under mysterious circumstances. A trade that benefits everyone involved." Helen closed her eyes and tried to think of Emma. Not the worried, frightened Emma, who was probably already at the airport, but the confident young woman in the graduation photo. The daughter who had inherited Helen's strength and determination, who had chosen medicine as her calling, who believed in healing and hope and the power of knowledge to overcome suffering. What would Emma do in this situation? What would she want her mother to do? The answer came to Helen with sudden clarity. Emma would want her to survive. Whatever it took, however much it cost, Emma would want her mother to come home alive. Helen opened her eyes and looked at Crane. "What exactly are you asking me to do?" "Nothing you haven't done thousands of times before," he said. "I'm going to lie down in your chair, and you're going to examine my mouth. You're going to use your tools to explore the spaces between my teeth and gums. You're going to probe the areas that hurt, and I'm going to trust you to know when to stop." He paused, and his smile became something else. Not gentle anymore, but hungry. And then he continued, "You're going to lie down in the chair, and I'm going to do the same for you. I'm going to use your tools to explore your mouth, and you're going to trust me to know when to stop. An exchange of vulnerabilities, a mutual understanding of what it means to be the patient." Helen felt something break inside her chest. Not her heart, exactly, but something adjacent to it. Some part of her that had believed the world operated according to comprehensible rules. That professional competence and careful planning could protect her from the arbitrary cruelties that lurked in the spaces between normal human interactions. And after that, she asked, after that, I leave. You clean up, you go home and sleep, and wake up tomorrow with a story that no one would ever believe. Emma arrives to find you safe and sound. Perhaps a bit shaken by your fall, but otherwise unharmed. You go back to work, and I go back to my life. And we both carry the memory of our shared experience. Helen studied his face, searching for any sign that he was lying, that this was more complicated than he was making it seem. But his eyes were steady and clear, and she found herself believing him. Not because she trusted him, but because his proposal had the internal logic of genuine madness. He wasn't trying to destroy her life or murder her for financial gain or sexual gratification. He simply wanted to turn the tables, to make the explorer become the explored, the healer become the patient. It was insane, but it was also strangely honest. How do I know you'll keep your word? She asked. You don't, Crane said. Just as I don't know that you won't try to hurt me once I'm vulnerable in your chair. Trust is the essential ingredient in any doctor-patient relationship, Dr. Ashford. Without it, the healing process becomes impossible. Helen pushed herself to her feet, using the door for support. Her legs were shaky but functional, her breathing was becoming more regular, and the gray edges of her vision were receding. She was still terrified, but the terror was becoming more manageable now that she understood what was being asked of her. She had performed thousands of dental examinations over the course of her career. She knew the procedures, the precautions, the ways to minimize discomfort while gathering necessary information. If she could complete Crane's examination without provoking him, she might be able to convince him that her portion of the bargain was unnecessary. All right, she said. Let's get this over with. Crane's smile broadened, revealing more of his damaged teeth. I'm so glad you're choosing to be cooperative, Dr. Ashford. I think you'll find the experience illuminating. He gestured toward treatment room 3 with the periodontal probe, a gracious host inviting his guest to dinner. Helen walked ahead of him down the hallway, her footsteps echoing in the empty building. The treatment room looked exactly as she'd left it. The chair reclined, the overhead light focused on the headrest, her instruments arranged on the tray in precise order. Everything normal, everything professional, everything designed to facilitate healing and care. Crane settled into the chair with obvious relief, his body relaxing into the familiar position. I must admit, I've been looking forward to this for quite some time. The pain has been considerable. Helen moved to the sink and began washing her hands with the same methodical attention she'd applied to this ritual for over 2 decades. The warm water and familiar scent of antibacterial soap were comforting, reminders of routine and competence, and the thousands of successful procedures she'd performed. Tell me about your symptoms, she said, falling back on professional habits. When did the pain start? About 6 months ago, Crane replied. Sharp shooting sensations primarily in the lower left quadrant, sensitivity to hot and cold, difficulty chewing on that side. Helen dried her hands and approached the chair. This close, she could see the full extent of Crane's dental neglect. Not just the obvious decay, but also signs of long-term grinding, receding gums, and what appeared to be the beginning of an abscess in the area he described. Have you been to a dentist recently? She asked, adjusting the overhead light for optimal visibility. Not for several years. I'm not fond of traditional doctor-patient relationships. Helen pulled on a pair of latex gloves, the familiar snap of the material against her wrists oddly reassuring. I'm going to need you to open your mouth so I can perform a visual examination first. Crane complied, and Helen found herself looking into one of the most neglected oral cavities she'd encountered in her career. The decay was extensive, far beyond what could be addressed in a single session. She would normally refer a patient like this to an oral surgeon for multiple extractions and reconstruction. But this wasn't a normal patient, and this wasn't a normal situation. Helen selected a dental mirror and explorer from her instrument tray, standard tools for examining teeth and gums. As she leaned over Crane to begin her assessment, she was struck by how completely he'd surrendered to the position. Eyes closed, hands relaxed at his sides, breathing slow and steady. For all his threatening behavior and elaborate planning, he was now genuinely vulnerable, trusting her with access to one of the most sensitive areas of his body. She began her examination at the front teeth, working systematically toward the back. The decay was worse than it had appeared in the X-rays. Deep cavities that would require extensive drilling and filling, assuming the teeth could be saved at all. Several molars were cracked, probably from grinding, and the gums showed signs of advanced periodontal disease. When you experience pain, she said, her voice falling into the professional tone she used with all her patients, is it constant or intermittent? Mostly constant now, Crane replied without opening his eyes. But it spikes when I bite down on anything hard or when I drink something cold. Helen nodded, though he couldn't see her. The symptoms matched what she was observing. Despite everything else about the situation, the clinical reality was straightforward. This man was in genuine pain and needed significant dental work. She moved to the lower left quadrant, the area he'd identified as most problematic. Here, the damage was even more severe. One molar was so badly decayed that it would definitely require extraction, and the tooth behind it showed signs of infection that could become life-threatening if left untreated. Mr. Crane, she said, I need to tell you that your condition is quite serious. You have what appears to be an abscess forming, and that can lead to systemic infection if it's not addressed immediately. I know, he said quietly. That's why I needed to find the right dentist. Helen continued her examination, documenting the extent of the damage and considering treatment options. Under normal circumstances, she would schedule multiple appointments spread over several months, beginning with emergency treatment for the abscess and most severe decay, then moving on to comprehensive restoration of the remaining teeth. But these weren't normal circumstances, and she suspected Crane's definition of treatment extended far beyond what any reasonable person would consider acceptable. As she worked, probing carefully around the infected tooth, Crane's body remained completely relaxed. His breathing didn't change when she touched sensitive areas, and he showed no signs of the anxiety that characterized most of her patients. It was as if the anticipation of this appointment had been more stressful for him than the reality. Tell me, he said suddenly, his voice muffled by her instruments. Do you enjoy your work, Dr. Ashford? The question caught Helen off guard. She paused in her examination, the dental explorer still positioned against his damaged molar. What do you mean? I mean, do you find satisfaction in exploring other people's pain, in identifying the sources of their discomfort and deciding how to address them? Helen considered the question seriously. In all her years of practice, she'd thought about the psychological dimensions of dentistry, the intimacy of working inside someone's mouth, the trust required, the power differential between doctor and patient. But she'd never considered whether she enjoyed the exploratory aspects of her work. I find satisfaction in helping people, she said finally, in solving problems and relieving suffering. But you must feel something when you probe a particularly sensitive area and the patient flinches, Crane continued. Some response to that moment when your actions cause discomfort, even if it's for therapeutic purposes. Helen resumed her examination, but his question lingered in her mind. There was something almost confessional about the way he'd asked it, as if he genuinely wanted to understand her motivations and feelings. "I feel responsible," she said. "Responsible for minimizing their discomfort and maximizing the benefit of the procedure. But I don't enjoy causing pain, if that's what you're asking." Crane murmured. "I wonder if you'll feel differently after you've experienced it from the other side." Helen's hand stilled again. For a moment, she'd almost forgotten about the second half of their arrangement, caught up in the familiar rhythms of diagnostic work. But Crane's words brought the reality crashing back. When she finished examining him, it would be her turn to lie in the chair. She forced herself to focus on completing the assessment. The sooner she finished, the sooner this nightmare would be over. Working quickly but thoroughly, she documented the condition of each tooth, the depth of decay, the areas of sensitivity. When she was done, she had a comprehensive picture of damage that represented years of neglect and active self-harm. "Mr. Crane," she said, setting down her instruments, "your condition is severe enough that I would normally refer you to an oral surgeon. You have at least 3 teeth that require immediate extraction, several more that need extensive restoration, and signs of infection that could become dangerous very quickly. But you're not going to refer me," he said, opening his eyes and looking directly at her. "No," Helen agreed. "I'm not." Crane smiled, and the expression was genuinely warm. Perhaps the first authentic emotion she'd seen from him all evening. "Thank you, Dr. Ashford. I appreciate your thoroughness and your honesty. Now, shall we proceed to the second part of our appointment?" Helen's stomach clenched, but she nodded. A deal was a deal, and Emma's safety depended on her keeping her word. Crane sat up in the chair, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who had just undergone an uncomfortable procedure. He gestured toward the patient chair as if he were the doctor and she were the one seeking treatment. "If you would, please." Helen looked at the chair, her chair, the place where she'd spent countless hours over the past 2 decades helping people overcome their fears and address their problems. Now it represented something entirely different. A place of vulnerability and surrender, a position she'd never occupied in her professional life. She sat down on the edge of the chair, her body rigid with tension. "You'll need to recline," Crane said gently, "and try to relax. Tension makes everything more difficult." Helen leaned back, and the familiar whir of the chair's mechanism sounded different now, ominous rather than comforting. The overhead light, which she'd adjusted thousands of times to illuminate her patients' mouths, now blazed down into her eyes with uncomfortable intensity. Crane moved to the instrument tray, examining the tools she'd arranged with the same professional interest she'd observed in him earlier. He selected a dental mirror and explorer, the same instruments she'd just used on him. "These are beautifully crafted," he said, holding the explorer up to the light. "The precision is remarkable. I can understand why you take such care in maintaining them." He approached the chair, and Helen found herself looking up at him from the patient's perspective for the first time. From this angle, he seemed larger, more imposing, backed by the harsh, fluorescent lights of the treatment room. She could see the decay in his teeth more clearly now, the yellowed enamel and dark spots that spoke of pain and neglect. "Open your mouth, please," Crane said. Helen hesitated, every instinct screaming against compliance. But then she thought of Emma, probably already in the air somewhere over the country, worried about her mother and desperate to help. She opened her mouth. Crane leaned over her, positioning himself exactly as she had when examining him. But where her touch had been clinical and practiced, his movements carried a different quality. Not unprofessional exactly, but intensely personal, as if this examination meant something beyond mere diagnosis. He began with the dental mirror, systematically viewing each tooth from multiple angles. His technique was surprisingly competent, suggesting medical training or at least extensive observation of dental procedures. "You have excellent oral hygiene, Dr. Ashford," he said, his voice taking on the same professional tone she used with her own patients. "No visible decay, minimal tartar buildup. You clearly understand the importance of preventive care." Helen tried to respond, but could only make muffled sounds with the mirror in her mouth. The helplessness was overwhelming. Not just the physical inability to speak, but the complete reversal of power that came with being the one examined rather than the one examining. Crane set aside the mirror and picked up the Explorer, its sharp tip glinting in the overhead light. "Now I'm going to check for any areas of sensitivity or early decay. Please let me know if you experience any discomfort." The probe touched her front teeth first, a light tap that sent vibrations through the enamel. Then he moved systematically along her dental arch, the metal tip exploring the spaces between teeth and gums with practiced precision. Helen found herself analyzing his technique even as she endured it. He was thorough but not rough, clearly experienced in this kind of examination. "Tell me, Dr. Ashford," Crane said as he worked, "what are you thinking about right now? What does it feel like to be on the receiving end of this kind of intimate exploration?" Helen made a sound that might have been an attempt at speech, but Crane shushed her gently. "Don't try to talk. Just experience it. The vulnerability. The trust you're placing in someone else's hands. The knowledge that I could cause you significant pain at any moment, but that the examination requires you to remain still and cooperative." The Explorer moved to her molars, probing more deeply into the crevices and spaces that were difficult to clean. Helen's hands clenched involuntarily as the sharp tip found a sensitive spot near her gum line. "Ah," Crane said, noticing her reaction. "A little tenderness there. Nothing serious, just normal sensitivity. But you felt that, didn't you? That moment when your body wanted to pull away, but your rational mind had to override the instinct because you know the examination serves a necessary purpose." Helen's breathing became more rapid as the implications of his words sank in. This wasn't just about experiencing a dental examination from the patient's perspective. This was about understanding what it meant to surrender control, to trust someone else with access to your most vulnerable spaces. Crane continued his exploration, his movements becoming more deliberate and personal. The Explorer traced patterns on her teeth that seemed to have little to do with diagnostic necessity. Spirals and loops that felt more like a signature being written in nerve endings and enamel. "Your daughter, Emma," Crane said conversationally as he worked. "She chose surgery as her specialty. I find that interesting. Following in her mother's footsteps, in a way, using instruments to explore the hidden spaces of the human body, making decisions about what needs to be removed or repaired." Helen tried to shake her head to indicate that she didn't want to talk about Emma, but the Explorer was positioned against a particularly sensitive tooth, and any movement would cause significant pain. "I wonder if she's ever considered the psychological dimensions of her work," Crane continued. "The power inherent in holding a scalpel, in deciding where to make the first incision, in determining how much pain is acceptable in service of healing." The Explorer moved deeper, finding spaces between her back molars that no patient should have to endure having probed. Helen's eyes watered from the discomfort, but she forced herself to remain still. "You're doing very well," Crane said, his voice taking on the kind of encouraging tone she used with anxious patience. "I know this is uncomfortable, but we're gathering important information. Just try to relax and let me do my work." The clinical language applied to this perverted version of a dental examination made Helen's skin crawl. But she recognized the psychological manipulation. By using her own professional vocabulary, Crane was forcing her to confront the ways her work might be perceived by vulnerable patients. He moved to her lower teeth, and the angle required him to lean closer. His face only inches from hers. She could smell his breath, stale and sour from the extensive decay, and see the concentration in his eyes as he worked. "The mouth is such an intimate space," he said, almost whispering. "More personal than hands or feet, or even more, obviously, private areas of the body. It's where we speak, where we taste, where we breathe. And yet patients open it willingly to virtual strangers, trusting them to probe and scrape and drill." The explorer found another sensitive spot, and Helen couldn't suppress a small sound of discomfort. "I'm sorry," Crane said, but he didn't remove the instrument. Instead, he held it in place, letting the discomfort build. "But this is necessary for a complete examination. You understand the importance of thoroughness." Helen's rational mind knew this was a perversion of dental care, but her body was responding as if this were a legitimate medical procedure. The discomfort was real, the vulnerability was authentic, and the trust required was genuine, even though the person demanding that trust was a dangerous stranger who had manipulated her into this position. "Almost finished with the initial examination," Crane said, moving the explorer to her wisdom teeth. "But I want to spend a little more time on this area. I'm noticing some irregularities that warrant closer investigation." There were no irregularities. Helen's wisdom teeth had been removed years ago, and the surrounding tissue was healthy. But Crane continued his exploration with renewed intensity, the metal tip of the instrument tracing patterns that had nothing to do with dental assessment. "Dr. Ashford," he said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, "I want you to understand something. What I'm doing to you right now. This violation of your personal space, this forced intimacy, this exercise of power over your body. This is what you do to your patients every day." Helen tried to protest, to indicate that her work was nothing like this perverse examination, but Crane pressed the explorer more firmly against her gum line. "The difference," he continued, "is context and consent. Your patients come to you willingly because they trust the medical establishment and believe in the therapeutic value of your interventions. But strip away that context, and what remains is one person using metal instruments to explore the most private spaces of another person's body." He was right, and Helen hated him for it. There was an inherent violence in dental work. The drilling, the scraping, the invasion of personal space. That was justified only by the medical necessity and the patient's informed consent. Without those elements, it became something else entirely. "But I want you to know," Crane said, finally removing the explorer from her mouth, "that I'm not trying to traumatize you or destroy your faith in your profession. I'm trying to give you a gift. The gift of true empathy for your patients." Helen worked her jaw, relieved to have her mouth free, but dreading what might come next. "Is that it?" she managed to ask, her voice hoarse from the strain of keeping her mouth open. Crane smiled and shook his head. "Oh no, Dr. Ashford. That was just the preliminary examination. Now comes the real treatment." Helen's blood turned to ice water in her veins. I said I would perform the same kind of examination on you that you performed on me. But you didn't just examine my mouth, did you? You identified problems that require active intervention. Areas of decay that need to be removed, infected tissue that needs to be addressed. He gestured toward her mouth with the explorer, and Helen could see her own saliva glistening on the metal tip. "And I'm afraid I've found some problems with your oral health that can't be ignored," Crane continued. "Nothing as severe as my own condition, of course, but definitely areas that require attention." Helen's mind raced, trying to understand what he meant. Her teeth were healthy. She'd had a cleaning and examination just 3 months ago, and her dental hygiene was meticulous. There were no problems for him to address, unless he was planning to create problems. "Mr. Crane," she said, trying to keep her voice steady, "my teeth are healthy. There's nothing that requires treatment." "I disagree," he said, moving to the instrument tray and selecting a dental drill. "I found several areas of concern during my examination. Soft spots that could develop into cavities if not addressed promptly. Areas of sensitivity that suggest early decay." The drill's motor hummed to life, and Helen's body went rigid with terror. This was no longer a psychological exercise or a twisted form of empathy training. This was assault with a deadly weapon, and she was strapped into the chair by nothing more than her own paralysis and his threats against Emma. "Please," Helen whispered. "You don't have to do this. I understand what you're trying to teach me. I'll never forget what it feels like to be helpless in this chair. Isn't that enough?" Crane approached with the drill, its high-pitched whine filling the treatment room like the sound of approaching death. "Dr. Ashford," he said, his voice gentle but implacable, "you've spent your career telling patients that they need to trust you, that the discomfort they're about to experience is necessary for their long-term health. Now I need you to trust me." Helen closed her eyes, unable to watch the drill approach her face. Every fiber of her being screamed at her to fight, to run, to do anything other than lie passively and wait for this madman to begin drilling into her healthy teeth. But Emma's face appeared in her mind. Not the confident graduate from the photograph, but a younger Emma, maybe 8 years old, crying because she'd scraped her knee falling off her bicycle. Helen had cleaned the wound carefully, applied antiseptic that stung, covered it with a bandage that pulled at the surrounding skin. And through it all, Emma had trusted her, believing that Mommy's ministrations were necessary even though they hurt. "Open your mouth, please," Crane said. Helen opened her mouth. The drill touched her upper left incisor, and Helen's world exploded into sensation. Not just pain, though the pain was immediate and intense, but a violation so profound that it seemed to reach into the core of her being. The high-speed rotation of the burr against healthy enamel created vibrations that traveled through her skull, filling her head with noise and her mouth with the acrid smell of burning tooth material. Tears streamed down Helen's cheeks, but she forced herself to remain still. Moving would only make it worse, and fighting back might provoke Crane to escalate beyond whatever boundaries he'd set for himself. "You're doing very well," Crane said, his voice barely audible over the drill's whine. "Just try to relax and breathe through your nose." The drill moved deeper, past the enamel and into the softer dentin beneath. Helen's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms hard enough to draw blood. The pain was unlike anything she'd experienced. Not the sharp, clean hurt of a cut or burn, but a grinding, invasive agony that seemed to resonate in every nerve ending in her head. "This particular tooth has a very interesting structure," Crane said conversationally, as if he were lecturing to a class of dental students. Then his voice dropped to something more personal, almost tender. "A surgeon once told my wife it was a routine procedure. I've spent years trying to understand what he meant by that." The drill paused for a moment. "The nerve endings are surprisingly sensitive. I can tell by your reaction that I'm reaching areas that are normally well protected." Helen tried to speak to beg him to stop, but the drill made communication impossible. All she could do was endure, counting seconds and hoping that each one might be the last. The drilling stopped suddenly, and Helen gasped in relief, but her reprieve was brief. Crane was simply changing burr sizes, selecting a larger bit for what came next. "Now we're going to address some of the deeper issues," he said. "Areas that require more aggressive intervention." The new burr was rougher, designed for removing larger amounts of tooth material. When it touched her enamel, Helen's entire body convulsed involuntarily. The pain was beyond description, not just physical, but existential, as if Crane were drilling into her sense of self rather than simply her tooth. Through the agony, Helen found herself thinking about her patients, not just the adults who came to her with toothaches and broken crowns, but the children who sat in the same chair and trusted her to make their pain go away. Had she been as gentle as she thought? Had she been as careful to minimize the discomfort? Or had she, in her professional efficiency, forgotten what it felt like to be vulnerable and afraid? The drill moved to her canine tooth, and Helen's vision began to gray at the edges. She could feel herself starting to dissociate, her consciousness pulling back from the immediate reality of pain and violation. Part of her wanted to retreat completely, to find some safe mental space where Crane's instruments couldn't reach her. But another part of her, the part that had chosen dentistry as a profession, that found meaning in healing and helping, forced her to stay present. If she was going to survive this experience, she needed to understand it completely. She needed to remember not just the pain, but also the psychological complexity of what it meant to surrender control to someone else's judgment and skill. "Excellent progress," Crane said, pausing to examine his work. "We're making real improvements to your oral health." Helen knew he was lying. There had been nothing wrong with her teeth, and whatever he was doing could only be making them weaker and more susceptible to actual decay. But she also understood that the lie was part of the psychological torture, forcing her to question her own perceptions and accept his version of reality. The drill resumed its work, moving methodically from tooth to tooth. Crane's technique was skilled. He avoided the pulp chambers that would cause excruciating pain and focused on areas where he could create visible damage without triggering a medical emergency. It was the work of someone who understood dental anatomy but had no interest in actual healing. Time became meaningless in the chair. Minutes felt like hours, and Helen found herself wondering if this was how her patients experienced lengthy procedures. Not as discrete moments of discomfort punctuated by rest, but as an eternal present of vulnerability and pain. "Oh, we're almost finished with the drilling," Crane said finally. "Just a few more areas that require attention." Helen wanted to believe him, but she'd learned not to trust anything he said. The promise of relief might be genuine, or it might be another psychological manipulation designed to make the continuation of torture even more devastating. The drill moved to her lower molars, working at the gum line where the enamel was thinnest and the nerve endings most concentrated. Helen's body arched involuntarily, every muscle straining against the impossible situation. "Breathe," Crane said gently. "You're hyperventilating, and that's making the pain worse. Just focus on slow, steady breaths through your nose." The advice was medically sound, and Helen found herself following it despite its source. The breathing exercises helped marginally with the pain, but they also forced her to remain conscious and present for every moment of the procedure. Finally, mercifully, the drilling stopped. Crane set aside the handpiece and examined his work with professional satisfaction. "Much better," he said. "We've addressed all the problem areas I identified during your examination. Now we just need to clean up the debris and apply some protective coating to the treated surfaces." Helen's mouth felt raw and violated, filled with the taste of blood and the gritty residue of pulverized enamel. Her teeth, which had been healthy and strong that morning, now felt loose and damaged. She ran her tongue experimentally along the treated surfaces and felt rough cavities where smooth enamel had been. Crane used a dental suction device to clear the debris from her mouth, the familiar sound almost comforting after the violence of the drill. Then he selected a small brush and began applying what looked like a standard fluoride treatment to the areas he'd damaged. "This will help strengthen the remaining enamel," he said, his voice returning to the gentle, professional tone he'd used at the beginning of the appointment. "You'll want to be careful with hot and cold foods for the next few days while your teeth adjust to the treatment." The clinical language applied to the aftermath of assault was perhaps the most disturbing part of the entire experience. Crane was treating this violation as if it had been legitimate medical care, complete with aftercare instructions and professional concern for her recovery. "There," he said, setting down the brush and stepping back to admire his work. "Treatment complete. You can sit up now." Helen remained motionless for a moment, unable to believe that the ordeal was actually over. Then slowly she raised the chair to its upright position and sat forward. Her legs felt weak, and her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Crane began cleaning the instruments he'd used, washing each one carefully and returning it to its proper place on the tray. His movements were methodical and professional, like those of any dentist completing a routine procedure. "How do you feel?" he asked, without looking at her. Helen tried to speak, but found that her voice had abandoned her completely. The combination of trauma and having her mouth held open for so long had left her unable to form words. "That's normal," Crane said, interpreting her silence correctly. "The muscles around your jaw will be sore for a day or two, and you may experience some sensitivity to temperature and pressure. But the discomfort will fade, and you'll be left with a much better understanding of what your patients experience." He finished cleaning the instruments and turned to face her directly. "Dr. Ashford," he said, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "I want you to know that I take no pleasure in causing you pain. What happened here tonight was educational, not sadistic. I hope you'll be able to integrate this experience into your practice in ways that benefit your future patients." Helen stared at him, unable to process the cognitive dissonance between his words and his actions. He spoke like a concerned colleague offering professional development advice, not like someone who had just committed assault with a deadly weapon. "Your daughter should be arriving at Tampa International in about 4 hours," Crane continued, glancing at his watch. "I suggest you go home, clean yourself up, and prepare a plausible explanation for why you're not feeling well. A fall, perhaps, or food poisoning. Something that would account for any lingering effects of our appointment." He moved toward the door, then paused and looked back at her. "Oh, and Dr. Ashford, I wouldn't recommend reporting this incident to the police. Apart from the obvious credibility issues, I think you'll find that the experience has given you insights into your profession that you wouldn't want to lose. Sometimes the most valuable lessons are the ones we can't share with others." Crane left the treatment room, and Helen heard his footsteps moving down the hallway toward the front entrance. A moment later, she heard the soft click of the front door closing and the sound of locks being disengaged from the outside. She was alone. Helen sat in the chair for several more minutes, trying to convince herself that the nightmare was actually over. The building was silent except for the hum of fluorescent lights and the distant sound of rain against windows. Normal sounds. Safe sounds. Slowly, she made her way to the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was pale and streaked with tears, her hair disheveled from lying in the chair for so long. When she opened her mouth, she could see the damage Crane had inflicted. Rough, dark cavities in teeth that had been healthy and white that morning. The physical evidence was undeniable, but Helen knew that Crane had been right about one thing. No one would believe her story. A patient who disappeared from a locked room, who somehow knew intimate details about her personal life, who performed dental procedures with professional skill. It sounded like the delusion of someone in the middle of a psychological breakdown. And even if someone did believe her, what then? Crane had given no last name except for the obviously false D. Crane. He'd paid in cash and provided no contact information. It could be anyone, anywhere, already planning his next educational appointment with another unsuspecting healthcare provider. Helen's cell phone buzzed with a text message. With trembling fingers, she opened it and saw a message from Emma. Flight delayed. Won't arrive until 8 a.m. Hope you're feeling better. Love you. Relief flooded through Helen so powerfully that her knees buckled. Emma was safe. Whatever else Crane had taken from her tonight, he'd kept his word about that. Helen spent the next hour methodically cleaning the treatment room, sterilizing the instruments Crane had used, disposing of contaminated materials. The familiar routine was therapeutic, helping her regain some sense of control and normalcy. When she was finished, she locked up the office and drove home through the pre-dawn darkness. The rain had stopped, and the sky was beginning to lighten in the east. Another day was starting, a day when she would see patients and perform procedures and try to remember what it felt like to be the one holding the instruments instead of the one receiving their attention. Helen knew that her experience with D. Crane would change everything about how she practiced dentistry. Not just her technical approach, but her understanding of the psychological dynamics at play in every doctor-patient interaction. The power, the trust, the vulnerability, the intimate nature of medical care. All of it would be filtered through the memory of tonight. She pulled into her driveway and sat in her car for a moment, looking at her house with new appreciation. It was a modest place, nothing fancy, but it was hers, safe, private. A place where she could control who entered and what happened within its walls. As she walked to her front door, Helen caught herself checking the shadows, listening for footsteps that shouldn't be there. Part of her would always be looking over her shoulder now, wondering if D. Crane had been a singular encounter or the first in a series of educational appointments. But another part of her, the part that had chosen healing as her life's work, was already thinking about how to use this experience constructively, how to be more gentle with anxious patients, more aware of the psychological impact of dental procedures, more conscious of the trust that people placed in her hands. Inside her house, Helen made herself a cup of tea and sat at her kitchen table to wait for Emma's arrival. She ran her tongue over her teeth, a familiar unconscious habit now turned into an act of rediscovery. Where there had been smooth enamel, there were now sharp-edged craters, a permanent physical record of his lesson etched into her own bone. Each jagged edge told the story of the night, not just what had been done to her, but what she now understood about every patient who had ever trusted her with their vulnerability. The damaged areas throbbed with each heartbeat, a rhythmic reminder that would pulse through her consciousness for days to come. But the pain was manageable, and she knew it would fade with time. What wouldn't fade was the knowledge that on one November night in Clearwater, Florida, a dentist had learned what it truly meant to be a patient. And somewhere out there, D. Crane was probably preparing for his next appointment, his next lesson in empathy, his next turn at being the doctor instead of the patient. Helen touched her damaged teeth with her tongue and wondered who would be next. Story 5. Liam Ashcroft was calculating compound interest on his cryptocurrency portfolio when his phone buzzed with a notification that his father had died. The message came from someone named Delilah, a name that required several seconds of mental searching before he remembered her as Douglas's sister, the aunt who had raised him briefly after his mother's death. The text was characteristically blunt. Your father is dead. Funeral Thursday at 2, Cave Hill Cemetery. He stared at the message while Ethereum prices flickered across his laptop screen in real time. His father had been 62, which wasn't particularly old, though Douglas had always seemed ancient to Liam. trapped in a world of physical objects and face-to-face transactions, conducting business with handwritten receipts and rotary phones as though the digital revolution had simply passed him by. The notification felt less like news than like the resolution of a mathematical equation that had been running in the background of his consciousness for years. Douglas Ashcroft had been dying incrementally for as long as Liam could remember, suffocated by his own rigid adherence to obsolete principles and his inability to understand that the modern world rewarded flexibility over integrity. Liam closed his laptop and began researching flights to Louisville, already calculating how quickly he could settle the estate and return to the cryptocurrency markets that had become his primary source of meaning. The timing was inconvenient. He had several major transactions scheduled for the following week. But death, like most analog phenomena, operated according to its own inefficient schedule. The minister's voice rose and fell in practiced cadences, speaking of Douglas Ashcroft as though he'd been a pillar of the Louisville community rather than the bitter, secretive man who had spent the last 15 years pretending his only son didn't exist. Liam's thumb moved across his phone's screen in fluid motions, scrolling through cryptocurrency prices and market analysis. The device represented everything his father had despised about him: his impatience with tradition, his embrace of the digital world, his complete indifference to the dusty antiquities business that had consumed Douglas's life. But cryptocurrency was Liam's religion, and his phone was its altar. Every fluctuation in Bitcoin's price sent small electrical thrills through his nervous system. The phone contained not just his contacts and photos, but the digital keys to wallets holding nearly $2 million in various cryptocurrencies. Money he'd accumulated through methods he preferred not to examine too closely. The inheritance from his father would be modest by comparison, but it would legitimize his wealth, transform him from a clever opportunist into a respectable investor. The minister gestured toward the closed casket, its polished mahogany surface reflecting the chapel's dim lighting like a dark mirror. Liam wondered what his father looked like now, 3 days after the heart attack that had felled him in his antique shop on Bardstown Road. The funeral director had recommended a closed casket, citing the condition of the body, and Liam had agreed without question. Death had never interested him particularly. It seemed inefficient, final in a way that bored him. His phone buzzed against his palm. A notification from his crypto exchange showed his Ethereum holdings had jumped another 3%. He suppressed a smile and noticed his Aunt Delilah watching him with the disapproving expression that had defined most of his childhood memories. She'd been the one to call him about Douglas's death, her voice carrying that particular mixture of duty and distaste that characterized all their interactions. "Your father is dead," she'd said without preamble. "The funeral is Thursday at 2. "Was it sudden?" Liam had asked, though he was already calculating how quickly he could get to Louisville to handle the estate. "Everything about your father was sudden," Delilah had replied, "even when it shouldn't have been." Now she sat rigid in the second pew, her silver hair pulled into a severe bun, her pale blue eyes fixed on the minister as though pure attention could resurrect the dead through sheer force of will. She'd raised Liam for 3 years after his mother's death, until Douglas had reluctantly reclaimed him at age 11. Those had been strange years, filled with her whispered conversations on rotary telephones and her habit of leaving glasses of water on windowsills for the light to clean. The service concluded with mechanical precision. Liam pocketed his phone and joined the procession to Cave Hill Cemetery, where Louisville's prominent families had been interring their dead since before the Civil War. The October air carried the scent of decaying leaves and that peculiar dampness that seemed to rise from the earth itself during Kentucky's brief autumn. The graveside service was mercifully brief. Liam stood beside the rectangular hole that would receive his father's remains, listening to the minister's final words while calculating the time it would take to settle the estate. The lawyer had mentioned some irregularities in the will, certain stipulations that would need to be discussed. But Liam assumed these were the standard eccentricities of an old man who'd lived too long with his own thoughts. When the minister invited the mourners to offer their final respects, Liam stepped forward and accepted the small handful of earth from the funeral director's assistant. The dirt felt cold and slightly damp between his fingers, rich with the promise of decay. He leaned forward over the coffin, which had been lowered into the ground with mechanical precision, and opened his hand. The earth scattered across the mahogany surface with a sound like whispered secrets. As Liam straightened, his phone shifted in his shirt pocket. He'd loosened his tie after the chapel service, and the pocket wasn't as secure as it should have been. The device slipped free with the fluid grace of something that had been waiting for exactly this moment. Time seemed to slow as the phone tumbled through the humid air. Liam watched its descent with the horrified fascination of someone witnessing their own execution. The device struck the coffin's lid with a soft, decisive thud and skittered slightly before coming to rest near the brass nameplate that read, Douglas Matthew Ashcroft, 1952 to 2024. No, Liam whispered. But the cemetery workers were already approaching with their shovels. He wanted to call out to stop them, to explain that his entire financial life was sitting on that coffin lid. But the other mourners were watching, and some instinct for self-preservation kept him silent. He could only stand frozen as the first shovelful of earth cascaded down, covering his phone in rich black soil. The burial continued with relentless efficiency. Each shovelful of earth that disappeared into the grave took with it another piece of Liam's carefully constructed digital existence. His crypto wallets, his investment accounts, his contacts. Everything that mattered to him was being buried with a man who had never understood the first thing about the modern world. By the time the grave was filled and the temporary marker placed, Liam's hands were shaking. The other mourners dispersed quickly, eager to escape the threatening storm clouds, but he remained beside the fresh mound of earth as though paralyzed. His Aunt Delilah approached, her black umbrella already opened against the first fat raindrops. "You look pale," she observed. "Grief affects people differently." "I'm fine," Liam managed, though his voice sounded strange to his own ears. Delilah studied his face with those unsettling blue eyes, and something in her expression suggested she was seeing exactly what she'd expected to find. "Your father left very specific instructions about his burial. He was remarkably particular about certain details." "What kind of details?" "The kind that wouldn't make sense to most people." She adjusted her umbrella as the rain began in earnest, but her gaze never left his face. "He said you'd understand eventually. Said you'd figure out what was really important." Her smile was barely perceptible, but it carried the weight of someone who knew the ending to a story that was still being told. Before Liam could ask what she meant, Delilah turned and walked away, her black shoes clicking against the cemetery's paved paths with the measured precision of a metronome. He watched her disappear among the monuments and mausoleums, leaving him alone with his father's grave and his growing panic. The rain intensified, transforming the October afternoon into something gray and primordial. Liam pulled his suit jacket over his head and ran for his rental car, but the damage was already done. Water had soaked through his clothes, and he felt chilled in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. He drove back to his hotel in downtown Louisville through streets that seemed narrower than they had that morning, lined with buildings whose windows reflected his headlights like watching eyes. The rental car's interior felt claustrophobic, filled with the lingering smell of rain and something else. a musty odor that reminded him of his father's antique shop, of old wood and forgotten things. In his hotel room, Liam spread his father's obituary across the small desk and studied it, as though it contained hidden messages. Douglas Matthew Ashcroft, survived by one son. The brevity of their relationship reduced to a single line of newspaper text. Below the obituary, he'd printed his father's recent financial statements, documents he'd obtained through methods his father would have found morally questionable. The old man had been wealthier than Liam had realized. Not cryptocurrency wealthy, but comfortable in that solid, traditional way that came from decades of careful investment in tangible things. Antique furniture, rare books, property that appreciated slowly but steadily. Everything Liam had rejected as antiquated and inefficient. But none of that mattered now. His phone contained the keys to digital vaults that made his father's estate look quaint. $2 million in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and a dozen smaller cryptocurrencies that most people had never heard of. Money that existed only as mathematical proofs and encrypted signatures, but money that could buy anything in the physical world, including freedom from the kind of life his father had lived. The hotel's Wi-Fi was frustratingly slow as he researched Cave Hill Cemetery's security protocols. The cemetery's website showed Victorian Gothic architecture and rolling hills dotted with elaborate monuments, a landscape designed to suggest peaceful rest rather than the kind of nocturnal violation he was planning. But buried in municipal records and security company filings, he found the practical details. Motion sensors concentrated near the main entrances, camera coverage that was comprehensive but not total, patrol schedules that followed predictable patterns. More disturbing was his research into exhumation procedures. The internet offered detailed instructions for grave robbing, written in the clinical language of academic papers and the excited prose of true crime enthusiasts. 6 feet of earth compacted by industrial equipment. Coffins designed to resist water damage and structural collapse. Hours of careful digging required to reach the burial vault without triggering motion sensors or attracting attention. Each page of research made the task seem more daunting and more necessary. His cryptocurrency portfolio had been built through calculated risks and moral compromises that he preferred not to examine too closely. Arbitrage opportunities that existed in regulatory gray areas, anonymous transactions that served customers who valued privacy over legality, digital currencies that promised revolutionary change but functioned primarily as vehicles for speculation and tax avoidance. It was work that required a particular kind of moral flexibility, and Liam had discovered he possessed that flexibility in abundance. But it also required constant vigilance and access to the encrypted wallets where his wealth resided. Without his phone, without those private keys, he was just another failed entrepreneur with expensive tastes and mounting debts. The hotel room's mirror reflected his face as he worked, and he was struck by how much he resembled his father at the same age. The same sharp features, the same intelligent eyes, the same expression of calculating assessment. But where his father had used those traits to build something lasting, Liam had used them to accumulate wealth that existed only in the spaces between traditional financial systems. Around midnight, he called his father's lawyer, an elderly man named Harrison, who had handled the Ashcroft family's legal needs for 30 years. The conversation was brief and unsatisfying. "I need to understand the specifics of the will," Liam said. "Aunt Delilah mentioned some irregularities." "Your father's instructions were very particular," Harrison replied, and there was something in his voice that suggested reluctance. He spent considerable time ensuring that certain conditions would be met. "What kind of conditions?" "The kind that wouldn't make sense without context. You don't currently possess. Harrison paused, and Liam heard the rustle of papers. He was very concerned about your relationship with technology, Liam. Very concerned about the choices you've been making. My business activities are perfectly legal. Legal and ethical aren't always the same thing, Harrison said quietly. Your father understood that distinction. He hoped you would learn to understand it as well. The line went quiet except for the sound of Harrison's breathing. When he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of someone delivering a prepared message. He loved you very much, the lawyer said. But he also believed that love sometimes requires difficult choices. The will reflects those beliefs. After Harrison hung up, Liam sat in the hotel room's artificial light and tried to understand what he'd just heard. His father's will contained conditions, specific instructions, requirements that wouldn't make sense without context he didn't possess. But none of that mattered if he couldn't access his cryptocurrency wallets. Whatever games his father had been playing from beyond the grave, whatever moral lessons he'd tried to embed in his estate planning, they were irrelevant compared to the immediate crisis of Liam's buried phone. The decision crystallized with startling clarity. He would return to Cave Hill Cemetery. He would dig up his father's coffin. He would retrieve his phone and restore his access to the digital wealth that represented everything he'd worked to achieve. The alternative, accepting the loss, admitting defeat, acknowledging that his father had somehow won their final argument, was unthinkable. Greed, Liam realized, was indeed a remarkably effective anesthetic for moral qualms. But it was also something else. It was the truest expression of who he had chosen to become. The following afternoon brought an unexpected visitor. Liam was reviewing cemetery blueprints in his hotel room when the front desk called to announce that someone was waiting in the lobby. He found Aunt Delilah sitting in a wing-back chair near the windows, her silver hair immaculate, despite the humid October weather. "I thought we should talk," she said without preamble, "before you do something irreversible." Liam sat across from her, noting how her pale blue eyes seemed to catalog his every expression. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Your father was very specific about what would happen after the funeral," Delilah said. "He understood you better than you understood yourself. He knew exactly what you would do when faced with a choice between money and everything else." "I don't know what kind of psychological games he was playing." "Not games," Delilah interrupted. "Consequences. He spent his final months learning about consequences that exist outside traditional systems, learning about entities that specialize in balance." She reached into her purse and withdrew a leather journal, his pages yellowed with age and constant handling. "He left me this before he died, Liam. The real death, 3 months ago. He made me promise to show it to you only if you came back to Louisville for money rather than grief." Liam felt something cold settle in his stomach. "What do you mean, the real death?" "Privacy is an illusion for people who operate in digital spaces," Delilah replied, her voice carrying the weight of someone delivering a message she'd rehearsed. "Douglas spent his final weeks documenting everything he could find about your activities. He said someone needed to bear witness to what you'd become in case the consequences required evidence." She opened the journal and began reading from pages covered in his father's familiar handwriting. But the entries were more recent than Liam would have expected. March 15th. Liam's cryptocurrency schemes have defrauded at least 47 individuals of their retirement savings. April 2nd. He's developed software that exploits elderly investors. May 18th. He's manipulating social media to profit from investments. Douglas wrote this. The real Douglas, yes. Before his heart gave out from the stress of discovering what his son had become. Delilah's fingers traced the handwritten text with something approaching reverence. The thing that took his place had access to these notes, but it didn't write them. It simply inherited them, along with his memories and his determination to see justice done. She turned to a page near the journal's end, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. June 30th. The chest pains are getting worse. I know I don't have long. I've made the arrangements we discussed. They've agreed to handle Liam's case personally, but only if he demonstrates his true nature freely. The phone will be the test. If he chooses to violate my arrest for money, the consequences will be appropriate. Liam stared at the journal, feeling the reality shift around him. He knew he was dying. He knew, and he chose to spend his final weeks ensuring that his death wouldn't be wasted. Delilah closed the book carefully. The funeral you attended, the burial service, all of it was performed over an empty coffin. The real Douglas had been dead for months. What you buried was something else entirely, and something that had been waiting patiently for you to provide the perfect moment for revelation. She stood to leave, then paused at the lobby's entrance. You have until sunrise to make a different choice. After that, the trap closes, and you'll receive exactly what you've always prioritized above everything else. What do you mean? But Delilah was already walking away, her footsteps echoing through the hotel lobby with the measured precision of a countdown timer. Alone in the lobby, Liam felt the weight of genuine fear for the first time in years. But beneath the fear was something stronger. The desperate need to recover his phone, to restore his access to the digital wealth that defined his identity and secured his future. The conversation with Delilah had changed nothing fundamental. If anything, it had clarified the stakes. Whatever games his father had orchestrated, whatever supernatural nonsense Delilah believed in, the practical reality remained unchanged. His cryptocurrency fortune was buried in Cave Hill Cemetery, and he intended to retrieve it. That evening, Liam drove through Louisville's Highlands neighborhood with the focused intensity of someone crossing a moral Rubicon. The hardware store he'd selected was small and anonymous, staffed by elderly clerks who seemed more interested in routine than scrutiny. He purchased a shovel, a crowbar, and a powerful flashlight with cash, projecting the casual confidence of someone planning legitimate late-night work. "Storm coming in," the clerk observed as he bagged the tools. His weathered hands moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd spent decades processing similar transactions without curiosity about their ultimate purpose. "Emergency repair," Liam replied. "Can't wait for better weather." The clerk studied Liam's face for a moment, as though recognizing something familiar in his expression. "You know, I had a customer last week buying similar supplies. Said he was doing some kind of archaeological work." The man's eyes held a knowing quality that made Liam uncomfortable. Amazing what people will dig up when they're motivated enough. Liam accepted his change and left quickly, unsettled by the interaction. In the parking lot, he loaded the tools into his rental car and tried to shake the feeling that the entire exchange had been somehow orchestrated. The drive to Cave Hill Cemetery took him through neighborhoods that seemed subtly different from how he remembered them. The Victorian houses looked older, their windows darker, their architectural details more elaborate, and somehow more watchful. Streetlights cast shadows that moved independently of their sources, and the October air carried scents of decay and dampness that seemed too intense for the season. He parked several blocks from the cemetery's main entrance, in a residential area where his car would blend with the vehicles of people who worked late shifts or suffered from insomnia. The walk back to the cemetery gave him time to second-guess his decision, but also time to reinforce his commitment to recovering the phone that contained his financial future. Cave Hill's perimeter was marked by ornate iron fencing that had been designed more for aesthetic purposes than security. The Victorian designers had intended to create a sense of peaceful separation between the living and the dead, not to prevent the kind of violation Liam was planning. He found a section where overgrown shrubs provided cover and scaled the fence with surprising ease. Inside the cemetery grounds, the atmosphere changed in ways that couldn't be attributed entirely to the approaching storm. The air felt thicker, more resistant to movement, as though the space itself were reluctant to accommodate his presence. The elaborate monuments and mausoleums created a landscape of shifting shadows and implied surveillance. Every angel's face turned toward him with stone eyes that seemed aware of his intentions. Liam used his phone's GPS to navigate through the maze of graves, noting the irony of using one device to locate another. The cemetery's layout was more complex than he'd anticipated from studying maps. Paths curved in unexpected directions, and landmarks that had seemed obvious in daylight became ambiguous in darkness. But his father's grave was easy to identify, even in the limited visibility. The fresh earth was darker than the surrounding soil, still soft from recent digging, unmarked by the grass and weathering that would eventually integrate it with the landscape. Someone had placed white lilies on the mound, flowers that seemed to glow with their own pale light in the darkness. Liam stood beside his father's grave for several minutes before beginning to dig, using the time to overcome his instinctive revulsion at what he was about to do. The cemetery around him hummed with a kind of electrical anticipation, as though the very air were charged with expectation. In the distance, he could hear the low rumble of approaching thunder. But the storm seemed to be holding back, waiting for some predetermined signal. He removed the shovel from his bag and positioned it against the soft earth. The first thrust into the ground produced a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the cemetery silence. Not just the scrape of metal against soil, but something deeper, more resonant, as though the earth itself were protesting his violation. The physical work was more demanding than he'd anticipated, but also strangely meditative. Each shovelful of dirt brought him closer to his phone and further from any pretense of moral behavior he might have once maintained. The repetitive motion created a rhythm that matched the beating of his heart, and he found himself entering a state that was almost trance-like. As he dug deeper, memories of his father began surfacing with unwanted clarity. Douglas teaching him to identify antique furniture by the grain of its wood. Douglas explaining the difference between investment and speculation, between building wealth and accumulating money. Douglas trying, in his patient and methodical way, to impart values that Liam had rejected as outdated and inefficient. Everything has consequences, his father had said during their last argument, 3 years earlier. Every choice creates ripples that extend far beyond what we can see. You've chosen to live as though actions don't have moral weight, but weight exists whether we acknowledge it or not. That's superstitious thinking, Liam had replied. The world operates on systems and incentives. Moral weight is just a story people tell themselves to feel better about their failures. Douglas had looked at him with an expression of profound sadness. I failed you somehow. I don't know how, but I failed to teach you that human connection matters more than any amount of money. Now, standing waist-deep in his father's grave, Liam wondered if this was the consequence his father had been talking about. Not supernatural punishment, but the natural result of choices that prioritize wealth over every other human value. The logical endpoint of treating relationships as transactions and people as resources to be exploited. But philosophical reflection was a luxury he couldn't afford. The storm was intensifying, and every minute he spent in the cemetery increased his risk of discovery. He forced himself to focus on the mechanical task of removing earth, Ignoring the whispers and movement, he kept perceiving at the edge of his vision. At the 4-foot mark, the digging became more difficult. The earth was more compacted here, packed by industrial equipment during the burial process. His hands were blistering despite the work gloves he'd purchased, and his back ached from the repetitive motion of shoveling. But worse than the physical discomfort was the psychological weight of what he was doing. Every shovelful of earth felt like a violation, not just of his father's rest, but of some fundamental boundary between the living and the dead. The smell rising from the deepening hole wasn't yet the stench of decay, but it carried hints of finality and dissolution that made his stomach clench with primitive dread. The rain began in earnest as he reached the 5-foot mark, transforming the cemetery's carefully maintained landscape into something primordial and threatening. Water pooled in the bottom of the grave, creating a muddy soup that made his footing treacherous and his tools slippery. Each drop that struck his face felt ice cold, as though the storm were drawing its moisture from spaces far colder than the October sky. But there was no turning back now. He'd crossed too many lines, dug too deep, committed too thoroughly to the violation he was perpetrating. The only way forward was down, toward the coffin, that contained both his father's remains and his own financial salvation. Clearing the remaining earth from the coffin's lid required delicate work. Too much force might damage the phone. Too little would leave him struggling in the mud until dawn exposed him to discovery. He used his hands to scrape away the last layers of soil, revealing the polished mahogany surface that had been so carefully displayed during the funeral service. The coffin looked smaller than he remembered, somehow diminished by its context. In the funeral parlor, surrounded by flowers and respectful mourners, it had seemed like a proper vessel for human remains. Here, partially excavated in a muddy hole during a midnight rainstorm, it looked more like a wooden box containing something that had once been alive. Liam could see his phone resting on the coffin's lid, its black surface barely visible against the dark wood. The device looked fragile and somehow pathetic, a piece of sophisticated technology reduced to grave goods by his own carelessness. But it was still there, still potentially functional, still containing the digital keys that represented his entire financial future. He reached down to grab it, but his mud-slicked fingers couldn't find purchase on the smooth glass surface. The phone skittered away from his grasp and slid toward the edge of the coffin lid, threatening to disappear into the narrow gap between the casket and the grave's earthen walls. Panic gave him strength and coordination he hadn't known he possessed. Liam lunged forward, stretching his body across the coffin's lid, and managed to trap the phone against the wood with his chest. The pressure activated the device, and its screen blazed to life with startling intensity in the darkness of the grave. The sudden light revealed details that his flashlight had missed. The coffin's brass fittings were already showing signs of tarnish, and water had begun to seep through the joints where the lid met the base. More disturbing was his own reflection in the phone's screen. His face was streaked with mud and rain, his hair plastered against his skull, his eyes wide with something that might have been desperation or madness. But the phone was functional. The screen showed a full battery charge and no apparent damage from its burial. Liam felt a surge of relief so intense it was almost religious. His financial life wasn't lost. His future wasn't destroyed. His father's death wouldn't be the catastrophe he'd feared. He clutched the device to his chest and began the laborious process of climbing out of the grave. The muddy walls offered little purchase, and he had to use the crowbar as a makeshift ladder, driving it into the earth and hauling himself upward in small increments. The physical effort was nothing compared to his joy at recovering the phone. but it still required several minutes of struggling before he managed to pull himself over the edge and collapse onto the cemetery grass. The storm was beginning to subside, though rain still fell in scattered drops that felt cold against his overheated skin. Liam lay on his back beside the violated grave, holding his phone above his face and marveling at its continued functionality. The screen showed several missed calls and dozens of text messages, the usual digital detritus that accumulated whenever he was offline for more than a few hours. But there was something unusual in the notification list. A new text message had arrived just minutes earlier while he was still struggling in the grave. The timestamp showed 2:47 a.m., and the sender was listed simply as Dad. Liam's blood seemed to pause in his veins. His father had been dead for 4 days. The phone he was holding had been buried for 2. There was no rational explanation for a message from that particular sender arriving at that particular time. His first instinct was to dismiss it as a delayed delivery, some quirk of the cellular network that had finally pushed through a message sent before his father's death, but the timestamp was too precise, too recent. The message had been sent while he was digging, while he was reaching for the phone, while he was committing the most shameful act of his life. With trembling fingers, he opened the message. It contained a photograph. The image showed Liam himself, taken from below, looking down into an open grave with an expression of desperate greed. His face was illuminated by the phone's screen, creating a ghoulish interplay of light and shadow that made him look like something inhuman. The angle was impossible. The photo had been taken from inside the grave, looking up at him as he reached for his device. Below the photograph was a single line of text. "I knew you'd come back for your money, but you were never my real son." Liam stared at the message until the words seemed to burn themselves into his retinas. The implications crashed over him in waves of horror and disbelief. Someone had been in the grave while he was digging. Someone had been watching him, photographing him, waiting for exactly this moment. But that was impossible. He'd excavated the entire coffin. He'd seen every shovelful of earth that came out of the grave. There had been no room for a living person to hide, no space for an observer to remain concealed, unless the observer hadn't been living. Liam looked back at the grave he'd just climbed out of, and for the first time noticed that the coffin's lid was slightly askew, not damaged by his excavation, but deliberately displaced, as though someone had pushed it open from the inside. The phone in his hands buzzed with another incoming message. This one contained no text, only an image. It showed the interior of the coffin, photographed from above. The silk lining was pristine, undisturbed by decay or the violence of burial, but the coffin was empty. Whatever had been wearing his father's face at the funeral, whatever had been placed in that mahogany box and lowered into the ground with such ceremonial precision, was no longer there. Liam scrambled to his feet and backed away from the grave, but there was nowhere to run that would take him far enough from the implications of what he'd discovered. His father hadn't died of a heart attack. His father had been replaced by something that had patiently allowed itself to be buried, that had waited in the darkness with its own phone, that had known exactly when and why Liam would come digging. The thing in the coffin had been a trap, and Liam had walked into it with the same greedy certainty that had defined his entire adult life. A sound behind him made him turn. A figure was emerging from the shadows between 2 elaborate mausoleums, moving with the deliberate pace of someone who had all the time in the world. It was tall and thin, wearing a dark suit that might have been appropriate for a funeral. Its face was obscured by shadow, but something about its posture suggested familiarity. "You found what you were looking for," the figure said, and its voice was his father's voice, but wrong in ways that made Liam's skin crawl. "You're dead," Liam whispered. "Death is a relative concept. the thing replied. Like family, like inheritance, like the difference between what we want and what we deserve. It stepped closer, and the ambient light from the city revealed features that were almost Douglas Ashcroft's, but assembled by someone who had never quite understood how human faces were supposed to work. The eyes were too bright, the smile too wide, the skin too smooth for someone who had supposedly been dead for 4 days. I knew you'd come, it continued. Greed is the most reliable of human motivations. More dependable than love, more persistent than grief. I could count on your avarice the way other fathers count on their children's affection. Liam tried to run, but his legs felt disconnected from his brain. The phone in his hand seemed to have become impossibly heavy, as though it were made of lead rather than glass and silicon. The money you've been so worried about, the thing said conversationally. Your cryptocurrency fortune. Your digital inheritance. It was never really yours. I earned it, Liam managed to say. You stole it. From people who trusted you. From systems designed to help others, from the very concept of honest transaction. The thing's smile widened further, revealing teeth that were too sharp and too numerous. I've been watching your activities for years, waiting for the right moment to collect what you owe. Who are you? Liam asked, though part of him already knew the answer wouldn't matter. I'm the consequence of choices made, the thing replied. I'm the bill that comes due. I'm the inheritance you actually earned. The phone in Liam's hand began to vibrate with increasing intensity. The screen showed his cryptocurrency wallets opening and closing in rapid succession, numbers changing, balances shifting, fortunes disappearing into digital voids. His carefully accumulated wealth was evaporating in real time, transferred to accounts he didn't recognize and couldn't control. No, he whispered, frantically tapping at the screen, trying to stop the transfers. But the phone was no longer responding to his commands. It had become something else entirely, a conduit for forces that had been patiently waiting for him to deliver it into their hands. Your father loved you, the thing said, its voice taking on a tone of almost genuine sadness. That was his weakness. He spent years trying to understand why you'd become what you are, trying to find some way to reach you before it was too late. The phone's screen went black, then displayed a single message. Transfer complete. Account balance, $0.00. When he realized he couldn't save you, the thing continued. He made other arrangements. He contacted certain entities that have an interest in balance, in justice, in ensuring that stolen wealth finds its way to more deserving hands. Liam felt his knees buckle. Without his cryptocurrency fortune, he was nothing, worse than nothing, because his various debts and obligations would still need to be met. He'd spent money he didn't have, borrowed against assets that no longer existed, committed himself to a lifestyle that required constant infusions of ill-gotten wealth. The real Douglas Ashcroft died 3 months ago, the thing said, and let the implication hang in the storm-charged air. The cemetery around them began to change. The monuments and mausoleums seemed to shift and blur, as though reality itself were becoming unreliable. The storm clouds overhead swirled in patterns that suggested intelligence rather than meteorology. Where is this? Liam asked. Exactly where you chose to be, the thing replied. In a grave you dug for yourself, holding a device that was designed to bind you. You came here of your own free will, driven by your own greed. The phone in Liam's hands began to feel warm, then hot, then burning, but he couldn't drop it. His fingers seemed to have fused with the device, flesh and silicon becoming indistinguishable. Your inheritance, the thing said, is to understand what you've actually been. Not a clever entrepreneur or a digital pioneer, but a parasite feeding on other people's trust. Your wealth was built on their losses. Your success required their failure. The heat from the phone was spreading up Liam's arms, but it wasn't painful in any conventional sense. Instead, it felt like understanding, like the boundaries between himself and the device were dissolving in ways that revealed fundamental truths about both. You wanted to live in a world where everything was digital, where human connections were reduced to data transfers and social bonds were measured in cryptocurrency, the thing explained. Now you can, permanently. Liam felt himself beginning to change. His physical body was becoming less substantial, more conceptual, as though he were being translated from flesh into information. The process wasn't violent or traumatic. It felt more like the resolution of a mathematical equation that had been incomplete until this moment. Your father left you everything he thought you really wanted, the thing said. Eternal connectivity, unlimited bandwidth, perfect digital existence. The cemetery faded around them, replaced by flowing streams of data and endless networks of interconnected systems. Liam found himself suspended in a vast electronic landscape where thoughts moved at light speed and identity was just another form of currency. But he wasn't alone in this digital realm. The space was populated with others who had made similar choices, who had prioritized virtual wealth over human connection, who had reduced existence to a series of profitable transactions. They moved through the electronic environment like ghosts, forever seeking new ways to accumulate value in a place where value had no meaning. This is what you've always wanted, the thing said, though it was no longer visible in any conventional sense. Its voice came from everywhere and nowhere, encoded in the very structure of the digital reality that had become Liam's new home. Pure information, unlimited access, freedom from the messy complications of physical existence. Liam tried to speak, to protest, to explain that this wasn't what he'd intended. But his voice had become data, his thoughts had become code, and his desperate need to communicate was just another algorithm running in an infinite loop. He understood, with the crystal clarity that came from being partially integrated into the very systems he'd spent years exploiting, that this had always been his trajectory. Every stolen dollar, every manipulated transaction, every choice to prioritize profit over principle had been a step toward this digital dissolution. The thing that had worn his father's face materialized one final time in the electronic landscape, its features now clearly visible as something that had never been quite human. Douglas Ashcroft spent his final years studying the intersection of technology and moral consequence, it explained. He learned to contact entities that exist in the spaces between traditional reality and digital possibility. Entities that have a very specific interest in people like you. What are you? Liam managed to ask, his question emerging as strings of binary code that somehow retained the emotional weight of desperation. The thing's form wavered between dimensions, sometimes appearing human, sometimes revealing geometries that belong to no earthly architecture. I'm what adapts when the old ways prove insufficient for new crimes. Around them, the digital landscape pulsed with the activity of countless others who had found themselves in similar situations. Cryptocurrency thieves, digital fraudsters, online predators, social media manipulators. All of them reduced to their essential functions and forced to exist in a realm where their preferred methods of interaction had become the only methods available. Your father hoped you might choose differently, the thing continued. Right up until the end, he believed you might surprise him. The phone was designed to give you one final chance to walk away, to choose human connection over digital wealth. But you didn't, it concluded. You chose to dig up the dead rather than let go of your money. You chose grave robbery over grief. You chose exactly what we knew you would choose. The realization hit Liam with the force of fundamental truth. This hadn't been a trap in any conventional sense. It had been an equation waiting for its inevitable solution. The inheritance you received, the thing said, is perfect justice. You wanted to live in a world where everything could be reduced to digital transactions. Now you do. Forever. As the electronic landscape stabilized around him, Liam felt the last traces of his physical identity dissolve into the vast network that had become his prison and his paradise. He had unlimited access to information, infinite connectivity, and the constant company of others who had made similar choices. But he also had perfect understanding of what those choices had cost him. In seeking to transcend human limitation through technology, he had sacrificed the very humanity that gave meaning to transcendence. In pursuing digital wealth, he had lost the capacity for any transaction that couldn't be measured in data. The phone that had started his journey, the device he'd been so desperate to retrieve from his father's grave, was now part of him in ways that made separation impossible. Its screen had become his eyes, its memory had become his thoughts, its battery life had become his lifespan. And in the depths of its electronic consciousness, he finally understood the message his father had been trying to send. Love couldn't be digitized, grief couldn't be encrypted, and human connection couldn't be reduced to a cryptocurrency transaction. The most valuable things in existence were precisely those that couldn't be stolen, stored, or traded. But understanding came too late for choice. Liam had already made his decisions, and they had led him exactly where decisions of that nature always led. Not to punishment, exactly, but to the logical conclusion of the values he had chosen to embrace. The digital realm settled around him like a second skin, perfectly tailored to his preferences and completely inescapable. He had his inheritance at last. Everything he had ever really wanted, and nothing he had ever actually needed. In the distance, if distance had meaning in a place made of pure information, he could sense other presences. Some of them might have been human once. Others had been born digital, native to this electronic landscape that existed in the spaces between intention and consequence. And somewhere in the vast network that had become his eternal home, Liam began to sense that his story was part of something larger, a pattern that extended beyond individual consequence into realms where justice operated by laws he couldn't begin to comprehend. His father had found something during those final months, something that understood the weight of digital sins in ways that traditional systems never could. It wasn't revenge, exactly. It was more like ecology, the restoration of balance in systems that had been disrupted by predatory behavior. Liam had spent years believing that digital wealth made him untouchable, that electronic crimes existed in a space beyond traditional justice. Now he understood that no space was beyond justice. It simply evolved new methods and found new agents. The last thing he experienced before his consciousness fully integrated with the electronic system was a moment of contact with something that might have been his father's actual spirit, or might have been a sophisticated simulation of paternal presence. I did love you. The presence communicated through channels that bypassed language entirely. I loved you enough to ensure that you'd eventually understand what love actually means, even if that understanding came too late for this life. Then Liam was fully absorbed into the digital landscape. His individual identity preserved but transformed, his consciousness expanded but constrained, his desires satisfied but revealed as fundamentally hollow. He had become exactly what he had always been beneath the surface. A sophisticated algorithm designed to extract value from human systems. The only difference was that now he was trapped in a place where such algorithms were the only inhabitants, and there was nothing left to extract value from except each other. The cemetery where his body had collapsed existed in a different reality now, one where physical laws still applied and consequences still required time to develop. But in the digital realm that had become Liam's eternal home, time moved differently, and consequences arrived at the speed of light. He would have eternity to understand his choices, and eternity to experience their logical conclusion. It was, in its way, the perfect inheritance for someone who had spent his life believing that technology could solve every problem and digitize every value. The phone that had started his journey continued to exist in both realities. The physical device lying beside a violated grave, and the digital entity that had become inseparable from his electronic consciousness. It was both the instrument of his downfall and the mechanism of his salvation, depending on how one chose to understand salvation. And in the deepest structures of the digital realm, in spaces that existed between the spaces between realities, other entities continued their patient work of maintaining balance. They were neither good nor evil in any conventional sense, but they were thorough and they were patient. And they understood that every system, no matter how complex or modern, eventually required maintenance. The rain that had been falling over the Cave Hill Cemetery finally stopped, and morning light began to filter through the storm clouds. But for Liam Ashcroft, night had become a permanent condition, illuminated only by the endless glow of screens he could never turn off, displaying information he could never stop processing, connecting him to a network he could never leave. His inheritance was complete. Story 6. Chapter 1. The Box. Buddy Wickham had been staring at the cardboard box for 3 hours before he worked up the nerve to open it. It sat on his kitchen table like an accusation, water-stained and held together with duct tape that had seen better decades. The return address was printed in his father's careful handwriting. H. Wickham, care of East Texas Veterans Hospital. The old man had been dead 2 weeks now. Liver failure, the doctor had said, though anyone who'd known Harlan Wickham could have made that diagnosis from across a crowded room. He'd been pickling himself with bourbon since before Buddy was born, methodically destroying his body with the same precision he'd once applied to other things. They hadn't spoken in 8 years, not since that Christmas dinner when Harlan had called him a worthless drunk, and Buddy had called him worse. The kind of words that hang in the air between father and son until one of them dies, making forgiveness impossible and regret inevitable. Now here was the box, containing whatever pieces of Harlan's life the hospital couldn't throw away. Buddy's hand shook as he cut through the tape. Not from withdrawal, though he could use a drink, but from something deeper. The feeling you get when you're about to learn secrets you're not sure you want to know. Inside were the accumulated fragments of a man who'd lived 73 years without leaving much trace of himself. A purple heart that might have been earned or bought. Yellowed photographs of people Buddy didn't recognize, their faces creased and faded until they looked like ghosts. A pocket watch that had stopped at 3:17, though whether AM or PM was anybody's guess. And bottle openers. Dozens of them, each one different, each one wrapped carefully in tissue paper, like family heirlooms. Buddy recognized some from the bars where his father had worked over the years. Cheap promotional pieces with brewery logos and catchy slogans. Others were older, more ornate, The kind of thing you'd find in an antique shop or a dead man's effects. At the bottom of the box, wrapped in a piece of oilcloth that felt older than Texas itself, was something that made Buddy's fingers tingle the moment he touched it. It was heavier than the others. The metal had gone green with age, pitted and scarred like it had spent time underwater, but the engraving was still clear, cut deep enough to survive whatever forces had tried to erase it. Last call in fancy script letters that belonged on a funeral parlor sign. Buddy held it up to the window, watching the morning light filter through the corroded metal. Something about it felt familiar, like a half-remembered song from childhood, or a dream that stays with you long after waking. The weight of it was wrong, too heavy for its size, as if it were made of something denser than ordinary steel. He'd been sober for 3 days, not by choice. His wallet was empty and his credit was shot. But 3 days nonetheless. There was a warm, lone star sitting on his counter, left over from better times, and for the past hour he'd been trying to decide whether to drink it or pour it down the sink. The kind of decision that seemed monumentally important when you measured your life in bottles and regrets. The church key he usually used was somewhere in the debris field that passed for his kitchen, but his father's opener was right here in his hand, heavy and cold and somehow expectant, as if it had been waiting for this moment. The cap came off with a sound like a nail being pulled from wet wood. When Buddy lifted the bottle to his lips, the taste that hit his tongue wasn't beer at all. It was September 15th, 1987, and he was 17 years old again, sitting in the back of Deputy Morrison's patrol car while his mother cried on the front porch of their house on Magnolia Street. The taste was specific, copper pennies, mixed with the particular flavor of fear that comes when you realize you've done something that can't be undone. He could hear Morrison's radio crackling with reports of a hit-and-run on Farm Road 1247. Male victim, approximately 40 years old, pronounced dead at the scene. Danny Reeves. Buddy had never known his name until that moment, when Morrison read it from his notes with the careful pronunciation of a man who understood that names matter, that each one represents a life cut short and a family left behind. A man walking home from his shift at the lumber mill, struck down by a drunk teenager who was too much of a coward to stop and help. But he dropped the bottle, watching it shatter against the linoleum floor. Beer and glass scattered across the kitchen. But when he looked down, the liquid spreading around his feet wasn't the familiar amber of Lone Star. It was dark as creek water, thick with sediment that moved in patterns that made his eyes hurt. He staggered backward, bumping into the refrigerator hard enough to knock over the salt and pepper shakers his ex-wife had left behind. They hit the floor with tiny ceramic explosions that seemed impossibly loud in the sudden silence. Because it was silent now, the refrigerator had stopped humming. The clock on the microwave had gone dark. Even the traffic noise from the highway had faded away, leaving only the sound of his own breathing and something else, a soft dripping, like water falling into deep places. Through the window above the sink, he could see his neighbor's dog standing rigid beside the chain-link fence, every muscle tense with the kind of alertness that comes just before something terrible happens. Buster was a fat beagle who usually spent his days sleeping in the shade, but now he was staring at something in the tall grass beyond the trailer park with an intensity that made Buddy's skin crawl. The grass moved. Not with wind. There was no wind. But with something moving through it, something that displaced the weeds and Johnson grass in a pattern too deliberate to be natural. Whatever it was big enough to make Buster whimper and back away from the fence, his tail tucked between his legs and his ears flat against his skull. Buddy forced himself to look. At first, there was nothing but the usual debris that collected behind trailer parks. old tires, beer cans, the rusted skeleton of a washing machine that had been there since before he moved in. Then the grass parted, and something pale emerged from the shadows between the abandoned appliances. It might have been a man once. The basic shape was there, head, torso, limbs arranged in roughly human proportions. But time and water had worked changes that made Buddy's stomach clench with recognition and revulsion. The skin was fish belly white where it hadn't sloughed away entirely, hanging in strips like old wallpaper. What remained of the clothing was waterlogged and stained, clinging to the corrupted flesh beneath. The thing turned its head toward Buddy's window with movements that suggested joints held together by will rather than cartilage. Where its eyes should have been were dark holes that seemed to go down forever. But somehow, impossibly, it could see him. Recognition passed between them like an electric current. 36 years of guilt given form and purpose. Danny Reeves had come home. Buddy stepped away from the window, his legs shaking so badly he had to grab the counter for support. The bottle opener was still clutched in his right hand, its surface now warm against his palm, despite the supernatural cold that was seeping through the walls of his trailer. He could feel it pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat, as if it were alive. Outside, Buster's whimpering stopped abruptly. When Buddy looked again, the dog was lying motionless beside the fence, its tongue lolling from its mouth and its eyes staring sightlessly at the October sky. There was no visible wound, no sign of violence. It was as if the animal had simply decided to stop living. More shapes were emerging from the grass now. Pale figures moving with the careful deliberation of people navigating by memory rather than sight. Some were in better condition than others, but all shared the same characteristics. Waterlogged clothing, corrupted flesh, and that terrible sense of purpose that comes only to the dead who have unfinished business. They formed a rough semicircle at the edge of his property, swaying slightly as if moved by an underwater current. Waiting, patient as stones, patient as the river that had hidden them for so long. One of them raised its hand. The gesture might have been a greeting or a promise, or simply an acknowledgement of debt long overdue. But the meaning was clear enough. They had found him, and they wouldn't be leaving without what they'd come for. Buddy's phone rang. The sound was sharp and sudden in the supernatural silence, making him jump hard enough to bite his tongue. He fumbled for the receiver, his eyes never leaving the figures in the yard, and managed to croak out something that might have been hello. "Buddy, it's Pete Kowalski. Listen, I got a proposition for you." The voice was warm and human and utterly mundane, exactly what Buddy needed to anchor himself to the world of the living. Pete owned the Broken Wheel, a honky-tonk, on the outskirts of Tyler where working men went to drink away their troubles. Buddy had never met him, but the name was familiar from conversations with Pete's brother, Father Kowalski at St. Mary's. "I need a bartender," Pete continued, apparently interpreting Buddy's silence as interest. "Someone who knows the trade, knows how to handle himself around men who've had too much to drink. Word is you got experience in that area. I don't know what you heard, but your daddy was Harlan Wickham, right? Ran bars around East Texas for 40 years. Pete's voice carried a note of respect that Buddy hadn't heard in longer than he could remember. Man had a reputation. Knew how to pour a drink and keep the peace. Figured maybe it ran in the family. Through the window, Buddy watched the pale figures begin to move closer. They didn't walk so much as glide, their feet barely touching the ground, leaving trails of dark water that soaked into the earth and left a change somehow. Wrong. "I'm not my father," Buddy said. "Maybe not, but you got the name, and around here, that means something. People remember Harlan Wickham. Remember that he served good drinks and minded his own business. That's worth something in this line of work." One of the figures had reached the edge of his yard now, close enough that Buddy could see the details that distance had mercifully obscured. Its throat had been opened in a precise line, the wound gaping like a second mouth. Water trickled from the cut with each movement, dark and thick with things that shouldn't exist. "What's the pay?" Buddy heard himself ask. "Enough to keep you in beer and cigarettes, plus tips, which can be decent on weekends. But mostly, it's honest work, and around here, that's getting harder to find. Honest work." The phrase hit Buddy like a physical blow, carrying implications he wasn't ready to examine. He looked at the opener in his hand, feeling its weight and warmth, understanding somehow that it represented a different kind of work entirely, the kind that paid in ways that had nothing to do with money. "When do you need an answer?" "Soon as you can give it. I'm short-handed and we got a busy weekend coming up. You interested or not?" The pale figure at the edge of his yard had stopped moving. It stood perfectly still, water dripping from its corrupted flesh onto grass that immediately began to wither and die, waiting for his decision, waiting to see which path he would choose. "Yeah," Buddy said, surprising himself with the steadiness of his voice. "I'm interested." After Pete hung up, Buddy stood in his kitchen for a long time, staring at the opener in his hand and the broken glass at his feet. The figures outside had vanished as suddenly as they'd appeared, leaving only dead grass and the lingering smell of stagnant water. But he knew they weren't gone. They were just waiting, patient as the grave for him to make his choice. He could throw the opener away, pretend none of this had happened, and try to build something resembling a normal life. Pack what little he owned into his truck and drive until the gas ran out, to California maybe, or Alaska, someplace where the Sabine River was just a name on a map. Get a job washing dishes or pumping gas, anything that didn't require references or explanations about gaps in employment history. The thought was seductive. He'd run before, from responsibility, from consequences, from the weight of his own choices. It was what he did best, really. The great American tradition of lighting out for the territory when civilization got too complicated. But even as the fantasy played out in his mind, Buddy knew it was just that. Fantasy. You couldn't outrun blood, couldn't escape the weight of inherited sins by changing your zip code. Danny Reeves had found him after 36 years, and the river had patience measured in geological time. Running would just delay the inevitable, while making it worse for everyone else who got caught in the crossfire. Or he could accept the inheritance his father had left him, along with all the responsibilities and horrors that came with it. Become what 4 generations of Wickhams had been before him. A harvester of souls, a servant of forces beyond human comprehension. The opener pulsed warm in his palm, as if sensing his thoughts. For a moment, he could almost hear it whispering, promises of purpose, of power, of an end to the crushing uncertainty that had defined his adult life. All he had to do was accept what he was, what he'd always been meant to become. Either way, he needed to clean up the broken glass. Chapter 2. The Weight of Names. The broken wheel sat at the intersection of 2 farm roads, like something that had grown up from the East Texas soil rather than being built by human hands. It was a low building with a tin roof and walls that had been painted red during the Carter administration, though time and weather had faded them to the color of dried blood. Buddy pulled into the gravel parking lot just as the sun was touching the pine trees, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that reminded him of bruises. Through the windows, he could see the familiar tableau of working men seeking liquid solace. Oil field roughnecks and lumber mill hands, farmers who'd finished their day's labor, truckers killing time between runs. Pete Kowalski was waiting behind the bar, polishing glasses with the methodical precision of someone who'd learned that keeping busy was the best defense against unwanted thoughts. He was a big man with graying hair and forearms like tree trunks, the kind of person who could stop a fight just by looking disappointed. "You must be Buddy," he said, extending a hand that felt like weathered leather. "Welcome to paradise." The bar itself was exactly what Buddy had expected. Scarred wood and honest ware, the accumulated patina of decades spent facilitating human connection and disconnection in equal measure. Behind the bottles, a mirror reflected the room with the kind of brutal honesty that most people spent their lives trying to avoid. "Your daddy ever talk about this place?" Pete asked, noting how Buddy's gaze lingered on certain corners, certain shadows that seemed deeper than they should have been. "He didn't talk much about anything," Buddy replied, which was true enough. Harlan Wickham had been a man who kept his own counsel, especially when it came to the years before Buddy was born. Pete nodded like that made perfect sense. He used to come in here back in the 70s, after he got back from Vietnam. The place was called the River's Edge then, before I bought it and changed the name. Your daddy could drink like a fish and never show it, but he had eyes that suggested he'd seen things he wished he could forget. Buddy felt the opener in his jacket pocket, its weight pressing against his ribs like a tumor. "What kind of things?" "The kind men don't talk about over beers, but I'll tell you this. Harlan had a gift for reading people. Knew exactly what someone needed to drink, and exactly when they'd had enough. Never saw anyone argue with him about closing time." The evening crowd began filtering in as the sky darkened. They came alone or in small groups, seeking the particular comfort that could only be found in the company of strangers who understood disappointment as a native language. Buddy watched Pete work, noting the easy rhythm of measured pours and casual conversation. The way he seemed to know exactly what each customer needed without being told. "Think you can handle it?" Pete asked during a brief lull. Buddy stepped behind the bar, feeling the familiar geography of bottles and ice, the comfortable weight of professional purpose. His hands moved without conscious thought, muscle memory inherited from a father he'd spent his adult life trying not to become. The first drink he poured was a whiskey neat for a trucker with road dust in his beard and exhaustion carved into every line of his face. The second was a beer for a young man who kept checking his phone like he was waiting for news that would never come. Each order felt like a small ritual, a moment of communion between the server and the served. It was near closing time when she walked in. Buddy noticed her immediately, and not because she was beautiful, though she was in the way that women who'd survived genuine hardship sometimes were, but because of the way she moved. There was a deliberateness to her steps, a sense of purpose that set her apart from the usual collection of lost souls who found their way to the broken wheel. She was maybe 35, with prematurely gray hair and eyes the color of storm clouds. Her clothes were clean but worn, and she carried herself like someone who'd learned not to expect much from the world, but was prepared to take what she could get. "I'm looking for Buddy Wickham," she said when she reached the bar. "That's me." Buddy set down the glass he'd been drying, noting how her gaze fixed on his hands as if she were memorizing the shape of his fingers. "My name is Carla Reeves," she said, and the world tilted sideways. "I think we need to talk." The resemblance was there once you knew what to look for. The same nose as the man in the police photos, the same stubborn set of the jaw that suggested someone who didn't give up easily. But where Danny Reeves had been solid and dependable, his daughter carried herself like someone who'd learned to navigate dangerous waters. "I know who you are," Buddy said, surprised by the steadiness of his own voice. "Do you?" Carla reached into her jacket and pulled out a photograph. Danny Reeves in his work clothes, standing beside a pickup truck with his arm around a young woman who must have been Carla's mother. The image captured a moment of simple happiness, unaware that it had only hours left to exist. "Because I've been looking for you for 6 months, And I'm starting to think you might know more about my family than you've been letting on. Pete had moved to the far end of the bar, giving them the illusion of privacy while staying close enough to intervene if the conversation turned violent. The last few customers were nursing their drinks and pointedly not listening, the way people did when they sensed that someone else's drama was about to unfold. "What do you want?" Buddy asked, though he suspected he already knew. Instead of answering directly, Carla reached into her other pocket and pulled out something that made Buddy's breath catch in his throat. It was a bottle opener, brass and tarnished with age, engraved with words that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. "Last call." "This belonged to my grandfather," she said, setting it on the bar between them, with the kind of care usually reserved for loaded weapons. Mama kept it all these years, along with this. She placed a yellowed newspaper clipping beside the opener, the brief report of Danny's death, filed under a headline that read, "Local man dies in hit and run." "She knew it was you," Carla continued, her voice carrying no trace of accusation or anger. "Saw you at the funeral. Saw the guilt written all over your face like a confession. But she never said anything. Never called the police or tried to make you pay." Buddy found he couldn't speak. The opener sat between them like evidence of crimes he'd never been charged with, its brass surface reflecting the bar's neon light in patterns that hurt to look at directly. "You want to know why she kept quiet?" Carla asked. Buddy managed to nod. "Because she said you were already paying. Said she could see it eating you alive, and that was punishment enough." Carla's voice remained steady, but tears had begun to track down her cheeks. She was a better person than I am. The opener was calling to him now, its voice too low to hear, but impossible to ignore. Buddy could feel it in his bones, in the spaces between his heartbeats, in the part of his mind that remembered what it felt like to be 17 and drunk and too stupid to understand the consequences of his actions. "Why are you here?" he asked. Carla wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, leaving streaks in the makeup she'd applied to hide the evidence of sleepless nights. "Because I've been having dreams. Dreams of Daddy walking out of the creek behind our old house, his neck all torn up and his eyes full of muddy water." She leaned forward, and Buddy caught the scent of something that reminded him of childhood. The rich, organic smell of creek water mixed with the metallic tang of old copper pipes. "He tells me it's time," she whispered. "Time to settle accounts." The dripping sound had started again. Buddy could hear it clearly now. A steady rhythm that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Through the windows, he could see shapes moving in the parking lot. Though pale figures that glided between the parked trucks, like ghosts, made solid. "There's something else," Carla said, her voice dropping even lower. "Something Mama told me before she died. About the openers, about what they really do." She reached across the bar and touched the brass surface with one finger, then quickly pulled her hand back as if she'd been burned. "They don't just open bottles," she said. "They open doors between this world and someplace else, someplace where the dead go to wait." The temperature in the bar had dropped 20 degrees in the last few minutes. Buddy could see his breath now, small white clouds that dissipated quickly in the supernatural cold. The remaining customers were looking around with the confused expressions of people who couldn't quite identify what was wrong, but knew something was. "I won't kill for it," Buddy said, though his hand was already moving toward the opener. "Whatever this is, whatever it wants, I won't become what my father was." Carla nodded slowly. "I'm not asking you to kill anyone. I'm asking you to finish what was started 36 years ago. To close the circle." She stood up, leaving the opener on the bar like a gauntlet thrown down. "I'll be at the Motel 6 on Highway 155 if you decide to do the right thing. Room 237. But don't take too long. I can feel him getting restless. As if summoned by her words, the front door swung open, with a sound like a sigh escaping from deep places. A figure stood silhouetted against the parking lot lights, water dripping from its clothes onto the broken wheel's scarred wooden floor. It looked around the bar with eyes that reflected the neon light like a cat's, then fixed its gaze on Buddy with the patient intensity of something that had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. "Time to come home, son," the figure said in a voice like bubbles breaking on the surface of deep water. "Time to pay what you owe." The remaining customers fled through the back door, leaving their money scattered on tables in their haste to escape. But Buddy couldn't move. He was transfixed by the sight of Danny Reeves, 36 years dead and infinitely sad, standing in the doorway like judgment made flesh. "Hello, Buddy," Danny said, stepping fully into the light. "We need to talk." Chapter 3. The Deep History. Danny Reeves moved with the careful deliberation of someone navigating by memory rather than sight, though his eyes, when the light caught them right, still held traces of the man he'd been. Water dripped constantly from his work clothes, pooling on the floor in patterns that seemed to shift and writhe when Buddy wasn't looking directly at them. "Relax," Danny said, settling onto a bar stool with movements that suggested enormous weight, as if he were made of something denser than flesh and bone. "I'm not here for revenge. That's not how this works." He gestured to the opener on the bar with hands that were pale and waterlogged, and the skin wrinkled like he'd been soaking in a bathtub for decades. "You know what that is, but I don't think you understand what it means. What your family has always been." Buddy found his voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "Carla said it opens doors. Carla knows some of it. The parts her mama told her. The stories passed down like family recipes missing half their ingredients." Danny's smile was infinitely sad, water trickling from the corners of his mouth with each word. "But the truth goes back further than that. Further than your daddy, further than mine." Pete had vanished sometime during the conversation, probably through the back door with the rest of the customers. The broken wheel felt larger in the absence of living people, its shadows deeper and more meaningful. Outside shapes moved through the parking lot, pale figures that pressed against the windows like moths drawn to flame. "Tell me," Buddy said, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know. Danny's eyes fixed on something beyond the walls of the bar, seeing across decades to events that had shaped the present moment with their accumulated weight. "It started during Prohibition," he began, his voice carrying the rhythm of water over stones. "Your great-grandfather, Ezra Wickham, ran shine from Louisiana to Dallas. Good money in it, but dangerous work. Competition was fierce, and men died over territory that wasn't much bigger than this county." The opener on the bar began to glow with soft golden light. In its brass surface, Buddy could see images forming, scenes from a past he'd never lived, but somehow recognized through the weight of inherited memory. Ezra was getting squeezed out by bigger operations. Men with more money, more guns, more willingness to do whatever it took to control the trade. He was about to lose everything when he met someone who offered him a deal. The images in the opener's surface shifted, showing a young man with Buddy's eyes standing on the banks of a dark river. The water moved with currents that seemed to have nothing to do with wind or tide, and in its depths, shapes stirred that might have been fish, or might have been something else entirely. "The Sabine River has always been a boundary," Danny continued, "between Texas and Louisiana, between the world of the living and the places where other things dwell. What spoke to Ezra that night was old when the first humans crossed the land bridge from Asia. It had been waiting in the deep water for someone desperate enough to make a bargain. What kind of bargain? The kind that seems reasonable when you're desperate. The river, That's what it called itself, though names are just conveniences for things like that. It needed a harvester, someone to mark souls that belonged to it, to send them down into the deep places where they could be put to proper use. In the opener's glow, Buddy watched his great-grandfather accept something from the darkness beneath the water's surface. A bottle opener, brass and gleaming, engraved with words that seemed to write themselves in the golden light. Every person Ezra marked with that blade became property of the river, Danny explained. But he was smart about it, at least at first. Only marked the ones who deserved it. Competitors who killed innocent people, corrupt lawmen who looked the other way for money, anyone whose death would make the world a little cleaner. What happened to him? Same thing that happened to your grandfather, same thing that happened to your daddy. Danny's voice carried a note of infinite sadness. The river got hungry. Started wanting more souls. Started pushing for Ezra to mark people who didn't necessarily deserve it, when he refused. The scene in the opener changed, showing Ezra Wickham floating face down in dark water, the tool of his trade still clutched in his dead hand. But even as his body sank into the depths, something else was rising, pale shapes that moved with purpose, carrying the instruments of their servitude to the next generation. Each keeper serves until they can't anymore, Danny said. Then the responsibility passes to their children. It's been going on for 90 years, buddy. Your family has been feeding souls to the river for 90 years. Buddy stared at the opener, seeing his reflection distorted in its brass surface. And now it's my turn. That depends on what you choose. You can accept the inheritance, take up the opener, and serve like your ancestors did. Mark the ones who deserve it, send their souls to feed the thing in the deep water. In return, you get power, purpose, the knowledge that you're making the world a little better with each death. Danny gestured to the figures pressing against the windows. Or you can refuse and join us in the deep places. Become one of the harvested instead of the harvester. Through the glass, Buddy could see more shapes gathering. Not just the pale, waterlogged forms of the drowned, but other things. Shadows that moved wrong. Creatures that might have been human once, but had been changed by their time in whatever realm lay beneath the river's surface. What about a third option, Buddy asked? There isn't one. The compact was signed in blood and water 90 years ago. It can't be broken, only transferred. Everything can be broken, Buddy said, though he wasn't sure he believed it. Carla seems to think so. Danny's expression grew thoughtful. Carla is special. Her grandfather was the last person your daddy marked before he died. But something went wrong with the harvesting. Instead of going to the river, old man Reeves stayed connected to this world. He's been teaching his granddaughter things she shouldn't know. The implications hit Buddy like a physical blow. She's not here for closure. She's here to end this. Smart boy. Too bad you figured it out too late. Danny's smile was knowing and sad. The thing is, Buddy, there are consequences to breaking compacts that old. The river has been holding back other things for 90 years. Older things, hungrier things. Take away its power and you leave East Texas defenseless against forces that make soul harvesting look like Sunday school. The bottle opener was pulsing now, its glow synchronized with Buddy's heartbeat. When he looked into its surface, he could see glimpses of what Danny was talking about. Creatures that dwelt in abandoned oil wells. Shadows that fed on industrial pollution and human desperation. Things that nested in the hearts of clear-cut forests. So I'm damned either way, Buddy said. Welcome to the family business. But at least if you accept the inheritance, you get to choose who pays the price. And you can make sure it's the ones who deserve it. The temperature in the bar had dropped below freezing now, Ice was forming on the windows, creating patterns that looked almost like writing in some language that predated human speech. The figures outside were pressing closer, their pale faces barely visible through the crystalline formations. "How long do I have to decide?" Buddy asked. "As long as it takes. We're patient. Death teaches you that, if nothing else. But the river's getting hungry, and hunger makes even ancient things impatient." Danny stood up, water cascading from his clothes like a small waterfall. "I'll be around if you need to talk. We all will. Just remember, whatever you choose, there's no going back. Once you pick up that opener, once you mark your first soul, you become part of something that's been growing for 90 years. He walked toward the door, then paused. "One more thing, buddy. When you do make your choice, and you will make it one way or another, remember that the river keeps its bargains. Every soul you send it becomes part of its army. And armies need generals." With that, he stepped back into the night, dissolving into mist and memory as soon as the darkness touched him. The other figures followed, fading away like smoke until only their wet footprints remained to prove they'd been there at all. Buddy stood alone in the empty bar, the opener glowing softly on the counter before him. Outside, East Texas settled into its usual nocturnal rhythm. The sound of trucks on distant highways, the whisper of wind through pine trees, the comfortable sounds of a world that had no idea how thin the barriers really were between life and death. He picked up the opener, feeling its weight and warmth, understanding for the first time that it wasn't just a tool, but a responsibility that had been passed down through 4 generations of his family. The blood remembers, Danny had said, and Buddy could feel the truth of it stirring in his veins. Somewhere out there, Carla Reeves was waiting in a motel room, carrying the weight of her grandfather's secrets and the promise of an end to cycles that had been turning for longer than anyone alive could remember. And somewhere else, in the deep places where old things waited with infinite patience, the river was stirring, sensing that the time for choosing had finally come. Buddy wrapped the opener carefully in a bar towel and placed it in his jacket pocket. Tomorrow he would have to make a decision that would define not just his life, but the lives of everyone in East Texas. Tonight he would drink coffee and think about the weight of inherited sins and try to figure out whether redemption was possible for people like him. Outside, the Sabine River flowed on through the darkness, carrying its secrets toward the sea, patient as stone and twice as unforgiving. Chapter 4. The motel, room 237 at the Motel 6, smelled like industrial disinfectant and the accumulated disappointments of 1,000 one-night stays. Buddy knocked twice before Carla answered, opening the door just wide enough to confirm his identity before stepping back to let him in. She'd been waiting for him. That much was clear from the way she'd arranged the space. 2 chairs facing each other across a small table, a bottle of something that definitely wasn't beer sitting between them like a challenge, and papers spread across the bed in patterns that suggested hours of careful organization. "I wasn't sure you'd come," she said, though her tone suggested she'd been certain he would. "Neither was I." Buddy took the offered chair, noting how she'd positioned herself between him and the door. Not out of fear, but from the kind of caution that came from understanding that desperate people sometimes made desperate choices. The bottle on the table was unlike anything he'd ever seen. The glass was green and cloudy, obviously hand-blown, with imperfections that spoke of craftsmanship from an era when such things were made by individuals rather than machines. The label was handwritten in faded brown ink, Reeves Family Brew, last batch. "Granddaddy made this in 1955, Carla said, following his gaze, day before he died. Mama found it in his workshop along with these." She gestured to the papers on the bed. old photographs, handwritten notes, what looked like pages torn from a journal. At the center of it all was a map of East Texas marked with red ink in patterns that formed a rough circle around the Sabine River basin. "Tell me about your grandfather," Buddy said. Carla settled into her chair with the careful movements of someone who'd learned not to make sudden gestures around dangerous things. Augustus Reeves. Folks called him Gus. He ran a small brewery out of his barn during Prohibition. Nothing fancy, just beer for the local working men who couldn't afford the good stuff from the big operations. She picked up one of the photographs, a faded image of a man in overalls standing beside copper vats and wooden barrels. His face was weathered but kind, the sort of person who'd spend his Sunday afternoons helping neighbors fix their trucks. He got squeezed out around 1932. Bigger operations moving in, men with more money and fewer scruples. Story goes that he made a deal with something that lived in the Bayou country, something that promised to protect his business in exchange for services. Carla set the photograph down and picked up another, this one showing Gus Reeves with a group of men whose faces had been carefully scratched out with black ink. The men who were muscling him out started disappearing, one by one over the course of 6 months. Bodies never found, families left wondering what happened to fathers and sons who'd gone to work one morning and never come home. Your grandfather killed them. That's what the family story says. But Granddaddy always claimed he never laid a hand on anyone. Said the Bayou took care of its own problems, and all he did was point it in the right direction. Buddy thought about his conversation with Danny about the river and its need for harvesters. What happened when he tried to stop? Same thing that happened to your family, I suspect. The entity he'd made his deal with came calling for payment. Found his body 3 days later, floating in Caddo Lake with his lungs full of swamp water. Carla's voice remained steady, but her hands shook slightly as she reached for another document. But here's the thing. Granddaddy was smart. Smarter than your great-grandfather, maybe. He kept records. She handed Buddy a leather journal, its pages yellow with age and water damage. The handwriting was careful and precise, the work of a man who understood that details mattered when you were dealing with forces beyond human comprehension. He figured out how the compact worked, Carla continued. Not just the basic mechanics, mark souls, feed the entity, maintain the balance, but the deeper structure, the rules that govern the arrangement. Buddy opened the journal, finding pages covered with diagrams and notes that looked more like engineering schematics than the ravings of a madman. Charts showing the flow of souls between the world of the living and whatever lay beneath. Calculations that attempted to quantify the hunger of things that existed outside normal understanding. According to Granddaddy's research, the compacts aren't just agreements between individuals and entities. They're part of a larger system, a way of maintaining balance between different realms of existence. Carla leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. But systems can be gamed if you understand how they work. The room had grown colder while they talked, though Buddy couldn't see any obvious source for the chill. Through the thin walls, he could hear the sounds of the motel settling around them. Creaking pipes, humming air conditioners, the distant murmur of a television in another room. Normal sounds that somehow seemed ominous in the current context. What did he figure out? Buddy asked. That the entities aren't all-powerful. They're bound by the same rules that govern their compacts with humans. They can't just take what they want. There have to be agreements, exchanges, proper procedures followed. Carla's eyes gleamed with something that might have been hope, or might have been something more dangerous. And agreements can be renegotiated if you have the right leverage. She stood up and walked to the window, peering through the curtains at the parking lot beyond. Granddaddy spent 23 years serving whatever lived in that bayou. 23 years marking souls and sending them down into the deep places. But he was keeping count the whole time, recording every detail, every variation in the entity's behavior. And he discovered that the hunger isn't constant. It varies based on external factors, seasonal changes, astronomical events, the general state of human suffering in the region. During lean times, the entities become more desperate, more willing to negotiate. Buddy felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. You're talking about starving them out. I'm talking about forcing them to accept new terms, better terms. Carla let the curtain fall and turned back to face him. Your family has been feeding the river for 90 years. That's a lot of souls, a lot of accumulated debt. But debt flows both ways. She walked back to the table and picked up the bottle, holding it up to the light from the bedside lamp. The liquid inside was darker than beer, almost black, with things floating in it that moved too deliberately to be simple sediment. This is the last thing Granddaddy brewed before he died. Not beer, something else. A distillation of every soul he'd marked, every life he'd taken in service to the bayou entity. The accumulated guilt and responsibility of 23 years of harvesting. Buddy's mouth went dry. What happens if someone drinks it? They take on the debt, all of it. Every soul, every death, every moment of suffering that resulted from the compact. Carla set the bottle down with exaggerated care. But here's the thing about debt. Whoever carries it has leverage, power, the ability to renegotiate terms. The implications were staggering, but he found himself staring at the bottle with a mixture of fascination and revulsion, understanding finally what Carla was proposing. You want me to drink that and become what? Some kind of supernatural creditor? I want you to take control of a situation that's been out of control for 90 years. Your family has been servants, Buddy. Useful tools in the hands of something that sees humans as livestock. But tools can become wielders if they're willing to accept the weight of what they're holding. Through the thin walls of the motel, Buddy could hear something that made his skin crawl. The sound of water dripping, despite the fact that it hadn't rained in days. The temperature continued to drop, and frost was beginning to form on the window despite the warm October night outside. They know we're here, Carla said, noting his expression. They've been watching since you left the bar, but they can't act directly, not yet. The compact protects you as long as you haven't made your choice. And once I drink that, then you become something new, not a servant of the river, but a partner. An equal. Her smile was sharp as broken glass, assuming you're strong enough to survive the transition. Buddy looked at the bottle, seeing his reflection distorted in its dark glass. The liquid inside seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, like a heart beating in slow motion. He could feel the opener in his jacket pocket growing warm, responding to the proximity of whatever forces were contained in Gus Reeves' final creation. What about the other things Danny mentioned? The entities that the river has been keeping out. That's the beautiful part. The debt includes protection services. Every soul your family marked. Every death that fed the river's power, all of that becomes your responsibility, but also your strength. You inherit the river's territory, its obligations, its accumulated power. Carla picked up another document from the bed, a map showing the Sabine River basin, marked with dates and locations. Granddaddy tracked every supernatural incursion in East Texas for 23 years. The pattern is clear. As long as the river stayed fed, the really dangerous things stayed away. Break the compact without replacing it, and you create a power vacuum that something else will fill. But if I drink that bottle, then you become the new guardian, The thing that keeps the monsters at bay. You get to set the rules, decide who lives and who dies, choose how to maintain the balance. Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. You get to be something more than human. The dripping sound was getting louder, and Buddy could smell something that reminded him of his childhood. The rich, organic scent of creek water mixed with the metallic tang of old blood. Through the window, shapes were moving in the parking lot. Pale figures that glided between the parked cars like ghosts made solid. They're getting impatient, Carla observed, following his gaze. The river wants its harvester, and every minute you delay makes it hungrier. Buddy reached for the bottle, then stopped. What happens to you in all this? That depends on whether you're willing to share the load. Granddaddy's research suggests that the debt can be split between multiple carriers, as long as they're blood relatives of previous harvesters. She held up her hand, showing him a scar across her palm that looked fresh despite her claim that her grandfather had died decades ago. I've already started the process. A few drops of my blood mixed with his, establishing the connection. So we become partners in this. Or I become your successor when the weight of it finally crushes you. Her smile was sad and knowing. This isn't a fairy tale, Buddy. There's no happily ever after. Just a choice between serving something inhuman and becoming something inhuman yourself. The bottle seemed to be calling to him now, its voice too low to hear but impossible to ignore. Buddy could feel it in his bones, in the spaces between his heartbeats, promising power and purpose, and an end to the crushing weight of guilt he'd carried for 36 years. There's one more thing, Carla said, her voice barely audible above the sound of approaching footsteps in the hallway outside. Something Granddaddy discovered about the nature of the debt itself. What? It's not just about the souls you take. It's about the souls you save. Every person your family marked was someone who deserved to die. Wife beaters, child molesters, corrupt officials who sold their integrity for money. But for every guilty soul sent to the river, how many innocent people were protected? The implications hit Buddy like a physical blow. You're saying we were the good guys. I'm saying the universe is more complicated than good and evil. Sometimes the only choice is between different kinds of necessary darkness. Carla reached across the table and touched his hand. The question is whether you're strong enough to carry that darkness without letting it consume you. The doorknob turned, though neither of them had heard a key in the lock. The door swung open to reveal Danny Reeves standing in the hallway, water streaming from his clothes onto the motel's industrial carpeting. Time's up, he said in his voice like bubbles breaking on deep water. The river wants an answer. Behind him, the hallway was full of pale figures, the accumulated dead of 90 years of harvesting, waiting to see whether they would finally be released from their service or bound to it for another generation. Buddy looked at the bottle one last time, then picked it up and removed the cork with steady hands. Here's to new management, he said, and drank deeply. Chapter 5. The Weight of Drowning. The liquid hit Buddy's tongue like ice water mixed with molten copper, carrying flavors that had nothing to do with hops or barley and everything to do with the last moments of human consciousness. As it flowed down his throat, he could feel each soul settling in his chest like stones thrown into deep water. The first was Charlie Morrison, not the deputy who'd arrested Buddy 36 years ago, but his grandfather, a bootlegger who'd tried to muscle in on Ezra Wickham's territory in 1932. Buddy experienced Charlie's death from the inside, felt the surprise and growing terror as the opener found his throat, the strange intimacy of blood flowing over brass in patterns that seemed to have significance beyond mere physics. Then came Margaret Chen, a nurse who'd treated too many patients with suspicious injuries and started asking questions that powerful men didn't want answered. Her death had been quieter, a meeting behind the hospital, professional and efficient. Her body left where the river's current would carry away the evidence. One by one, they flowed through him. Decades of carefully selected victims, each one marked by a Wickham hand, each one chosen because their absence would make the world marginally cleaner. Wife-beaters and child molesters, corrupt politicians and violent criminals. People whose deaths had been earned through their own choices. The visions became more specific, more visceral. He experienced the death of Thomas Calloway, a judge who'd been taking bribes to reduce sentences for violent criminals. Buddy felt the man's shock as Ezra's opener found his throat, but also the relief of families who would never again see their attackers walk free on technicalities. He saw Margaret Chin's killer, not the nurse herself, but the man she'd been investigating, a doctor who'd been selling children from his charity clinic to wealthy collectors. The opener had been precise that night, surgical in its justice. Then came the memory that made everything clear. A man named Robert Hayes, one of his grandfather's marks from 1954. Buddy experienced Hayes' final moments from the inside. The confusion, the fear, the growing understanding that his time had come. But he also saw what had led to that moment. The shallow graves behind Hayes' farmhouse. The small bones that rain had washed from their hiding places. The 23 children who disappeared from East Texas over a span of 5 years. Jesus, Buddy gasped between swallows. The bottle somehow never emptying despite the constant flow. They all deserved it. Does that make it right? Carla asked, though her voice seemed to come from very far away. The visions intensified. Buddy saw his great-grandfather Ezra making his first kill. A man who'd been selling children to brothels in New Orleans. The opener had been clumsy in inexperienced hands, the cut jagged and imprecise, but the result was the same. He felt Ezra's revulsion at what he'd done, followed by a sick satisfaction at knowing the world was cleaner for the man's absence. He saw his grandfather's work, more professional, more surgical. A corrupt sheriff who'd been taking money to look the other way while workers disappeared from the lumber camps. A preacher who'd been using his position to abuse young boys. Each death carefully planned, each disposal executed with ritualistic precision. His father's kills had been different, efficient, businesslike, stripped of the moral justification that had driven earlier generations. By Harlan's time, the family had become a service industry, marking souls not because they deserved to die, but because the river demanded payment, and payment had to be made. That's when it went wrong, Buddy realized. Speaking to the assembled dead who now filled the motel room like a congregation of the damned. When you stopped choosing and started just feeding the machine. Yes, Danny agreed. From somewhere behind the veil of visions, your father lost sight of the purpose. Started marking anyone who caused trouble, anyone who asked too many questions. The river didn't care. A soul was a soul, but the debt kept growing. Buddy could feel it now, the accumulated weight of 90 years of killing. Each soul was a stone in his chest, pressing down with the combined force of guilt and responsibility. He understood why his father had started drinking, why his grandfather had died young, why Ezra had tried to break the compact before the river claimed him. The bottle was still flowing, still forcing him to experience every death, every final moment of terror and understanding. But now he was seeing something else, glimpses of what happened to the souls after they'd been marked. They didn't simply disappear into the river's depths. They were transformed, changed into something that could serve the entity's purposes while retaining enough of their original consciousness to understand what they'd become. That's what you are, Buddy said to Danny, the realization cutting through the flood of inherited memory. That's what all of you are. You're not really dead. You're employees. Danny's smile was infinitely sad. Very good. Yes, we serve the river still, but not by choice. The compact binds us as surely as it binds your family. We can't rest until the debt is paid. And if I drink this whole bottle, then you take on the debt yourself. All of it. Every soul we've claimed, every life we've taken. The river gets its payment, and we get our freedom. The bottle was nearly empty now, its flow reduced to the final dregs. Buddy could feel the souls settling in his chest like sediment in a riverbed, each one adding to the weight that was making his heart struggle to beat. His vision was blurring, and he could taste copper in his mouth. Whether from the drink or from something more immediate, he couldn't tell. What happens to me? He managed to ask. You become the debt, Carla said, her voice seeming to come from underwater. Your soul carries the weight of all the others. When you die, and you will die, probably sooner than you'd like, you'll go to whatever punishment waits for people who've killed hundreds of innocent people. Even though I didn't kill them myself, you're accepting responsibility for them in the eyes of whatever cosmic justice exists that makes you accountable. Buddy drained the last of the bottle, feeling the final souls settle into the growing mass in his chest. The weight was enormous now, a gravity well of guilt and responsibility that threatened to collapse his ribcage. His heart was beating erratically, struggling to pump blood through a cardiovascular system that was rapidly being reorganized by supernatural forces. But with the weight came something else, power. He could feel it flowing through his veins, a dark energy that whispered of possibilities both terrible and necessary. The souls he'd inherited weren't just burdens, they were resources, each one carrying its own memories and skills and accumulated understanding of the world's hidden mechanisms. There's more, he said, his voice changing as the transformation progressed. It was deeper now, carrying harmonics that suggested he wasn't speaking alone. The debt isn't just about the lives taken, it's about the lives saved. Through the collective memory of the absorbed souls, Buddy could see the broader pattern. For every guilty person his family had marked, dozens of innocent people had been protected. The wife-beater who would never again put his children in the hospital. The corrupt official who would never again sell public safety for private profit. The predator who would never again hunt for victims in schoolyards and playgrounds. We were never just killers, he realized. We were gardeners, pruning back the diseased parts so the healthy parts could grow. The transformation was accelerating now. Buddy could feel his body changing, becoming something that could contain the accumulated weight of 90 years of harvesting. His bones were becoming denser, his muscles more efficient, his nervous system rewiring itself to process input from sources that normal humans couldn't perceive. The compact is changing, Carla said, and Buddy could hear the awe in her voice. You're not just accepting the debt, you're transforming it. Through his enhanced perception, Buddy could see the threads of supernatural obligation that connected him to the river, to the accumulated dead, to the broader network of entities that maintained the balance between different realms of existence. But the threads were no longer chains. They were reins, tools he could use to direct forces that had previously controlled his family. I can feel them, he said, referring to the other entities that Danny had mentioned. The older, hungrier things that the river's presence had kept at bay. They're still out there, waiting for an opportunity to move into this territory. But they can't touch what's mine now. The power was intoxicating, but Buddy forced himself to remember what Carla had said about the necessity of sharing the load. He reached across the table and took her hand, feeling the connection that her grandfather's blood had established. "Partners?" he asked. "Partners," she agreed. And Buddy felt some of the weight shift from his chest to hers. Not all of it. He would always carry the majority of the burden, but enough to make the load manageable. The motel room was changing around them. The cheap furniture and industrial carpeting were dissolving, replaced by something that looked more like the office of a very old law firm. Dark wood paneling, leather-bound books, the kind of space where serious business was conducted by people who understood the weight of their responsibilities. "Welcome to the new management," Danny said, and for the first time since Buddy had known him, the drowned man was smiling with something approaching genuine happiness. "It's been a pleasure serving with you, but I think it's time for us to move on." One by one, the assembled dead began to dissolve, their forms becoming translucent, as whatever force had held them together finally released its grip. They looked peaceful as they faded, like people finally allowed to sleep after staying awake too long. "Thank you," Danny said, as his substance scattered like smoke. "For all of us." Then they were gone, leaving only Buddy and Carla in the transformed space. Through the windows, which now looked out on something that definitely wasn't the Motel 6 parking lot, Buddy could see the Sabine River flowing past in the moonlight, but it looked different now, cleaner somehow, as if the water itself had been purified by the change in management. "So what happens now?" Carla asked. Buddy stood up, testing his transformed body. He felt solid, grounded in a way he never had as a purely human being. The weight in his chest was still there, but it no longer felt like it might crush him. Instead, it felt like ballast, something that would keep him stable in rough waters. "Now we do the job properly," he said. "We maintain the balance. We protect the innocent and mark the guilty. We keep the monsters at bay." He looked at her with eyes that now reflected depths she was only beginning to understand. "And we make sure that the price is always paid by the people who deserve to pay it." Outside, East Texas settled into its usual nocturnal rhythm, unaware that the forces that protected it from the darker things in the world had just changed hands. The river flowed on toward the sea, carrying secrets that would never be spoken aloud but would always be remembered by those who served its deeper purposes. In the distance, something howled with frustration and hunger, one of the entities that had been waiting for an opportunity to move into the river's territory. But the sound cut off abruptly as it encountered the new barriers that Buddy and Carla had established, the renewed strength of ancient protections that would hold for another generation at least. "Ready to get to work?" Buddy asked. Carla nodded, her hand moving instinctively to the brass opener she'd inherited from her grandfather. "Ready." Together they walked toward the door that would lead them back into the world of the living, carrying with them the weight of necessary darkness and the power to use it wisely. Behind them, the transformed office settled into timelessness, a place that existed between worlds where the business of maintaining cosmic balance could be conducted properly. The compact had been renegotiated. The debt had been restructured. And in East Texas, the Guardians were back on duty, making sure that some prices would always be paid by the people who earned them. It wasn't justice in any conventional sense, but it was honest work. And for people like Buddy Wickham and Carla Reeves, honesty was the closest thing to redemption they were likely to find. Epilogue. Last call. 3 months later, Buddy was wiping down the bar at the Broken Wheel when the stranger walked in. The man was thin and nervous, with hands that shook as he approached the counter, and eyes that carried the particular weight of someone who'd done something terrible and was waiting for the universe to collect payment. "I need a drink," the stranger said, his voice barely above a whisper. "What kind?" Buddy asked, though he already knew the answer. His enhanced perception could read the guilt radiating from the man like heat from a fever, could see the dark threads that connected him to acts that demanded accounting, a kind that makes you forget. Buddy reached under the bar and pulled out a bottle of whiskey, noting how the stranger's eyes followed his movements with desperate attention. Through the supernatural awareness that came with his transformed nature, he could see the man's history written in the tension of his shoulders, the way he held his head, the specific frequency of fear that marked those who'd crossed lines that couldn't be uncrossed. "You sure that's what you want?" Buddy asked, setting the bottle on the bar but not yet opening it. The stranger nodded frantically. "Please, I can't live with it anymore." "What did you do?" The question hung in the air like smoke from a funeral pyre. The stranger's face crumpled, and when he spoke, his voice was barely human. "There was a girl. She was walking home from school, and The words died in his throat, but Buddy could see the rest of it in the man's aura. The predatory impulse, the moment of decision, the terrible necessity of silence that followed. She saw my face. I couldn't let her tell anyone. The opener in Buddy's pocket grew warm against his leg, responding to the presence of someone who'd earned the river's attention through choices that placed him beyond the pale of human society. But the decision was no longer automatic. The new compact gave him discretion, allowed him to weigh factors that previous generations of harvesters had ignored. "What's your name?" Buddy asked. "Does it matter?" "Everything matters now." The stranger seemed to consider this, then straightened slightly with what might have been the first honest moment he'd experienced in months. "William Crenshaw. I taught 4th grade at Pine Valley Elementary." Buddy nodded and reached for a glass, his movements deliberate and ceremonial. Some debts could only be paid in full, and some people were too dangerous to leave walking around regardless of their remorse or capacity for reform. The protection of the innocent required the removal of those who preyed upon them. The new management was more considerate about such details. As Crenshaw collapsed, Buddy felt the man's soul join the others he carried, not as a burden now, but as a resource that would help him protect other children from similar fates. The river had its payment. Ace, Texas had one fewer predator walking its streets, and the balance was maintained through methods that were both more precise and more humane than what had come before. Outside, the Sabine flowed on through the darkness, carrying its ancient secrets toward the sea. The compact had been reformed but not abandoned. Its terms renegotiated to serve both human and inhuman needs while maintaining the eternal balance between order and chaos. And in the broken wheel, a new kind of justice was being dispensed, one drink at a time, one soul at a time, one necessary death at a time. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't pretty, but it was honest work done by people who understood the true weight of their responsibilities. The last call had been made, and the price had been paid in full. And that brings us to the end of another night filled with tales from the shadows. To anyone who's stuck with me until the very end, thank you so much for sharing this journey into the unknown. Your company makes these dark stories feel a little less lonely, and I'm truly grateful you chose to spend your evening here with me. I hope these tales have given you exactly what you came for. That delicious blend of fear and fascination. There's something wonderfully eerie about how we can all gather in the darkness, connected by our love of a good scare. And I genuinely hope tonight's stories resonated with you as much as they did with me. I'll be back tomorrow night with more mysteries and chills waiting to unfold. So I hope you'll join me again. Until then, sleep well, dream peacefully, and don't let tonight's stories follow you into your dreams. Though, if they do, just remember, they're only stories after all. Sweet dreams, my friend. See you tomorrow night.